चंद्रा श्रीकांत को, जो कि इस बातचीत को आगे बढ़ाएंगी, विनय AI.ai के फाउंडर एंड CEO विशाल सिक्का के साथ में, जो कि एक ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजी लीडर और इनोवेटर हैं। डॉक्टर सिक्का ने दशकों तक एंटरप्राइज सॉफ्टवेयर, AI और डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन पर काम किया है। Chandra, I would like to invite you on stage, please.
Good morning, everyone. And Dr. Vishal Sikka is joining us live from San Francisco. So Vishal, thank you very much. Guys, all of you can say a hi to him. Vishal, we have a room full of youngsters here, a lot of students who are perhaps weighing career options amidst all this disruption that we are seeing in the world of artificial intelligence. And since Vishal is joining us live, if any of you have any questions while I'm talking to him, please feel free to raise your hands. It's not often that you get a chance to talk to him. So please, make use of the opportunity, and he will be able to answer the questions in the limited time that we have with him. Vishal, of course, needs no introduction, one of the finest minds globally in artificial intelligence. He was the CTO of SAP, CEO of Infosys, and now runs his own startup, VNI. He is also on the board of Oracle and is also an advisor for the Stanford Institute of Human-Centered AI. Vishal, if you look at the Indian markets in the last 2-3 weeks, it seems like people think that the IT sector is gone. It's apocalypse now. How would you read into this?
Chandra, it is great to talk to you, and hello to everyone who is there, especially the youngsters. You are the future. Chandra, markets do what they do. What can I say? I can say that clearly the impact of AI to knowledge work, especially to software development, is becoming very visible. And I think there is no doubt that on the one hand, it can have a profound impact on the way we have worked in the past, but at the same time, it creates really incredible new opportunities, many of which we don't even foresee yet. So I see that both of these realities, emerging at the same time.
Right. Vishal, as someone who's watched this industry closely, and many people here, I'm sure, when we were growing up, becoming a computer science engineer was a very coveted thing. In fact, even if you look at the cutoff for marks at top institutes, the computer science stream would perhaps get top dollar. That is going to change because the way software is developed is changing. What would your advice be to youngsters who are weighing these options today? If they want to do engineering, what is it going to look like? If they want a career in AI, what is it going to look like? Because anything that engineers were able to do, AI is not only able to do better, but also faster. What would your advice be?
So I think the paradigm that we have had of jobs, of skills, of careers, we have to rethink that in a hurry. There is no doubt about that. With regard to software development versus computer science, I want to go back to one of my favorite quotes. I studied computer science. I did my PhD in AI a long time ago. Edgar Dijkstra, who was one of the Turing Award winners, one of the greatest computer scientists, he used to have this fantastic quote that computer science is no more about computers than astronomy is about telescopes. Astronomy is about the stars, about the horizons, about the vast, uncharted frontier. And similarly, there is no AI without computer science. So you have to understand computers, you have to understand computer science in order to understand AI. At the same time, particular programming languages, particular packages, particular skills around that are rapidly becoming irrelevant. So for example, if you wanted to, make a career learning Java or COBOL or, what have you, programming language, that is now not the same anymore. As you know, anybody who has programmed with cloud knows that. But at the same time, this whole thing runs on computers. So we do have to understand computers. And incredible new professions are emerging. engineering is becoming extraordinarily important, whether it is civil engineering, mechanical, construction, power, especially power. Energy is becoming super, super critical for the time that we are entering in. Environmental engineering, anything physical, and also other professions around the arts, around the humanities. These are all seeing human-oriented professions. Things like nursing, things like personal care services, and anything that requires human empathy and human touch is all of a sudden becoming very rare. And so there is a sea change that is happening. But I think the key point is that skills-based paradigms where we have learned to do particular kinds of things and then repeat them, this is rapidly becoming, commoditized.
Right. I think it was Peter Thiel who said recently that the maths people are in trouble, but not the language people. I mean, people who are very good at maths have always enjoyed a premium, whether it's in the college market or the job market. Will the focus turn to humanities now?
I think the language people point I agree with. The point about math I don't so agree so much. If you think about chess, already way back in 1997, whenever that was, 96 or 97, when Deep Blue beat Gary Kasparov,
Yeah.
um, that since then machines have done better than humans at chess. But yet today, at 2026, chess is more popular than ever. We
Yeah.
have our own Prague in India, and so I think that math aided by AI, math aided by computing, has a tremendous future in front. At the same time, I think humanities are seeing a great revival. But the message that I want to leave your audience with is that it is important to separate things that require imagination, things that require creativity from the kinds of jobs that we have done because we understand a particular technique, we understand a particular language, programming language, we understand a particular procedures. I think those kinds of things, mechanical, repetitive, automatable things, repeatable things, those are basically their time is either gone or is very limited.
Right. I just wanted to, you have a question, sir? Yeah, if you can just pass a mic here. Okay, many people are raising their hands. We'll just take two small questions. Just, ask the
Please.
question, no introduction. I mean, you can just mention your name and the question and make it. Vishal, can you hear him?
No.
Yeah.
Am I now audible?
Yes.
Fine. So, Mr. Vishal, it is said that AI is disrupting the jobs, but at the same time, the critical thinking, the strategic thinking, these kind of tenets in the education, these will help to build up the jobs on AI. AI, as you just said, that the intervention of AI, let it be any stream. Let means AI can be enabler also in the for the jobs. So what do you say
Yes.
that how students can incorporate critical and strategic thinking in their course and also in the upskilling, which are the working professionals? How can it rather boost the jobs? That is
Okay.
my query.
Thank you, sir.
I think that's a very good question. I think AI is not a substitute for thinking. AI is not a substitute for, especially for critical thinking. We cannot outsource our thinking. That would be a disaster. We have to use AI as an aid. Long before you were born, when calculators came in, when Excel and these kinds of spreadsheet tools came in, people used to do these things mechanically by hand. And that wasn't necessary anymore because we had much faster ways to calculate. And so we keep inventing tools to make it easier for us to do these things. But we still have to be able to understand the boundary. We have to be able to understand the technique itself that we are doing. And then AI can help us. So that means that some people call it the overview effect, some people call it circumscription, where we have to sort of surround a particular topic so that we fully understand it. And then we can have AI be an amplifier to help us do things much faster. So I think that has to be done. If you look at examples of software development productivity, the people who really understand what software has to be built see the maximum productivity.
Yeah.
One of my friends recently rebuilt a relatively complex website that he had in the open domain, and he rebuilt it. That website was originally built by 15 people over 9 months, and he rebuilt it himself in 14 days with
Wow.
the help of one of these coding agents. That's an astonishing 200 times faster, 200 times better productivity, 200 plus times better productivity. But he knows exactly where the mistakes are. And so a good exercise to try is whenever you use AI for your work, try to get the AI to make a mistake. Depending on the area that you are an expert in, it will take you somewhere between 90 seconds to 3 or 4 minutes to get, you know, ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, one of these agents, to the point where it makes a mistake. At that point, stop and ask yourself, how did that happen? What happened? What was the area where it made a mistake? Why do you think it made a mistake? And whenever you use AI to help with some of the work that you're doing, you have to critically examine it to make sure that there is something that is not wrong in it. And what happens is our understanding of the world is based on actually how the world works. It is
Yeah.
based on a four-dimensional understanding of the world. Whereas when we put everything inside text, it's text. It's a linear capture of it. It's somewhat like, Plato's allegory of the cave, where people were looking at picture shadows in the cave and trying to understand what was going on in the world. And you cannot tell what is happening in the world that way by looking at two-dimensional shadows of it, which is kind of what text is. So you have to apply your understanding of the world, your critical thinking, to what is being done by AI. And the more you do that, the more successful you will be, the more benefit you will see from AI.
That's a that's a that's a great point, Vishal, and important to not outsource our thinking. That's also a good one, and how you can actually get AI to perform better for you. Vishal, just one more question I can take.
Yes,
One,
yes.
yeah, sure.
Morning, Vishal. This is Dheeraj, and
Hi.
it's wonderful to have one-on-one with you on this important topic. Uh, so today morning, Jack Dorsey fired 4,000
I think it was
employees.
a couple of days
Oh,
ago.
a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
I got the news today morning. So this seems to be accelerating. Now, obviously, India has large population of youngsters and wannabe software engineers in the coming months and years to come. This acceleration, what impact do you think it has on the young people who are getting ready to join the job market, especially in the software engineering side? And on a larger scale, what impact does it mean for the macroeconomic environment for the country,
Yeah,
India?
if I can just add to that, Vishal. In fact, I just wanted to ask you about this. You know, when the layoffs by Block was announced, while one section said, "Oh my God, you know, this is the first big AI-led layoffs," the other half said, "You know, this is BS. It's just overhiring during COVID, and many CEOs are now using AI as an excuse to cut down the bloat in their workforce." I mean, Elon Musk cut down, you know, Twitter to 26 people, and you know there was no generative AI then, which was creating job losses. So, where do you stand on this? Are we going to see companies and CEOs increasingly use AI as an excuse to make organizations more efficient? Are we confusing the job losses with AI at this point?
No, that's a very important question and a great question. And I mean, we don't know, none of us knows, Jack knows the reality, none of us does. The it is it is possible that it has that there were other factors involved which are nothing to do with AI. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind he did say the reason is AI, and 40 or whatever, 45%, whatever the number was of the cut is a large enough cut that that's a very serious cut. That means that there must have been some role of AI in that. There is no doubt about that in my mind. So even if it wasn't 100% because of AI, there is no doubt that a significant part of the cut has to do with AI. And I think it's a software company, software-driven company. And software development has become very, very efficient because of AI. And so a small number of people who understand what they are doing can get a very unreasonable effectiveness, efficiency gain because of software. So I think there is no doubt that AI has some role in that. It may not be 100%, but it is a non-trivial role. And that really worries me. Um, as a society, it worries me that how are we going to deal with this? Because there is no doubt that it is going to create a displacement. Um, but longer term, I feel very hopeful, and especially to your question about software engineering and these kinds of things. I think that AI can be one of these tools that can help us no matter what we are doing. Whether we are someone writing a script for a movie, whether we are a chef looking to make and disseminate our recipes, whether we are a software developer, a researcher, an analyst, it can clearly have an effect of amplifying our work, of immediately making us aware of the best of whatever is there in the world at this point. It's like an aggregation of all that is known about whatever topic you are working on. And so that is incredibly powerful. And so my first advice is that no matter what you are doing, you have to bring AI into it. Again, in a critical way, like I said earlier in response to the previous question, but you have to bring it into what you are doing and see how it will improve what you do and accelerate what you do and make it better. Um, and then I think longer term, um, we are not today at this point, but one of the great Indian philosophers and thinkers was Krishnamurti, Jiddu Krishnamurti.
Jiddu Krishnamurti.
And he wrote this beautiful book. Chandra, you and I have talked about this before, um, called Freedom from the Known. And where he talked about the fact that even if AI becomes perfect, whether you call it AGI or whatever, where instantly everything that is known to humanity is available to us through AI 100% accurately. And by the way, we are not there right now. We are probably years, if not decades from that point. But let us say we get to that point. What happens then? Then Krishnamurti already talked about it, freedom from the known. All innovation, all inventions of new things happen because we free ourselves from what is known and do something new. And the beauty of being human is that we are we are a part of the universe. We are connected to the universe. With every breath, we can renew ourselves. We can come up with new ideas. And so I see, in that sense, longer term, the comfort that I see is that this will be a great enabler for us. It will be a great enabler for our creativity, for our imagination, for, now you are free to think of whatever you want. Don't waste time as youngsters. Use these tools to build new things. There is a great compression that AI enables in bringing your idea to life. So what will you do with that power? So long term, that's what comforts me and makes me very hopeful. But in the near term, I do worry that all these structures and existing kinds of jobs and processes that we have, these will get disrupted and in a hurry. So yeah, we have to solve these problems.
Great. What we'll do is we'll take two quick questions and then allow me to ask a few more questions. I have a
Yes,
question.
yes, okay.
So keep it brief. We'll combine your question and your question. Okay.
Hi, Vishal. Good evening. This is Sensei Raj from Global Changemakers Network. I also happen to be
Hi.
the pioneer signatories of ethical and responsible AI. You took us back to Jiddu Krishnamurti, who was close to my heart as well. So the proverbial question, more than the productivity et al., is about way the threats from the AI faces the human consciousness. Because the day we outsource our human consciousness for the sake of convenience, the challenges would pose as threats when the AI would drive the purpose. And that is where is more scarier to me and everyone else, I'm sure. So if you could dwell more on that, and also that's brilliant, of course, the AI would
Yeah, if you can
unleash
just
us
give it
for
to
the
this gentleman
creativity.
because we are running out
That'd be
of
great.
time.
Thank you very much.
I think, no, we should not outsource our thinking. And even if we tried, we cannot outsource our consciousness, We can fall asleep. And, there are people who are asleep even though they look like they are awake. But what can I say? I think that unfortunately that happens. You know, a certain part of society always kind of misses the point, and that is unfortunate. And that's the purpose of education. The purpose of literacy is to get, get with the program, to go with whatever technology is available. Now, you are all, the youngsters in you are all coming to age in a time where we have this unbelievably powerful technology. And so, my challenge to you and my request to you is, what will you do with this? What great problem out there that you can see that you will solve with this? And I think I would rather take that perspective than, oh my goodness, you know, this particular skill that I had, that I have been accumulating for years, goes away because of AI. I think life is much better if you switch your perspective to, I'll share with you one small story. And back in August, I met the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi. And he has a really remarkable view on AI. I think of all the world leaders that I have heard, his is the most grounded, and in some sense the most visionary. And he said that, Vishal, what we do with, he calls me Sika for some reason. He said, Sika, what this will do to, services and all of that is one thing. He said it is their job. They have to, we have to solve these problems. But what about the artisans, the craftspeople, the jewelers, the people making, clothes and textiles, people making decorations and home goods? It is obviously an empowering thing for them. Imagine, somebody who makes beautiful textiles in Orissa can now all of a sudden, the barriers for them to put their work up for people to find are gone. Suddenly they can now be discovered. By the way, my wife Vandana is working on, she's getting ready to launch this app that she has been building, which is exactly towards this idea of creating the entrepreneur out of everybody. So I think it's a great time to be imaginative. It is a great time to be entrepreneurial, and do not outsource your thinking, and far less your consciousness.
Right. I'm sorry, we're out of time. Very quickly, if you can.
यस मैम। हेलो सर, मेरा नाम मनीष है। मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि अभी हम इंफॉर्मेशन एरा में हैं, उसके बाद हम क्वांटम एरा में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं। साथ में पैरेलल में हम देखते हैं साइबर क्राइम जैसे एक्टिविटीज हो रही है। तो एआई साइबर क्राइम को रोकने में किस तरीके का डेवलपमेंट रोल प्ले कर रहा है, अगर आप इस पे कुछ अपनी नजर डाल सकते हैं सर।
तो AI साइबर क्राइम, AI के कारण साइबर क्राइम बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ेंगे। चलो, आई एम गोइंग टू स्पीक इन हिंदी इफ दैट्स ओके।
Please feel free.
तो AI के कारण साइबर क्राइम बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ेंगे, एक्सपोनेंशियली बढ़ेंगे, बट AI के कारण साइबर क्राइम्स को हम रोक भी सकते हैं। सो बोथ ऑफ दीज थिंग्स आर पॉसिबल। ये दोनों चीजें हो सकती हैं। क्यों? अब जैसे आप एंथ्रोपिक को देखो, क्लाउड के जो मेकर्स हैं, एंथ्रोपिक नाम है उनका। एंथ्रोपिक उन्होंने 300 से ज्यादा 0-day डिफेक्ट्स ढूंढे ओपन सोर्स पैकेजेस में से। 0-day डिफेक्ट्स यूजिंग क्लाउड, बिकॉज सॉफ्टवेयर के अंदर जो गलतियां हैं, जो वल्नरेबिलिटीज हैं, जो सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज हैं, उनको भी आप उसी तरह से जल्दी से ढूंढ सकते हो। तो ऑफ कोर्स जो खराब लोग हैं, जो सॉफ्टवेयर के अंदर से कारण गलत काम करेंगे, वो बहुत प्रोडक्टिव हो गए हैं। बट सिमिलरली हम लोग भी तो ठीक उतने ही प्रोडक्टिव हो सकते हैं इन ऑर्डर टू फाइंड द मिस्टेक्स इन द सॉफ्टवेयर। तो मैं जैसे BMW और GS के दोनों के बोर्ड पे हूँ। हमारे कार के अंदर देयर आर हंड्रेड्स ऑफ मिलियंस ऑफ लाइंस ऑफ कोड इनसाइड अ कार नाउ। जैसे फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनीज का जो काम होता है, बहुत सीक्रेट, मतलब बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट काम होता है, ड्रग डिस्कवरी वगैरह का। तो इसके अंदर चीजों को सिक्योर रखने के लिए हम दोनों कंपनियों में हम AI यूज कर रहे हैं इन ऑर्डर टू कीप थिंग्स सिक्योर। तो दोनों चीजें एक साथ हो सकती हैं। और क्वांटम वाली जो बात आपने बोली है, वो अगला फेज है। वो दैट हैज मोर टू डू विद द फैक्ट कि अभी जो हमारे कंप्यूटर्स हैं, ये हम जो प्रोसेस जो मूर्स लॉ के टाइम से चल रहा है 1960s से, सिलिकॉन का, उसका वक्त एक तरह से यू कैन सी कि वो चीजें अब प्लेटो हो रही हैं, बिकॉज नाउ वी आर रीचिंग। अभी मैं जिस आप लोगों से बात कर रहा हूँ, ये लैपटॉप जो है मेरा, ये 2 नैनोमीटर के प्रोसेस पे बना हुआ है। 2 नैनोमीटर इज ऑलरेडी इनक्रेडिबली स्मॉल। अगला स्टेप होएगा 18 एंगस्ट्रॉम बोलते हैं, 1.8 नैनोमीटर, 1.5, मे बी 1 नैनोमीटर तक जाएगा ये। पर 1 नैनोमीटर पर ऑलरेडी आप सिलिकॉन की एटम जो होती है, वो उसका डायमीटर जो वैन डर वाल रेडियस उसको बोलते हैं, दैट्स लाइक 0.2 नैनोमीटर। सो यू आर प्रीटी मच at the limit now. तो इसके बाद अगला स्टेप क्या है? तो अगला स्टेप क्वांटम होएगा. So आप लोगों को हम तो बड़े हो गए हैं अब, बट चंद्रा छोटी है मेरे से, लेकिन आप लोगों का तो टाइम है आगे. आप लोगों के टाइम में quantum computers will be real. By the time you are my age, you will all be working on quantum computers. So it behooves us to learn about quantum computing now. तो आप उसके बारे में पढ़ो. These are some of the next generation things.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, Vishal. I know it's 11 p.m. your time, but you've been so
Yeah.
patient. And I think what really stood out for us in this room is there was neither AI euphoria nor was there AI paranoia, because it seems to exist in two states. But maybe because you read so much of Jiddu Krishnamurti, you have a very grounded, middle of the road view. But it was very reassuring to listen to you that it's not apocalypse now, that there is so much more to explore.
No, it is not. It is actually a great amplifier for people.
Great.
If you just look at the view of what is possible because of this, then you realize that you can do things now that you could never do before.
Great.
And that is a tremendously empowering thing.
Great. Thank you very much, and a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks,
Thank you
Chandra.
very much
Always
for
great
making
to
this an
talk to you.
amazingly interactive session. Thank you very much, Vishal.
Thanks. All right. Bye.
What an amazing session it was. Thank you so much, Chandra, for the session. And of course, future of jobs that we all think about. I think इस सेशन के बाद में वो सारे डाउट्स काफी हद तक कम हो गए होंगे. मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, हम एक बहुत ही फास्ट पेस्ड दुनिया में रह रहे हैं. एक ऐसी दुनिया जो तेजी से भागती है, हमसे ज्यादा की उम्मीद करती है और शायद ही कभी ठहरती है. हम सफलताओं का जश्न तो मनाते ही हैं, पर क्या हम उस एक चीज को भूल रहे हैं जो इन सबको मुमकिन बनाती है? क्या हम अपनी मेंटल वेलबींग को ग्रांटेड ले रहे हैं? आर वी टेकिंग इट फॉर ग्रांटेड? हमारे अगले सेशन का टाइटल ही है योर माइंड मैटर्स, सो लेट्स टॉक. ये एक ऐसी जगह है जहां हम संकोच और चुप्पी से बाहर निकलेंगे. मेंटल हेल्थ कोई भी शर्म की बात नहीं है. मेंटल हेल्थ कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं है जिसके बारे में आप बात ना कर सके. ये हमारे जीने, काम करने और जुड़ने के तरीके का केंद्र है और इसीलिए ये जरूरी है. भारत अवेयरनेस के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन एक्शन का क्या? जानते कई लोग हैं इसके बारे में, लेकिन सवाल अब भी यही है कि क्या उसके लिए एक्शन लिया जा रहा है? जब हम बात करते हैं कि योर माइंड मैटर्स, तो हमारा मतलब यही है. और बदलाव की पहली सीढ़ी है बातचीत. तो चलिए बात करते हैं. मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी नेटवर्क 18 की आकांक्षा स्वरूप को और हमारे सम्मानीय पैनलिस्ट को, डॉक्टर BN गंगाधर, चेयरपर्सन नेशनल मेडिकल कमीशन. आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट यू ऑन स्टेज. इनके साथ ही मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर समीर पारेकर, डायरेक्टर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ एंड बिहेवियरल साइंसेस, फोर्टिस हेल्थ केयर. साथ ही साथ में काव्या हाथी सजानी, मेंटल हेल्थ इन्फ्लुएंसर. मैं आपको भी मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगी. ओवर टू यू आकांक्षा.
Thank you. Welcome to all my phenomenal panelists who need no introduction technically. But for our viewers and all our distinguished audiences over here today, we've seen how mental health in the past decade especially has evolved from becoming just conversations to headlines. But there's still a gap, especially when it comes to practice and especially when it comes to medicine. And today's conversation, through this conversation, could we please fix that audio? We do intend to sort of bridge that gap that is still existing. And we as women, I'm sure Kavya would also agree with me, sense it every day. We had a conversation about that. But to focus on the policy aspect of it, Dr. Gangadhar, I want to quickly bring you in as somebody who's been a veteran in this field of mental health with over 4 decades of experience as a former director of NIMHANS and with the NMC. Do you think mental health as an issue was always as burgeoning as it is today?
mental health issues have been in the forefront uh, for the last 4 decades, definitely. But a lot of contributions have happened from the mental health professionals, medical education, and medical health department, and also from the public. Things have changed, and the support that the mental health is now getting by the state and also by the professional is much, much higher than what we thought it would have happened.
Do you think that the NMC is doing enough to push medical colleges into making it a core
Yeah,
sort of
it is
aspect?
a very, very important question. NMC, of course, is about 5 years old. Before that, there was the Medical Council of India, and from the 1950s plus, ever since the Medical Council of India has been operating, there has been a need to push mental health into medical curriculum, because mental health remained in the 40 odd mental hospitals away from the health mainstream. And so it has to be brought into the mainstream. And this is precisely what happened over the course of time. And way back in 1980s, this issue of training undergraduates in mental health became a focus. And the need for creating general hospital psychiatry units became important. And all the medical colleges were expected to have a general hospital psychiatry unit. And somewhere little later, the mandate came that a medical college must have a department of psychiatry with a psychiatrist being there. And little later, it was even further defined. You need to have so many beds. You need to have a professor. You need to have a faculty, and so on and so forth. And very recently, 2023, we also developed what is called as the competence-based medical education curriculum and competences for mental health, which is very important. And of course, thanks to the Indian Psychiatric Society, which also kept the pressure on both the the Medical Council of India and the National Medical Commission. Now, there is a 30-mark question paper also is available, which is a part of a medicine examination. Psychiatric questions, undergraduates are expected to answer these questions.
I'm glad that you're highlighting that evolution, because that's why I want to quickly bring in Dr. Parekh. Dr. Parekh, this has been a very gradual evolution, as is being highlighted by Dr. Gangadhar. Having said that, we were having that conversation and you said it was always an elephant in the room. But given that, say, data is now coming to the forefront, uh, how have you assessed or observed the changes in the last decade, especially when there's been so much talk about how mental health has been impacted in the last 5 years, post-pandemic especially?
No, see, I think WHO has itself mentioned in its 22 report that uh, post-pandemic there was a 20-25% increase in anxiety and depression.
Yes.
But like I was telling you just while we were having this conversation, I think it's very important to understand that it's not that COVID has brought mental health. One needs to understand it was always there. As much as it was before, yes, there may have been a rise, but that does not take away the fact that mental health, the prioritization of mental health is still in its, like sir was saying, in evolution. But I think the evolution needs to be a lot more faster, given that the world is moving at a much faster pace. I was just listening to the AI. I think healthcare community, by and large, needs to really, really push the importance of mental health. And I think we will all need to understand that mental health will not be only about experts, it will also be about advocacy, which is where these conversations also matter. You in media have a significant role to play, because it's not merely it's not the science that's the problem here. It's the stigma that prevents the access to the science, which is a bigger problem. And once you start breaking that stigma, take science to people, that's where change will happen. And that change, I think, is still a bit far away to my satisfaction, because the percentage of people who could be helped and who don't seek help grossly outnumbers people who are
Because
able to seek help.
there's stigma. That change has to happen at a societal level. And then only say questions regarding access arise. First, it has to be an admission and acknowledgement, which is why today's conversation is titled Let's Talk. Let's talk, Kavya. As women in these fast changing times, I feel a burnout every day. And I admit it. I feel a burnout every day because as a society, I feel this is the burden of emancipation. We've taught women to take to the labor force, but we've not perhaps taught the opposite gender how to accompany a woman who's actively taken to the labor force. How do you speak to concerns regarding women like us? You're flying back today itself.
Yes, I am.
You flew in last night without even giving yourself time to breathe where you are. So, how does one manage such a schedule?
See, this culture goes far behind. Okay, this culture starts from the time that हमारे देश में जब एक लड़की पैदा होती है, तो अभी भी बहुत ज्यादा जगहों पे ऐसे बोला जाता है that अरे वी वांटेड अ बॉय, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, हम तुमसे भी बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं. तो जब एक लड़की पैदा होती है ना, शी इज born itself with guilt that oh my god, maybe they wanted somebody else. अब ये लड़की का रोल तो निभा ही रही है क्योंकि उसकी फैमिली उसको वही सिखाती है कि ये तुम्हारा रोल है, ये तुमको करना है, लेकिन अब उसको लड़के का भी रोल निभाना है. And then to match up with the rising expenses and the rising expectations कि अगर आप किसी 2-tier city से 1-tier city 3-tier city पे आप shift कर रहे हैं, तो the society is also telling you that औरतें और भी तो काम करें, आप घर को भी मैनेज कर सकते हैं, आप करियर को भी मैनेज कर सकते हैं. You have to bring in the money in the house. No man wants to be in the shoes of a woman ever. Is there any man here who wants to be in the shoes of a woman? But every woman wants to be in her own shoes and in the shoes of a man. Now there is double load. Men have it slightly easier. I love the men. Men work very hard. I'm not saying they don't. They do a fantastic job. But traditionally, the role of a woman is also अगर उसका बच्चा सही नहीं कर रहा है तो तुम नहीं देख रहे हो, अगर उसका किचन सही नहीं चल रहा है तो तुम नहीं देख रहे हो. There is a lot of additional load on the woman, so she can't rest. और अब जो हम मिलेनियल्स हैं जो इतना स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं that no, we have to be perfect here and here and here. The Gen Z is watching us and learning. तो अब Gen Z का स्ट्रेस भी हमारा स्ट्रेस है, हमारे पेरेंट्स का स्ट्रेस भी हमारा स्ट्रेस है. Where are we going to go?
Millennials have seen it all. Yes. Dr. Gangadhar, the Mental Health Care Act, it mandates rights-based care. That's why I want to ask you, are we able to sort of keep up with the legislation in terms of the rights that are provided?
Yeah, the act has come. Act emphasizes the rights of the individual. And I believe all doctors cared for the rights of the individual all the time. There could be exceptional situations, leave apart, that could happen in any society. But more important is, we as psychiatrists, I know, I'm sure my colleague will also agree, that we believed that the individual's rights prevail over all other things, including issues of consent, giving treatment even when this person is very disturbed. And all the times, if the patient is not in a position to give consent, we believe his rights are guarded by his own kin, the parent, the father, mother, wife, or whoever it is. We take their consent to make sure that the treatment is instituted. So the rights has always been on the top priority. For various reasons, in the past, this was taken for granted. Now this has come into a document. This is number one. So rights-based. At the same time, the rights of the caregivers is also very important, because in India, we don't exist individually. We live with the family members. So how much of the family members' concerns are also factored into in ensuring the rights of the individual is a balance that we are all striving to do it. But be assured that the rights of the individual who is now in a very precarious scenario of compromised mental health state, mental health condition, is always guarded by the profession.
Dr. Parekh, what is that one myth that families keep bringing to you time and again and you wish could finally be done away with?
I mean, it's not one, unfortunately. That's the sad part.
Go ahead.
But raising,
Highlight, share.
but-
That's the idea. Talk.
But from blaming the individual for an illness, right? Expecting the illness to go away by some breathing exercises and some walks in the morning, or some avocado, or complete refusal when it comes to medications, significant reluctance to start medication. Um, Enough people around you will tell you don't take them. A handful might tell you to take them, and then soon they'll be telling you that now get off them. Yesterday, I had this conversation with an individual who was telling me about, these medications have dependence. I'm a thyroid patient for the past 30 years. If I miss my 75 mcg of thyroid, I won't be able to function, right? So am I dependent on it? Is it an addictive aspect? We don't ask those questions, right? I'm on an inhaler, not very surprising where we live. I'm on an inhaler now for a decade or so. If I miss it out, then I start having a bit of discomfort. Is it dependence? So some of these aspects
Are you also observing the role of lifestyles, changing lifestyles?
we have to accept
I mean,
it.
we are all living in a capitalist society now,
Yeah. And I also
where there's
feel
so
that
much focus on, say, materialistic joy, that we're also
on the
not focusing on things that
I'll-
matter.
since you mentioned this, and I want to just share one thought that came to my mind when Sir was speaking. I feel when it comes to mental health in India, I think the government sector has done a far, far, far superior job than the private sector has done. And to me, that has been one of my biggest concerns. That today, when you talked about space, you look at the kind of work that is happening. I mean, not just NIMHANS, but otherwise also, it's tremendous. Telemanas, tremendous. But when you now look at it, the comparative, these large networks of healthcare who build these tertiary care networks, they've really failed mental health as a system. You won't find, I mean, you will go to a general hospital setup, like Sir was saying, and you'll have a psychiatry department, a psychiatry ward, a psychiatry place, a well formed program, and you won't find it as well in private healthcare. I think that one of the things. And when it comes to lifestyle, to me, the single lifestyle change which continues to give me concern is the digital usage. I firmly believe that there will be enough evidence coming over the next few years, and we will have a significant impact on our neurocognitive, neuropsychological thinking processes
I'm glad you brought
because
that
of
up,
the kind of
because
digital
that's
usage.
exactly I want to talk about to Kavya as well. Kavya, the role that social medias play, because there's so much focus on the physicality of being. Do you think that's also taking a toll, not just on the younger generation, on the way women want to view themselves, the way men want to project themselves? A lot is now become about social posturing.
I want you to literally think about us as we are all addicted. And the social media addiction is known to be as severe an addiction as gambling. Can you imagine every single person in a family being a gambler and what that can do to you? But earlier there were world wars and there were cold wars, and now there is an attention war. There is a war about how many likes did you get and how many likes did I not get. People don't want to be physically, emotionally involved with other people anymore. So they're becoming more and more lonely. That is a huge problem. And more addicted to the screen because of the fact that somebody else looks better or somebody else has something more than I have. Each member of the family today is spending the money that they don't have to buy the things that they don't need to impress the people who don't even like them.
So what is that one practice that you would advise everyone? I have to quickly wrap this session now. So quick 30 seconds in terms of how can I lead a better quality of life in these changing times?
Go back to your basics. Go back to what your body needs. Dr. Gangadhar will agree. He's worked on integrating yoga. Just your physical health, your relationships with people. Unfortunately, we only see the importance of these when somebody dies. but we have a very short attention span. And then we go back to the rat race. You're not supposed to be competing. With who are you competing? With an algorithm. That competition needs to go off.
Dr. Gangadhar, there are times when jobs don't even give you that half an hour or 1 hour for your body and mind. Do you think such jobs are even worth it?
Say it again.
There are times when your jobs don't even give you an hour's time for your mental well-being.
Yeah, all of us have to look after ourselves first before we look after the others. This is very important. I believe which applies to all of us here. And the way of looking after ourselves is to be fit, physically fit and also mentally fit. And then, of course, exercises, as she mentioned, yoga, to be away from what we may call as alcohol, drugs. These are the issues which I think we need to focus on. Pay attention to my own health. I'll be doing a best job for my patients.
Dr. Parekh?
Three quick ones. Meaningful relationships. They will not be on text. They will certainly not be on emoticons, and certainly not on reactions, and they're not made out of reels, and they're not on social media platforms. Meaningful relationships. As we call it, say this in Adayu, adding value to Ayu, adding value to life. Mental health adds value to your life. Nothing else adds value to your life. So if you don't take care of your mental health, your life will not have the value that it could have. And the third quick one, in a generation of hashtags, unmute yourself, speak, baat karo, किसी भी कारण से बात करो, कुछ भी बात करो.
All right, hashtag no hashtag. Thank you so much. All right, I do see, sure. Could somebody please give you a mic? Hello, Sensei, how are you? Absolutely. That's why we said when we speak about women getting emancipated, we have to also keep in mind how men have to take to that emancipated role of women. It's a very good question, actually.
Men cannot cry, one thing is, and मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता, but I believe feelings have no gender.
Very true.
So why men's mental health committee?
Neither does mental health.
Yes,
so mental health also doesn't have a gender.
Yes.
So I think as a society, we need to treat people as people and not put them in categories, including of gender. And that's the only way to look at it.
Every special population, mental health issues have been looked at. Children, women, elderly. Now, men are not so special. Maybe they are.
Because it's also been a man's world for a very long time. But I'd like Kavya also to add to that.
I think the Gen Z and the Gen Alpha are changing everything. Okay, they're doing everything different from what we could not do. So the attention on the men's mental health is also coming up, and you will see the change in the next 2, 3, 4 years.
And it's like yin and yang. You can't do one without the other. So as I said, if women have to be liberated, men also will have to be liberated. I'm sorry, I'm running short of time, so we'll have to quickly wrap it at that. I'm sure you all enjoyed those voices from lived experience to medicine and practice all. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akansha, for this wonderful session. Of course, everyone, every individual is equally important. You are important. And so the session, let's talk. You need to look around and talk to people around you about anything and everything that you feel, because that's how you will grow, that's how you can heal. Moving forward, News 18 Rising Bharat Summit 2026 के मंच से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने कांग्रेस नेता राहुल गांधी पर कल तीखा हमला बोला। शब्दों में धार थी और संदेश साफ था। आने वाला दौर वैचारिक टकराव का है। अब सवाल यह है कि क्या यह सिर्फ चुनावी बयानबाजी है या फिर देश को राजनीतिक दिशा पर एक गंभीर बहस की शुरुआत की ओर जाता हुआ ये पूरा मुद्दा नजर आ रहा है। तो एक तरफ सत्ता का दावा है कि विकास और निर्णायक नेतृत्व ही नए भारत की पहचान है। दूसरी तरफ विपक्ष का तर्क है कि लोकतंत्र सवालों से मजबूत होता है, ना कि सिर्फ घोषणाओं से। तो आज हम उसी राजनीतिक मुठभेड़ को समझने की कोशिश करेंगे। विचार बनाम विचार, विजन बनाम विजन। तो इस सेशन की मॉडरेटर हैं शिवानी गुप्ता, जो कि चर्चा करेंगी कंचन गुप्ता, सीनियर एडवाइजर सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार। साथ ही साथ में चारू प्रज्ञा, वकील, नेता और नेशनल मीडिया पैनलिस्ट, बीजेपी। घनश्याम तिवारी, राज्यसभा सांसद, निगत अब्बास, स्पोक्सपर्सन फ्रॉम कांग्रेस। मैं आप सभी को मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगी। शिवानी, आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट यू ऑन स्टेज। साथ ही साथ में मैं चाहूंगी कि हमारे सभी गेस्ट भी मंच पर आए, चर्चा की शुरुआत की जाए। Shivani, I would like to invite you on stage, please. And moving forward, we'll begin this session shortly. तो अब से कुछ ही देर में हम सेशन की शुरुआत करेंगे, एंड आई एम श्योर इट विल बी एन इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन फॉर यू ऑल, बिकॉज अब से कुछ ही देर में हम विजन के बारे में बात करेंगे। अब तक हम मेंटल हेल्थ के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, और मंच पर मैं सभी गेस्ट को एक बार फिर से आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी। शिवानी गुप्ता, आवर मॉडरेटर, विल बी ऑन स्टेज, एंड साथ ही साथ में मैं सभी पैनलिस्ट को भी मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगी, सो दैट हम इस चर्चा को थोड़ा आगे बढ़ा सकें, एंड आई एम श्योर इट वुड बी अ फ्यूरी सेशन। मैं चाहूंगी कि गेस्ट के नाम मैं एक बार फिर से उनको मंच पर बुलाऊंगी। निगत अब्बास, स्पोक्सपर्सन कांग्रेस, कंचन गुप्ता, सीनियर एडवाइजर सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार, चारू प्रज्ञा, वकील, नेता और नेशनल मीडिया पैनलिस्ट फ्रॉम बीजेपी, एंड घनश्याम तिवारी, राज्यसभा सांसद। मैं आप सभी को मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी। Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry for the slight delay. Certain urgent things happening and taking some of our times. But a big round of applause for our panelists here. We have the representatives from various political parties. Yes, Charu, Ghansham, and Nigad, you can take your spot. So, we had the Prime Minister here giving the keynote address yesterday as part of Rising Bharat Day-1. And he was very critical of not just Nikat Abbas's party, but also the direction that the Congress party is taking, the recent AI summit protest, and of course, the direction that Rahul Gandhi is taking. I also have with me advisor to the government of India, Kanchan Gupta, now joining us. Sir, thanks a lot for coming up. Thank you. So I want to begin by, reading out a few things that the Prime Minister said yesterday. And I'll start with Nikat, because all of this is about the direction and the behavior, the conduct of the principal opposition party, the Congress party. So Prime Minister said yesterday, कांग्रेस ने देश के उत्सव को मैला करने का प्रयास किया, कांग्रेस ने कपड़े उतारकर खुद को एक्सपोज किया। जब अहंकार सिर पर चढ़कर बोलता है तो ऐसा होता है। कांग्रेस पाप छुपाने के लिए अब बापू का भी सहारा ले रही है, लेकिन कांग्रेस केवल विरोध की टूल किट बनकर रह गई है। कांग्रेस हर अच्छे काम का विरोध करती है। इस बब्बर शेर को आम लोगों ने जूते मारकर बाहर किया था। So, Nigat, my question to you is, this is what the PM said, but I'm not sure why the Congress party is not realizing, not understanding where the sentiment over that Banyan protest in the AI summit is. Why is it digging its heels and trying to justify it at a global summit, which was not a party or a political event? How can Congress party be so out of touch of what the public is feeling, including the youth?
So first of all, good afternoon to you, my co-panelists, and the viewers we have, and thank you so much for coming. But I'd like to say that you're questioning me. I think the party, the leadership of today's India, the Modi government should be questioned, because he has become so hypersensitive that I'm so sorry, I am forced to call him that he has become a touch me not plant.
And why would I say that is because few IYC workers, Indian Youth Congress's workers, does a peaceful protest, and the entire nation across different states, we see that so many arrests are happening, so much of outrage is happening. I mean, that was a peaceful protest. We were trying to tell that, yes, the youth is looking for employment. The youth is telling you that the AI summit should be focusing on that, wherein we have seen the videos.
No, that was not
allow
the
me to
protest.
finish.
No, no, I'm
allow,
sorry.
allow me to finish.
Factually, that was not what the protest was about.
No,
The
no, no, no,
protest
no.
was to
Yes.
criticize the US
Yes,
deal. You
yes.
didn't raise any
No,
youth
no, no,
employment
I
issue.
am coming to that point.
Yeah.
US, the trade deal has affected our country in different manners. I mean, 0% tariff from our country to India,
Has it
to
been
US.
signed?
That is that the US trade deal. I mean, that actually has to be questioned. And let me finish. Let me just ask the people who are sitting right now that why is that the PM has become so untouchable that he doesn't want to be questioned. We were trying to question why was such a big outrage against the IYC
I'll tell you
workers. Why were they?
Because
And you know,
I've
we
been
should be
hearing
reading.
this. No, but Nikat, with due respect, I've been hearing this. This is about government criticism. Sure, criticize the government. You do it day in, day
Let's
out.
go back in
This
time
is
and
the
let's go
AI
back
summit.
in time
It
and
has
let's go back
nothing
in
to do
time,
with the
Shivani,
PM.
and
One
ask
second.
the BJP workers what were they doing when the Commonwealth Games had. What was those black jhandas about?
Where was it? Where was it? What was the location of the black jhanda?
That is not
Of course
important.
that
Was it not covered by
That is
was it
precisely
not
what
covered by the
matters.
international media?
But Nigar,
No, you tell me,
you want to be
Shivani, as an
covered
anchor,
by the media,
as a
that's a
senior
separate thing.
journalist, was it not covered by the international media? Was it not
Was
all
it
over the
done
news?
on the field?
BJP करे तो ठीक है, कांग्रेस करे तो
I
problem
think
है.
you are
It's
missing
not
the
touch
point.
me not plant क्यों बनना है?
No, you're missing the point. The location of a protest matters as much as the protest itself, and this is precisely why this is an issue.
And-
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been an
No,
issue.
but
But you
the
said
issue is
you
also
said
that
this was a
when-
peaceful protest. I want to bring in Charu Pragya.
Shivani, just allow me for 10
Yeah,
seconds.
sure.
When we talk about the place that, you should be choosing the place, यहाँ पर क्यों हुआ, वहाँ पर क्यों हुआ, let's talk about the AI summit, precisely about AI summit. There have been videos out there of the entrepreneurs telling कि हमें photo ops के चक्कर में बाहर निकाल दिया गया.
Okay,
क्योंकि
criticize that.
प्रधानमंत्री को आना था.
So
क्योंकि
criticize
प्रधान-
that.
We have been criticizing
So
that.
why you didn't do the
But
protest
Egypt's
on
not ready
that?
to accept the facts. And you just brought in महात्मा गांधी जी के बारे में देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बोला. Let me bring this to the knowledge of our viewers tonight. Today that NCERT के syllabus में से महात्मा गांधी जी के murder के बाद जो RSS का प्रतिबंध लगा था वो क्यों हटाया गया? Why is this ideological editing happening in the name of rationalization? I
Okay.
want to understand
No,
that.
fair enough. So you criticize all
who's
of
more
that.
important?
None of that
Charu
is
a
what is
mother.
being.
I'm a
none of
mother.
that
You
is-
might be a
no,
mother.
None of that
Why
is being
is that
questioned.
our kids are being abandoned and they are being compromised? I know the Pradhan Mantri is compromised, but why is that the studies, the education, the history of my country is being compromised only because they want to do the ideological editing and they want to bring some kind of vichardhara? अरे विचारधारा
Okay,
की
all
अलग
right.
किताबों को क्यों
One
लग
second,
रहे हो?
one second. You had your say now. I bring this back to the very focused issue of not that you don't have grouses with the government. Of course you do. Should you raise those grouses? Of course you should. Are there platforms for it? Of course there are. Was AI Summit the platform for it? I think this is the only debate that we're having right now. We're not having any other debate of whether you can criticize the government or not. You may have 100 good reasons to criticize the government. Charu Pragya, please come in. Why is it so much sensitivity about this? Sensitivity is the word here.
पहले तो सभी को मेरा नमस्ते और न्यूज़ 18 का धन्यवाद. Thank you for having me here today and thank you Shivani. It's always a pleasure to be on a panel with you.
Thank you.
सबसे पहले one quick fact check and my friend Nigat needed that. One, the Commonwealth protest didn't happen where the games were being conducted. Number two, it happened after the games were over. Number three, काली झंडी दिखाई गई. Could you not do something similar? Could you not wait for guests who had come to our country from 100+ nations to depart to do whatever protest you wanted? And since when has it become okay for people to walk into a place where a conclave is going on or a summit is going on and just take their clothes off? Is that what the Congress is endorsing? The problem is not the protest. The problem is the nature of the protest. Let's visualize this. We're all here today in the middle of this wonderful conclave. And imagine 6 men walking up to the stage, disrupting what we are doing right now and taking their clothes off. And then Congress comes and says, well, this is
Peaceful
okay.
protest, yeah.
Yeah, this is okay. This is absolutely okay. Another reminder for everyone. the stalls at the AI summit belonged to Indians who were there to showcase their life's work. The world was watching. Who beat out these so-called Congress Karyakartas of that hall? It was average Indians who were there for showcasing their life's work. This work which has been discussed globally. Instead, what does Congress do? It casts a shadow on an event which is our pride. For the first time ever, AI summit happened in India.
Okay, so but the counter question now is, so it happened,
Yes.
right? Nobody was really hurt as far as this protest is concerned, right? Nobody was physically attacked. Nobody
So
was hurt.
when
So-
is okay?
so
disruption of the
why is
public
there so
event
much
is a crime.
sensitivity about it that we're
नहीं,
talking
बिल्कुल
about
भी
it in
नहीं.
a
So
week
अब
later
अब
as
ठीक
well?
है. So today we have Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Before that we had the IPC. In all of these laws, indecent exposure is a problem. Disrupting
It wasn't
proceedings.
indecent exposure.
It
Come
was
on,
very
Charu,
indecent.
it was not
Shivani,
indecent
okay,
exposure.
so I'm again asking you this. Imagine 5 men walking in and actually taking their shirts off. Is that indecent or not? And is that supposed to happen at a
I'll
forum
tell
like
you what
this?
is indecent.
Use words,
Allow me.
use your placards. Also, this whole disruption of anything positive that is happening in India, for Indians is a huge problem. And then वापस CWG का जो एक example लेते हो, stand corrected. No, the protest happened after the games were over. The protest happened in a way which was legal.
I can tell you this much.
Men were going to be suspended by the Congress party. Yet then Rahul Gandhi realized, अरे एक political opportunity है, इसको उठा लेते हैं. Let's exploit this further. Let's call them a babbar sher. ये babbar sher वाली हरकतें हैं या ये बहुत ज्यादा cheap type
No,
की
one second,
हरकतें
one
हैं?
second. I have to go to some of our other guests as well. But can I just say, had there been a protest while a match is being played during a Commonwealth Games, let's say we had troubles, right? आप लोगों में से किसको याद है Commonwealth Games से पहले कितनी controversies हुई थी? किसको याद है? Very young people sitting here, but lots of you would remember. Yeah, we're talking about scams, right? We're talking about also representing our country on the global stage. We were hosting a big event after, I don't know, 1982 or something, right? So had there been a protest while players were there playing a match, would you have supported it? Would you have liked it? Yes or no? More voices? Raise your hands if you would have supported that protest while a match was going on. Nobody. Do you support the protest that happened at the AI summit? I ask you. Yes, one. Okay, let's do a show of hands because like this I will not get the voice of the house. Who all supported the protest at the AI summit? 3. Do I take it the rest of you don't support it? Who all did not like the protest at the AI summit? Okay, maybe lots of them are undecided. So Ghanshyam, I come to you. Is the Congress party out of touch with what should be the right way to criticize the government and what should not become, uncannily for them, criticism of the country itself or of its progress?
Thank you for this opportunity to Rising Bharat. And thank you to the audience and my fellow co-panelists and you, Shivani. How many of you use AI? Just raise your hands. Okay. How many of you can use ChatGPT to ask 3 questions? How many times has our Prime Minister in his first time, 16th Lok Sabha, spoken in the parliament in a year? How many times? He is the leader of the house. He enjoys thorough majority for 12 years, 11 years. The answer is 9 times a year. How many times did he speak in the parliament the next Lok Sabha session? 17th Lok Sabha. 6 times, 5 times. This is our Prime Minister. In a house, he is the leader of the house. Voted by 140 crore Indians. How many times has he spoken in the next Lok Sabha? Even lesser. Why is our Prime Minister, who wants to see the right way of protesting, afraid of speaking in the house? Did you see the allegation, laughing allegation of a speaker who is now in the dock? The speaker did not raise his voice when a BJP MP from Delhi called a fellow MP Mullah, Atankwadi and all kind of nasty words. BJP ministers, senior ministers with generations in RSS were thumping the desk when this was being called. That house made Mahua Moitra's MP resign for corruption charges. And that Prime Minister said, in a party, if you look at again ChatGPT, the party has over 95 sitting MPs who have criminal charges in Lok Sabha. over 60 sitting MPs who have serious criminal charges against in Lok Sabha from BJP, including charges of crime against women. A prime minister surrounded by people with such serious criminal charges was afraid right now to speak in parliament because the speaker said that a few women MPs will attack him. Is it laughable? Do you think a few women MP can attack a prime minister surrounded by SPG, surrounded by 60 to 90 MPs with serious criminal charges?
SPG was not there in the house.
Okay. Marshals surrounded by 60 to 90 MPs who have serious criminal charges
Gansham,
cannot
what does this have to do with the AI summit protest?
Point is that in the Lok Sabha, on a India-US trade deal that looks like ransom, $500 billion, the budget was presented. $500 billion is nearly the size of the budget. India is supposed to give business to US in next 5 years, $500 billion. Why are we paying this ransom? Did US help us in the fight against the British? Did US help all of you to gain your education? Or India's rise as a country in IT sector? Or India's future rise in AI? We are paying this ransom because AI runs on energy and US wants an energy hegemony, and our prime minister or his ministers like Hardeep Singh Puri are right now implicated in the eyes of people on the Epstein files, the song and dance in Israel. The point is that when a government is not ready to listen, when it has been black-faced across the world with Epstein files, you have to protest. It is unfortunate the way Congress party protested. But make no mistake, from the media channels to the parliament, we have a prime minister who can give great speeches only when nobody is ready to protest in front of him. He is otherwise afraid to speak in the parliament where he is the leader of the house undisputed. So I think that at this stage, every one of you should look at protest as your legitimate weapon to destruct this government, which is staking your future for a blackmail we don't know about.
What do you mean, legitimate way to destruct this government? What does that entail?
Vote, protest, right? You have the right to know what is the ransom our country is paying to US and why. Why is Hardeep Singh Puri still a minister? Why? Has anybody any answer to that? Leaders across, please don't interrupt right now. Leaders across the world have resigned. Hardeep Singh Puri is on record saying that he had no reasonable connection with Epstein. And Epstein is saying our prime minister in 2017 was doing song and dance in Israel to please Donald Trump. The same man who's putting this $500 billion ransom on India.
Okay. So, no, you've made a laundry list of complaints, but I come back to the same thing. You said, you buried the headline, but I'm going to pick out the headline as a journalist. He said it's unfortunate the way the Congress party protested. Now, that's all we're discussing. So, nobody's against protest. Nobody's against voting out a government. Nobody's against the fact that you can question the PM. By the way, when the US trade deal was to be discussed, or whatever was the agreement signed was to be discussed, the opposition disrupted the House. So, opposition has no legs to stand and say, you don't discuss issues in House.
When was it discussed in Parliament? This government has not discussed the Indo-US deal in Parliament. Even Piyush Goyal, I don't know whether Piyush Goyal knows the deal or not.
Well, can I just...
Okay, fine.
We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. Jaishankar, a senior most minister, says he doesn't know the deal.
No, Gansham, we wanted to hear the government on the US-Indo agreement, trade agreement, whatever it was that was signed. But for 3 days, 4
Nobody
days
knows
after
it.
that
Nobody knows it. Piyush Goyal doesn't know it.
But
Jaishankar doesn't know it.
After that,
Who knows?
the House
Hardeep Singh
was not
Puri.
allowed to be functioned. Why? Because Rahul Gandhi wanted to quote from a book that was not published.
Okay, what is
No,
this
but
book?
one second, let Charu
What
present
is this book? And
No, I
tell
don't want
me.
to deviate from the topic, but let Charu
Charu
present.
is very erudite. I will
Very
invite
quickly,
Charu
Epstein
to speak
files,
about the
do
book
you want
also.
to respond to Epstein
Of course
files?
I want to. Okay. And because we come back to the US deal again and again, we come back to the trade deal again and again, let's remember certain things. India today has got trade deals across the world in a powerful way. We're on the negotiating table. We are ruling the negotiating table, and this is across sectors. Across sectors, I think that is the problem that the opposition is facing. That's the first thing. You try to distract from our achievements. We are the fastest rising economy in the world. We are already touching the 4 trillion mark. It doesn't happen because the opposition was happy with stagnant
No, that doesn't
India.
mean that they
No,
cannot
the
be
opposition is
questions on
happy
the
with
trade deal.
stagnant India.
I'll tell you what, it
And-
was unfortunate that we didn't get to hear from the government on the so-called trade deal or the agreement. It was
Shivani,
also
we hear
unfortunate
everything.
that the opposition
Piyush
was also
Goyal
wasn't
ji
willing
had a
to allow
detailed
this.
press conference
He
about.
had to have a press
Yes.
conference, but he should have been
He would have
speaking
spoken
in Parliament.
And I will come back to what Ghanshyam said just now. He wants our honorable Prime Minister to wrestle his way through a group of women who are standing there to block his path, only to block his path, to even get to his chair in Parliament. And they're proud of this. They're proud of this. What kind of visuals are you waiting for? And why can you not allow the House to function the way it is supposed to function? You want to hear what the government has to say? Let the government say what it has to say. Every time the PM has to speak, you stage a walkout. Outstanding MPs, all of them, always standing outside Parliament, never sitting inside.
I come back to the central issue. Kanchan Gupta, senior advisor to the government, what is the message that has gone out with the AI summit protest? Is it making the Congress look bad as much as the government hopes, or do you think even the government is coming across as too touchy on this subject? Yes, it was a little bit, out of order, but we've seen things like this happen.
Thank you, Shivani, for having me on this panel, and thank you, CNN News 18, for inviting me to this summit. The core point of this particular session was about the nature of the protest, the venue, and whether it was the right thing to do. You may agree with the government's policies, you may disagree with the government's policies, you may think that AI is a monkey feed not meant for India. All that is fine, but you cannot go and make a spectacle of yourself at a national event. Whether you like it or not, it was a Government of India event. It was not a Modi event. It was not any one individual's event. And what do? You sneak in over there, take off your clothes, and try to grab attention. Whatever you were protesting against, whether you were protesting against the so-called India-US deal, or whether you were protesting against what was happening at the AI summit, that is not the way you do it. You could have stood outside the venue and waved black flags. You could have waited for the event to be over and then done it. There were various other ways of doing it. Now, the point is, this will not be remembered. I remember pointing out the day this happened, that there was a famous cricket match at the Lords some 30, 40 years ago. It was part of the Ashes. And for the first time, we had what is called streaking. A spectator ran into the field without his clothes on. Now that became global news for 24 hours. But how many people today remember that one individual? Nobody does. But everybody, every cricketing fan remembers that particular match. It was a very important match. 50 years from today, 100 years from today, if anybody is referencing the AI summit, they will not find even a footnote about some youth Congress workers going and dropping their clothes over there. They will find a lot of references to the summit and what was said and happened at the summit. So even if you look at it politically, it was a very short-sighted, myopic thing to do. And just the kind of thing which the current leadership of Congress would be thrilled by. Rahul Gandhi tries to come out from Parliament, and there are some BJP MPs standing over there, and he shoves an old, very polite, very gentlemanly, and very and quite old MP in such a manner that the MP stumbles and falls. And then he has the gall to say, he looks at him like this snootily and says, "No, never seen him. I haven't done anything." Of course, he has the cameras show that you shoved him. So this is the kind, when this is the attitude of a particular leader, that leader can only rise up to a point among the lowest common denominator and not beyond that. But that is for the Congress to deal with. For the country and for the government, this was a moment of national embarrassment. Let there be no doubt about it. And anybody who thinks it's a delight to see a group of young men not in the best of physical health, dropping their clothes and making a very nasty scene over there is a great idea of protest, they're wrong.
What do you make of the attempt, sir, to justify this protest as a
No, I
democratic
will-
right and a peaceful protest?
No, I mean, as I said, I explained it, that you could have stood outside the venue and waved red flags. You could have stood outside the venue and held up placards. The opposition, or at least some members of the opposition, are by now experts at not only making placards, but also holding them up in a way that cameras capture them. Now, there were two other references made over here, and I feel compelled to sort of point out that they are not entirely founded. One is about removing the reference to the RSS being banned after Gandhiji's murder.
Yeah.
Now, that reference was removed with the purpose that the ban on the RSS has always been used as a lie, as a Goebbelsian lie, to implicate the organization in the murder. Because, I mean, as everybody knows, there was no such indictment of the RSS. The ban was lifted. And Sardar Patel himself acknowledged in writing that it was incorrect to impose the ban. And in 1962, wonder of wonders, Nehru invited RSS to participate in those days what used to be the Republic Day parade. The other point which was made was about women MPs in Parliament not allowing the Prime Minister to speak, and the Prime Minister chickened out. The Prime Minister did no such thing. I think it was extremely mature of the Prime Minister not to create a situation where he would try to enter and or get to his seat, and you would have these women MPs egged on by certain Samajwadi Party MPs who have no sense of either decency or decorum. I don't want to take names.
Kanchan Gupta ji, I think.
No, one second. I did not interrupt you.
We should use
No,
language which is decent.
I did not interrupt
say
you
that
when
an
you were
MP
talking.
doesn't have a sense of decorum.
Ghanshyam, let
To
people
say-
finish.
No,
I
if
will
the
say-
moderator
he
cannot
didn't
say the
interrupt.
MP
No, if
doesn't-
the
I object
moderator.
to this.
He's talking about
No,
MPs. Why?
he's saying Samajwadi MPs don't have a sense of decorum.
So that's
I
fine.
object to
That's
this.
his view. He
This
can
is-
say that.
Ghanshyam,
No,
is
I'm
just-
sorry.
everybody
That's not. He's not said
say.
anything indecent.
just-
I mean, this is actually what the opposition does.
He hasn't
They
said
think
anything
that they
indecent about
can
anybody.
I'll-
show rudeness
I'll come to you.
or rude power to put you down. I mean, that is what protests have come down to. Everybody talks of Ambedkar. And Ambedkar, in his concluding speech in the Constituent Assembly, had pointed out to the dangers of what he called anarchy. That unthinking protest in a democracy will only lead to anarchy. And this is the kind of protest, I mean, you are not even allowing the person who's trying to explain a situation to speak, because you have your narrative and you want the world to believe your narrative. Of course, there were Samajwadi MPs, and I'm not taking their names because decorum and correctness says that outside Parliament, unless I have evidence or I am able to provide over here evidence right now to show those individuals as egging on these women. We forget that it was a woman assassin who killed Rajiv Gandhi.
Kanchan,
And then to say that the Prime
respond, or is
Minister
this a-
did
is
not
this a
make an
monologue?
appearance.
It's been a 10-minute
I mean, you
monologue.
have 5 MPs assaulting the Prime Minister. Just imagine the kind of scene it would have created.
Okay.
You think the opposition cares? They don't care.
Can
So
I
was it
respond?
only to grab?
They
I'd like to
don't care,
respond,
just
please.
as they
I
don't
would
care
like to
whether,
respond.
they get this 5
If this
or
monologue
10
is over,
or
I would like to
12
respond.
I don't want you to
young
keep speaking over
boys
each other.
to
I'm
go
coming
and drop their clothes in full public view those kids were used.
Okay, sir, 1 second. Yes, Ghanshyam, very quick.
So three things very quickly. It will not be a monologue. One, to compare a women MP to assassin is just unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. By a member who's part of the government, who's on the advisory to the ministry. Calling
there was no such comparison made. Your lack of
to
understanding of
compare, please don't interrupt.
Your lack of
You're just saying
understanding
not to
of
interrupt.
English,
3 points.
Mr.
3 points.
Ghanshyam Tiwari, you always do this.
First
1
thing is
second,
comparing
1
a women MP with assassin. Number one, my first objection. Second objection, to call out without naming, saying that Samajwadi MPs are indecent. It is important that again, either your ministry or you specifically put out. I will tell this to MPs to mention.
Okay,
Third
okay, she
and
will do
final
it,
point.
she will
Third
do
and
it, yeah.
final point. I said 3 points. Any of you can check. Again, we are in the age of AI. The role of RSS in the assassination of Mahatma Gandhi. RSS was accused. RSS stood in the dock. Sardar Patel banned RSS because of that reason. He believed, he sent a letter. RSS distributed sweets when Mahatma Gandhi was assassinated. And Godse and his entire family till this date, and members after that generation till this date, believe that Godse was a firm member of RSS. To come here and say something that will not be fact-checked. Every one of you today, right now, you raised your hands that you use AI, can check that as a fact.
Don't check it by AI. I would just recommend that. AI gives you a lot of false information. Check it with your
So we
history
are talking about
textbooks,
AI
But,
summit,
or go
and
do
now we are
the
saying
textbooks. Go and check source
But you know,
facts.
Mr.
we started with
Tiwari-
AI
Go
summit.
ideological
We started with AI summit,
Go
and now
and
we are
check your
starting.
source
We are
books
beginning to
on
say
this.
that AI is a
Go
jinn.
and read the
I
letter
just
that
need to
Sardar
put
Patel.
something on record. Mr. Tiwari has a fascinating ability because of his ununderstanding or lack of understanding of the English language of twisting words either intentionally or unintentionally. No such comparison was made.
Okay.
This is a recorded show and the words can be played back. He has done this with me previously also. I do not want to go into the details of that. He always does it,
Okay,
and
sir,
I don't
sir,
care.
sir, but
Number two, he is threatening, he shall tell those MPs, please go ahead and tell those MPs, and I will appear before them and explain to them why I mentioned why I
no,
referenced
I
them,
have a question.
and I will then provide the evidence of their involvement.
I have a question, because Ghanshyam said this, I don't want to make this discussion about this, but he said you, without naming the MPs, you can't call them indecent, right?
He said Samajwadi Party MPs.
I
are
repeat,
indecent.
there were Samajwadi
See,
Party MPs.
To call a member
No,
of
so
parliament who's
let's
not
say,
even here
Ghanshyam,
without
you
evidence,
you can take
is
offense
laughable.
to it, but I'm not sure why your offense is greater than his freedom to say this. Just a fundamental
can
point.
say, I'm just
but
saying,
I am
I
saying,
take
I am
offense.
saying we live in a world where the prime minister can be called compromised.
अभी
right?
आपने
But
अभी आपने
that is
कहा
okay,
कि
but a
प्रधानमंत्री ने
Samajwadi
कहा
MP,
कि कांग्रेस
cannot
पार्टी
be
को
called
जूते मारे
distinguished
जाएंगे.
indecent.
आपने कहा, think about it.
If you
We
can
have a prime
throw,
minister who
if
comes
you
to
can
Rising
throw
Bharat
barbs,
Summit
one must
and
learn
speaks
to
about
listen
the
to take
opposition
it also.
party
I'm
that led
sorry.
the freedom struggle of India. कि
You
उस
cannot
opposition
just
party
throw
को जूते
barbs
मारे
and then
जाएंगे.
take offense when someone says, oh, some certain MPs of a certain party behaved indecently. He can explain himself, but if you can call everyone else everything else,
We have
then
a prime minister
you have
who
to take it too in politics.
We
But
have
I want to
a
go back to
prime
Nigar
minister who
Dabas.
says जूते मारे
Nigar,
जाएंगे.
no, I'm sorry, I have to go back to Nigar Dabas. Kanchana touched on a point, and the prime minister said this as well. That विपक्ष का मतलब वैकल्पिक विजन होता है. उन्होंने ये बोला है. इन्होंने सीए का विरोध किया, 3 तलाक कानून का विरोध किया. देश की जनता कांग्रेस को सबक सिखा रही है. उन्होंने बात करी 1984 में आपकी कितनी सीटें थी और उसके बाद 40 साल में आपके क्या सिचुएशन हो गई है. So I come back to the same question that to capture the imagination of the country, forget this AI summit protest or whatever it is. What is the alternative vision that the party is offering? Because the Congress party repeatedly gets this question that you criticize anything and everything that the government does, even the good, the bad, the ugly. So people can't distinguish what is it that you are standing for.
See, Shivani, I do not understand why is this government so fragile to the scrutiny, to the auditing. I mean, when we are talking about the AI summit, precisely, we are talking about the measurable outcomes. What are the measurable outcomes? Because when we talk about globally, patents, the Indian investment to the patents is less than 2% in AI. And the R&D department of the total GDP, the budget is about 0.7%. I mean, that's too less. That is what we are asking the question. And right now, when we talk about the AI summit, let's also go back and discuss the shame and the accountability, because we were also discussing the indecency in case from my very dear friend Charu. So I'll tell you exactly what is indecent. Indecent is that this very government, the Modi government, is not focusing on the conviction, it is focusing on the headlines. 95% of cases from the ED are being, focused only on the opposition leaders, and the conviction rate, my friend, is very, very low. And what is indecent when we're talking about the females here, the wrestlers, जो हमारे देश में जिन्होंने अगर प्रदर्शन करा तो उन्हें लाठी से मारा गया, वो था indecent. Indecent ये है कि हमारे देश के सांसद आज भी महिलाओं को खड़े होके कांग्रेस पार्टी की महिला नेता प्रियंका गांधी जी के बारे में ये कहते थे कि उनके तो चिकने चिकने गाल हैं और ये लोग इन लोगों की पार्टी टिकट देती है. That is what we call indecency. What is indecent? That the rapists in their party are getting the tickets and वो मालाओं से उनका स्वागत किया जाता है. That is what we call
Nigar,
indecency.
I take your point. My
Look,
question
this is not
is
something to laugh on, Charu. Talk about the wrestlers. Talk
Nigar,
about the females.
we
Talk
did
about
talk
your
about
member
the
of parliament.
wrestlers.
If this is what you want to laugh on, sorry, I am standing in shame as a woman. You
Okay.
are an Indian first, then a BJP
As a
spokesperson.
political party, you have to be smart about your messaging, is what I'm asking
Yes,
you.
it is, which is why we're talking about the measurable outcomes.
So
Please
all
tell
of- is the
roadmap.
Congress
मुझे
party
बताइए
current-
compute capacity roadmap क्या है, इन्होंने AI के लिए क्या किया है, मुझे बताइए इन्होंने budget के लिए क्या किया है. AI करना will not give you anything.
But
The photo
Nigar,
ops will
my
not give
question-
you
I'll
anything.
tell you what.
And this is the same party who my friend Communist Party of
नहीं,
China
नहीं,
जिसने
शिवानी,
कहा
one second. Now she
अरुणाचल
has
प्रदेश
repeated.
is a part of China. उनके लिए red carpet पे जाते हो आप BJP headquarters में, my friend. That is what I call indecency, and that is what is shameful. And you are accountable. You are responsible.
Nigar, my question to you is this. Please.
And I feel bad, Charu, that you are laughing on the wrestlers and the
because
females.
I find this
and you're laughing
passionate
at Communist
rant
Party.
that's
You're
very hypocritical.
spreading a red carpet.
Like
for
the
them.
rights of
I
hypocrisy has
ashamed.
been exposed by the Congress
I
spokesperson
stand
right
in
now.
shame just because you're laughing, क्योंकि Communist Party के लिए तो red carpet ये बिछाते हैं और anti-national हम हो गए. The
मैं
only
बोल सकती
narrative
हूँ.
you're creating is for the prime time
See,
and not for the people.
I'll come
and
to
the
you. Charu, I'll
development
come
of
to you.
India.
We
That
have
is
5
what my
minutes. One
question
second.
is.
Can I just make
No,
one
and-
point, please?
Sir,
I
very
would
quick.
request you, just
Yeah.
1 second. That's a very spirited response.
I
and
was
I
about to say
compliment you
exactly
on
that.
it.
1 second. Hollow.
But to claim that the government has only done an AI summit and not anything else.
So with
I
all
think-
due respect, I
One
question a
second.
lot of many other things
I
also.
began by saying I compliment you for your spirited.
Thank you,
and
sir.
I'm not being patronizing.
I'll learn from you.
People who know me, they know that I'm never patronizing. But to claim that the government has done nothing else is, I think, far-fetched. After all, we forget they have won 3 consecutive elections. And a certain number of people vote for them, which is more than the number of people who vote for the opposition. That's only one part of it. The second part, coming back to the main point of this discussion, when you have a national event where you are showcasing India, I have no doubts about it. It was meant to showcase Indian talent, young India's talent, Indian enterprise, Indian entrepreneurs, and India's AI success stories. To go and try to disrupt that was not one of the brightest possible things you could do. It has rebounded on you. And it is, again, as I said, it is for the Congress to figure out whether it was a right thing to do or wrong thing to do, or it could have been done in a smarter way. But the fact is that it was not the best way of having of protesting.
And is the Congress party making a mistake
number
in
two,
taking in
in
your
terms of the government being too sensitive, which Ivani repeatedly was saying, I think this is one prime minister who's vilified morning, afternoon, and night by the opposition. Not now, but since 2002, when he was chief minister of Gujarat and subsequently as prime minister. So it's fine. I mean, if you think that pouring abuse or pouring unfounded allegations on him is going to get you anywhere, please continue to do that. And lastly, let me assure everybody over here, this is a canard that there is a India-US agreement on trade. There is no such agreement. To call a framework agreement, that is basically the agenda around which you will you will talk and finalize your trade deal. As a deal by itself is, to my mind, an exaggeration.
But sir, then that is
And
also a failure of
lastly,
the government, no, to
to
explain
take
this.
a claim made by President Trump, who changes his statement every second day. But he is what he is, and you have to deal with what they have.
Okay, sir, I have limited time, so I have to move to our other guests. But then in that case, if there is no trade deal, if there is no agreement, then I think it's a failure of the government to explain to the public and even
just
the
10
media.
seconds, you
The
may say
government
what is
has
going
been
on.
doing
Skip me
this.
then.
They have been making this
I
point.
don't think they've been very clear about what is going on with the US, and I think that much criticism the government must take.
I just need 10
there
seconds
is
and
an
then you may skip.
agreement on the
There
structure
is a
of the
phantom
talks.
agreement that only some people
Can
know.
I come
Donald
in?
Trump
Oh,
know,
Shivani, just 10
and the
seconds.
press can
And
report
I
on
want
it,
to
but
respond to
no,
Nigat,
the
please.
government cannot speak in parliament on it. Please go, sir.
Thank you very
No,
much.
just
Nika,
10
seconds,
Just 10
yes.
seconds, Charu.
10
Just 10
seconds,
seconds with your permission,
Yeah.
my friend. So, what is a larger national shame? I'll tell you because we also spoke about US. When the Indian business
Now,
groups
Shivani, I'm
involving in the
interrupting and I'm going
LIC
to
and the
take this
bank
ahead.
investment, the hard-earned money from the people of our India are facing the trials in the US court, and the Prime Minister says, Mum, that's the national shame. And when he uses that business group as his right hand is the national shame. And that's where I end.
Okay.
Okay.
Charu,
thank
very
you.
quickly, because I have another question for her, which I'm not getting in.
Yes, but I'm getting there. Now, in spite of that passionate outburst Nigat had, I will tell you what is happening in India and the roadmap that our Prime Minister has given our country. The grid of highways which exist today didn't exist 10 years ago. The fact that everybody can talk about AI today, it is because of data connectivity. The fact is that our airports have increased, our connectivity has increased, our security has increased, and that's why the world is wanting to invest in our country. We are rising on the international platform economically, culturally, in every possible way that you can think of. Nigat mentioned R&D. What happened to the R&D budgets in UPA times? R&D was not even a thing
Stop
anybody
bragging
knew.
about UPA times.
Colleges,
You've been in power since
universities,
12 years,
research
Charu. Start
budgets for
taking
even IITs.
accountability.
What was that? When was the last
छप्पन
IIT
उसका
commission in our
accountability कब
country?
लेगा?
And you cannot
छप्पन
be
उसका
somebody. Nigat, मैं आपके बीच में एक बात भी नहीं बोली.
मुझे ये बता
Nigat,
दो.
सुनो,
Let's talk about
Nigat,
the 12 years.
one
If you talk
second,
about
Nigat,
12 years, I
Nigat.
will keep
I'm
calm.
going to,
You talk
I'm
about the
going to be
12 years,
decent
and
even
you're
in the
talking
face
about
of
the security.
provocation.
India
Shivani,
is the seventh
Shivani, this is
largest
not
country.
fair,
You know,
and I will
Shivani,
continue to
we
be
are the
decent
third
even in the
getting
face of
rich,
provocation.
not talking to
And I'm going to do what I have been taught by my leader to do. लोग शोर मचाएंगे, आपको पीछे खींचेंगे. हमारा काम for our country as the party which is in power today is to walk on with grit, with grace and determination to make sure India continues to rise.
Okay.
This noise had existed for decades. And that stagnation our country faced for decades, they were comfortable with
Okay,
it.
I have
Why?
a fundamental question to ask. Sorry, Charu, I have limited time, so want to go to Ghanshyam as well. Ghanshyam, serious political question. I'm not talking about party politics alone, or BJP versus Congress alone, or Samajwadi Party alone. I am saying we need a robust opposition in this country, right? The opposition seems to be very frustrated with the fact that despite all of the failings of this current government that you point out, like Narendra Modi is getting repeated mandates. BJP governments and states are also getting repeated mandates. Opposition governments, mind you, and I think this is a problem for the opposition, they are not winning repeated mandates. Barring a Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal, you can say Pinarayi Vijayan, we'll see what happens in Tamil Nadu, right? Other opposition governments are not winning repeated mandates, which is after being in 5 years government, they are not getting re-elected, which is a marker of how happy or how unhappy the public has been with you. BJP governments are getting it. So my question to you is this. Where is the opposition failing, if at all, in getting its message across? I don't think anybody wants to believe everything is hunky-dory in India or under a BJP government. But where are you failing in getting your message across? Do you need a new strategy, a different way of communication?
India has 100 crore voters. The 100 crore voters came together and voted in 2024. When the Prime Minister called the opposition campaign as Mujra and made the campaign toxic against the minorities of this country. And not just him, Batenge Katenge, the entire party of Batenge Katenge. What was the result? From Ayodhya to Varanasi, they faced defeats. Varanasi, they barely won. 240 out of 400. At a time when BJP in the last 11 years have raised, mind you, more than 16,000 crore in donation. Compare it with all political parties ever. 16,000 crore in this donation. Disproportionate use of ED, CBI, Election Commission, all institutions that are there. Even with that, all that power, they could get only 240. After that, through SIR, they may be winning some state elections. But as opposition, as India Alliance, as Samajwadi Party, as the third largest party in the Lok Sabha, we hold this government in the parliament. When you look at the Lok Sabha proceedings, and if you think that we are not making good speeches about the issues that people face, that we are not calling out the ministers of this government like Hardeep Singh Puri or Piyush Goyal or the Prime Minister on the Indo-US deal or the Epstein files, you can hold us accountable. But just because through a phantom verdict in Bihar or Haryana or
Phantom
Maharashtra.
verdict, come on, Ghanshyam, you can't do that.
So, okay.
You can't do that.
Through a phantom, please allow
So,
me.
Shivani, I've
final
been a
sentence.
decent one in
Final
front of
sentence.
this
Let him
rowdy
explain.
opposition.
Let him explain.
You
Please
have
have to
allowed
emphasize.
them to interrupt
Final
every
sentence.
time I have opened
Just
my
one
mouth.
final
But let's
sentence.
not
I
follow
have
a
not
bad
accepted
example.
either
Final
of them.
sentence.
I am
Final-
done.
final
No.
sentence.
No.
This-
Phantom
let him
verdict.
explain.
When
You
the
can-
people
you
of
can
this
say, you can
country
say.
vote and choose their
Let him
government, it's
explain.
not a phantom
Let him
verdict.
explain
I'm
the
sorry,
phantom
Shivani.
verdict.
I will
This
just
is not done. Respect the verdict of the people. What you're calling a loss is a historical gain because never in the history of India
it
has
is
the
fine.
government been
I
elected for the
understand your
third time in a
outrage.
row.
I-
No, it is. It is an
I
understandable
understand-
outburst
I
because
understand
you're
your
sitting
outrage.
here effectively calling the mandate of the people false.
Okay, let him explain this. Let
I
him explain
understand your
this, Charu.
outrage.
I want to understand from
I'm
you.
just
What does a
saying-
phantom
I'm just
verdict?
saying, when the entire exit polls and people on the ground reported one way, the phantom verdict came the other way. I am not able to put it together. The
So,
SIR is going. Allow
Did you go to Bihar? Did you talk to people? Did
final
you look at the
sentence, final
millions of
sentence.
interviews? the
Charu,
hundreds
let's
of
hear
news
from what
channels
he's
have put
saying.
out?
Final-
Let us
Do
hear.
you even have your
sentence.
ear to ground
So,
reality?
Charu, let's hear his
answer-
explanation. I think we will get to know a little bit more.
Answer to Shivani's question is that we hold this government accountable in the parliament. We hold this government accountable when they try to remove 20% of voters from Uttar Pradesh. We hold this government accountable when India is forced to sign a ransom-like trade deal that some say exists, some say do not exist. We hold this government accountable.
Ghanshyam,
when the
I don't have
when the
time. I
Prime
think I have
Minister
to. No, I have
refuses
to
speak in
go
parliament.
to our other panel as well. But I think you must explain phantom verdict quietly, please. Let me give him a minute.
The phantom verdict is when everybody on the ground, from
Huh.
media to exit polls, have reported that the government is going to lose, that BJP is going to lose.
When did
And
all
the-
of the
and the
media
verdict-
report this?
verdict-
I'm
please
sorry.
allow me,
No,
please
what
allow
is
me,
this
please
cooked
allow
up
me.
story?
Can you give
Please
me-
allow me,
When did
please
all of
allow
the
me.
media
So, we
report
have one
that the
nearly
government
as
is going
many-
to
Ask
fall?
the question, I'll
I'm
answer.
sorry, you
Let's put
cannot
some facts.
speak
You
like
ask the
that
question.
about an
Shivani.
election in
So,
this country.
I'm
And
going
no
to
wonder
honor
people
I'm
are
going
not
to
listening
quote
to
our
you.
Honorable Home Minister.
You
When
ask
did
the
all
question.
of
Floor
the
of
media
the
report the
House.
government is going to fall?
I think Shivani, your audience here is a very wise audience. They look wise, they look informed, and after this whole thing about a phantom verdict, they would also realize why the opposition keeps on losing elections. When you stand in public and say such stupid things, it doesn't convince people. You can, maybe you end up convincing yourself, but you're not convincing anybody else.
Yes, it's
you
a
know,
very
I
intelligent
know,
thing to say that
just
trade deal doesn't exist.
Just
And it is
recently
stupid to
in
question
local
verdict.
elections,
People
I'm
who
sorry,
use
I must come in
such
here.
language, people
Ghanshyam, I
who
gave you an
use such
opportunity
language
to
think that
explain
they are
phantom
Pope.
election.
They come
I think
here
it's
and
an
laughingly
absolute
say
slur
that
on the
the
public
trade deal
of the
doesn't
country
exist.
and on the
When
voting
you have
don't
process
exist in this
and the
country.
elections in the country to say that this was a phantom election. It's an absolute slur. And in politics, if people can do this to the mandate and to the electorate, I
No, and
wonder where
ironically,
that will
when
go.
he calls
I must
himself the
object to
third
this
largest
because you
party
have
in
used.
parliament,
I must
that's
must
not
object to
phantom.
this. You have used the media to shoot their shoulder to shoot on the media whole. There is no such 100% media coverage that said that the government was going to fall. I'm sorry. What you're listening to is your responsibility.
The
Do
exit
not drag
polls
the
are for
media into
everybody to
this.
see. The
I just
exit
want to
polls
say,
are for everybody to see.
just recently there are local elections, opposition won, right? There are state elections, opposition has won. Just recently there's a Supreme Court, there's a lower court verdict that
Since
has gone in the favor of an
2014,
opposition
Shivani,
leader
since
who was
2014,
allegedly
out of
harassed
all
by
the
the
state
present government.
elections.
So if you don't believe that democracy is functioning in the country despite all of this happening, then it is up to you.
It's a question, I will respond.
I have something
If it's
to
a question, I will
I've
respond.
run out of time. Unfortunately, I've run out of time. I'll give you 10 seconds.
Let me put out this number. Since 2014, out of all the state elections that have happened in this country, and our Honorable Home Minister put this figure on the floor of the House, 44 elections have been won by my party and our allies, and 40 elections have been won by the opposition. So those 40 are not fantastic.
10 seconds.
Just last 10
Then
seconds. You
Ghanshyam
can also
says his
explain,
party is the
Charu.
third largest in parliament. Those are not phantom
I hope you
votes.
are not going
So
to
what
believe
he
in this
gets is
theory of
clear and
phantom
fair,
election,
and
because
he
Congress
can
has
get
in the
voted
past
by
denied
some
election
phantom.
results.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just not talking about that. I'm just saying that maybe Charu can explain us that why is that when you are talking about the allies कि जब बीजेपी के साथ कोई है तो clean chit, जैसे ही बीजेपी के बाहर है तो charge sheet.
Okay.
That is the question what the people of
All
India
right.
are asking, that how is that possible that corruption only exists outside of BJP?
Okay, I've run out of time. I'm sorry, I've run out of time. We are over. I do thank all of
वैसे
our...
historically, this whole thing was started by Mrs. Indira Gandhi, either with
So
me
let's
or
just go
against.
back to Indira Gandhi's time and let's not even
All
count
right.
the 12 years.
We'll never
Modi ji
end.
has
I'm
given
sorry.
to us.
I have a topic
So I
which will
could
never
expect
end,
from you
but I
12
look
years
forward to all the
accountability
debates with all of our panelists soon as well. A big thank you and a big thank you for our audience.
Thank you.
What a packed session it was. Thank you so much, Shivani, for this wonderful session. And moving forward, अभी तक की बातचीत काफी engaging रही, inspiring भी रही, लेकिन अब हमें यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा pause लेना होगा. पर यकीन मानिए एक quick lunch break के बाद आपके लिए और भी बहुत कुछ आने वाला है. जिन guests के पास पिंक लैनियार्ड्स हैं वो लेवल 4 और बाकी गेस्ट लेवल 1 की ओर प्रस्थान करें प्लीज. मेरा आप सभी से अनुरोध है.
Well, let's talk cricket now. Cricket is not just a game, it's an arena. From smashing barriers to smashing sixes, India's cricket stars have navigated challenges to reach the top. But what fuels their drive? What battles did they fight on and off the field? For the next session, joining us are trailblazers. We will dive into their journeys, their grit, and their triumphs. From maiden test caps to record-breaking innings, to match-winning bowl spells, they have written India's cricketing story over and over again. Please welcome he who needs no introduction, Mohammad Shami, Indian cricketer, Indian women's cricket legend Mithali Raj, and Indian cricketer and World Cup winner Yuzvendra Chahal. Let's warm up those hands, please. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, in conversation with Shivani Gupta for a session on boundaries and breakthroughs.
Thank you, everyone. A big round of applause, please, for our amazing cricketers on the stage. This is going to be a tough one for me because I already see they have not followed the nameplates. So I don't know whether they're going to follow any direction that I give to this panel. They're going to do their own thing. बैठिए, चलो शुरू करते हैं. शमी भाई कह रहे मैं तो अपनी सही जगह पे बैठा हूँ. So, it's so wonderful to have them here. So much experience between them. Our lady captain is also here. But I want to start, of course, with Shami Bhai because मैंने उनको पहले ही बोल दिया था ready रहे. Shami Bhai सबसे ज़्यादा जो सब सुनना चाहेंगे आपसे वो है 2023 वर्ल्ड कप की यादें. बहुत ही रेयरली ऐसा होता है कि कोई वर्ल्ड कप इंडिया ना जीते या कोई टीम ना जीते और फाइनल में जाके उनको हार्ट ब्रेक झेलना पड़े, लेकिन एक प्लेयर की परफॉर्मेंस पूरे देश और पूरी दुनिया को याद रहती है. वो परफॉर्मेंस थी आपकी इस वर्ल्ड कप में. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर मोहम्मद शमी, हु वाज द मैन ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट रियली एज फार एज द 2023 वर्ल्ड कप इज कंसर्न. इंडिया कुडंट विन द टाइटल, बट अब आप उस 2023 वर्ल्ड कप के बारे में सोचते हैं तो क्या सोचते हैं, क्या याद आता है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो यार कि सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने जो वो फील किया, वो जो आप लोगों का प्यार दिखा वहाँ पे, और वो जो एक होता है ना कि जज्बा दिखाई देता है लोगों में भी, वो एक अलग पंप करता है हमें एज ए प्लेयर. क्योंकि जब हम ग्राउंड में होते हैं तो क्राउड का सपोर्ट एक नेक्स्ट लेवल ले जाता है हमें. तो वो भी एक अलग लेवल का नजर आ रहा था 2023 में. और जहां तक परफॉर्मेंस की सवाल है, कहते हैं ना कि एक ड्रीम होता है कि इंसान ऐसा करना चाहता है क्रिकेट में, या फिर मैं ऐसा बॉल डालना चाहता हूँ. या मैं बॉल से बात करना चाहता हूँ। सो उस तरीके का वो परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा था, क्योंकि हमेशा आईसीसी इवेंट में मैं फर्स्ट मैचेस में मैं रेस्ट रहा हूँ हमेशा। मैंने पानी पिला के कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, तो मैं हमेशा वेट करता रहता था कि जब आपका टर्न आएगा, जब आपको मौका मिलेगा, जब आपको टीम को जरूरत होगी, आप कितने प्रिपेयर हैं, कितने तैयार हैं उस चीज के लिए, आप कितना हंगर हैं आप विकेट लेने के लिए। तो वो मैं हमेशा वेट करता था। लेकिन 2023 वर्ल्ड कप में जो पहली परफॉर्मेंस आई मेरी धर्मशाला में, उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि लाइफ में एक मोमेंट आता है ना कि मैं ये ऊंचाइयां छूना चाहता हूँ। मैं बॉल के साथ वो फील कर रहा था, बॉल हाथ में लेके, कि मैं इससे जो चाहे कर सकता हूँ।
वाह।
तो ये एक टाइम पे आता है, ऐसे बैट्समैन भी आता है कि हाँ हमारा टच ऐसा होता है कि
इन द जोन जिसे कहते हैं।
नहीं, किसी दिन ऐसा होता है कि आप एज ए बैट्समैन भी अगर आप चाहें कि हाँ कि मैं ना मारना चाहूं, लेकिन वो बैट में आके लगती है। तो वैसा ही वो फील चल रहा था। और जो मोमेंटम था टीम का वो आपने देखा ही है, और जो क्रेज पब्लिक में था, जो जो सपने सबको दिखते थे, उससे ज्यादा तो हमें दिखते थे, रात को नींद नहीं आती थी। लेकिन कहते हैं ना, नसीब को कोई नहीं बदल सकता। लेकिन मैंने वो बॉल के साथ वो फील किया है, ऐसा लगता था जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ बॉल के साथ और बॉल मेरे हिसाब से चल रही है। तो वो मेरी लाइफ के बेस्ट दिन रहे हैं वर्ल्ड कप के। वर्ल्ड कप मैंने बहुत खेले हैं, लेकिन वो बॉल के साथ जो कनेक्शन बना था, वो मुझे ऐसा लगता है लाइफ में कभी नहीं बना।
अमेजिंग, इट वॉज सीरियसली अमेजिंग टू वॉच यू परफॉर्म लाइक दैट। लेकिन जब आप पहले कुछ मैचेस में जब वेट कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने बोला कि पहले एक दो मैचेस में आपको बेंच पे ही बैठना पड़ता है, तब दिमाग में मतलब बहुत नर्वसनेस थी कि मेरा मौका आएगा नहीं आएगा, कब तक आएगा, जब तक आएगा ऐसा ना हो कि मैं जो ये जोन है मेरा जोन ही निकल जाए जब तक मेरे मैच आएगा।
नहीं, हिस्ट्री उठाकर देखो, सारे वर्ल्ड कप में ऐसे ही हुआ है मेरे साथ। एक शो में मैंने और भी बोला था कि शायद मुझे उसका फल मिलता हो कि आप उतना वेट कर रहे हैं, आप उतना बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि आप कब खेलेंगे। लेकिन ये पार्ट ऑफ द गेम है, आपकी टीम है, आपकी कंट्री है, आपके आपके लिए आप हर चीज के लिए वेट कर सकते हैं। आप उस लेवल में हैं कि 11 ही लोग खेल सकते हैं, तो आपको वो अंडरस्टैंड करना पड़ेगा, वो आपको समझना पड़ेगा। ये जॉब कैप्टन की भी बड़ी डिफिकल्ट है, काफी लंबे टाइम तक मिताली ने उसको निभाया है। बट आई अंडरस्टैंड कि हाँ आप 11 प्लेयर खेल सकते हैं, और जो कैप्टन और कोच को जो बेस्ट लगता है वो खिलाते हैं, पहले वो उस ऑप्शन को चूज करते हैं। ठीक है, लेकिन जब आपका टाइम आए आपको वो फिर वो हंगर दिखाना चाहिए। तो मैं उस पर बिलीव करता था कि आज मेरा टाइम शायद नहीं है, जिस दिन आएगा मैं उस चीज को आपको शो करके दिखाऊंगा।
Amazing, amazing. Before I ask you about what happened after the 2023 World Cup, क्योंकि उसकी भी बहुत चर्चा हो रही है, मैं पूछ ही लेती हूँ आपसे, क्योंकि अभी भी लोग यही पूछते हैं कि भाई शमी कहाँ है, टीम में क्यों नहीं है शमी?
मैं तो खेल रहा था। मैं तो रणजी ट्रॉफी खेल रहा हूँ, पूरा सीजन खेल कर आया हूँ। लेकिन हाँ, सीरियस इंजरी थी, 4 साल से उसको कैरी कर रहा था। 19 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद से वो पेन था हील में, फिर नी में स्वेलिंग आना, वर्ल्ड कप पूरा इंजरी में खेलना, वो सब चीजें थोड़ी ज्यादा बढ़ गई थी। अब ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम होने लगी थी। इवन अगर मॉर्निंग में मैं तब उठता था तो आई कैंट वॉक, कि हाँ मुझे 10 कदम मुझे वॉशरूम जाने के लिए भी मुझे सोचना पड़ता था फर्स्ट 15-20 मिनट के लिए, जब तक बॉडी वार्म नहीं होती। तो मैं इतना ज्यादा स्टिफ हो गया था, तो मेरे पास एक लास्ट ऑप्शन था कि आप उसको सर्जरी कराएं। 2023 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद सर्जरी कराने के लिए फिर मुझे वो साल भर लग गया। फिर चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी में आया, थोड़ा हैवी था, थोड़ा वेट था, लेकिन उसको कम किया, ट्रेनिंग किया, अपने स्किल पे बिलीव किया, दोबारा से बैक किया। रणजी ट्रॉफी खेला, अच्छा गया, टचवुड सीजन भी बहुत अच्छा गया है। होपफुली आगे देखते हैं क्या होता है।
नहीं, बट मन में थोड़ा रहता है, सिलेक्टर्स ने जैसे बीच में बोल दिया था कि वो फिट होते तो उन्हें ले लेते, और आपने बोला था मैं तो तैयार हूँ।
यार ये मैं पहले भी बोल चुका हूँ, ये सब चीजें मेरे हाथ में नहीं है। मेरे हाथ में एक ही काम है कि मैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस दिखाऊं आपको, आपको ग्राउंड पे आकर दिखाऊं, आपको भाग कर दिखाऊं। मैं किसी को ब्लेम नहीं करता हमेशा, ना मैंने पहले किया ना मैं अब करता हूँ। आपका काम है एज ए स्पोर्ट्समैन, आप मेहनत करते रहिए। आप अपना माथा कितना मार सकते हैं वहां पे, बार बार आप कितना रिपीट कर सकते हैं, कितना पेशेंस रख सकते हैं, वो मैटर करता है आपकी लाइफ में। और लाइफ यही है यार, आप सुबह उठते हैं, हार्डवर्क करते हैं, शाम को घर वापस चले जाते हैं, वेट करते हैं अपने टर्न का। तो मैं हमेशा उसी पे बिलीव करता हूँ कि आप हार्ड वर्क करते रहिए, लक को आप नहीं छीन सकते।
Yuzi, is it tough sometimes to have that expectation that you have to keep performing? You have to keep showing that you are worth it. How do you handle that as a cricketer, where you have to keep proving yourself again and again and again?
That's our job. That's why we are professional cricketers. Because एक चीज आपके हाथ में रहती है, वो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस है। बाहर क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि मैं चेस भी खेला हूँ, तो मेरे को वहां से थोड़ा सा पेशेंस मिला है। और जब फिर डैड वगैरह से सीखा कि जो चीज आपके हाथ में नहीं है उसके बारे में नहीं सोचना चाहिए। जैसे आप क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, बारिश होगी, क्या होगा, विकेट कैसी होगी, वो चीज आपके हाथ में नहीं है। तो इट्स बेटर यू कैन फोकस जो आपके हाथ में है, और मैं हमेशा उस चीज को फॉलो करता हूँ।
बट जैसे बहुत ही कमेंट्री जैसे होती है कि अभी फॉर एग्जांपल जो हो रहा है, अब तो आप कमेंटेटर हैं, आप बात कर सकते हैं, कि बातचीत नहीं होती प्लेयर्स और सिलेक्टर्स के बीच में, या कम्युनिकेशन सही नहीं है। आपने नोटिस किया है क्या ये है प्रॉब्लम?
शामी भाई, आपकी होती है? नहीं, मेरे तो मैं जब भी मैंने बात किया है, मैंने रोहित भैया, विराट भैया हमेशा, या जब माही भाई थे तो मैं उनसे ही बात करता था। क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि जब मेरे हाथ में बॉल है, मैं उस पर ज्यादा फोकस करूं। क्योंकि एक चीज, जैसे अब बड़ा हुआ हूं मैं लाइफ में, तो एक चीज सीखिए, कभी ना कभी आपको कोई रिप्लेस करेगा। वो 5 साल बाद करे, 7 साल बाद करे, या 10 साल बाद करे, वो आपके लक पे है। तो यू हैव टू बी प्रिपेयर मेंटली उसके लिए। क्योंकि ये गेम ही ऐसा है कि कोई आएगा, फिर उसके लिए कोई और आएगा। तो इट्स बेटर जस्ट फोकस इन लाइफ, एंजॉय।
But you were there in the World Cup winning squad. But as Shami said, he had to wait for a few matches, then he got a chance. But you didn't. So, as an athlete, this must be really, really hard, isn't it?
I don't think so, क्योंकि जब आप क्योंकि ये इज नॉट इंडिविजुअल गेम, इट्स अ टीम गेम। और आप 15 लोगों में जब होते हो ना, तो मेरे लिए वही प्राउड मोमेंट है। मैं वर्ल्ड कप टीम के साथ रह के देख रहा हूँ, इस बेटर घर बैठ के नहीं देख रहा। मेरे पास इंडियन जर्सी अभी भी है। तो आई फील कि मैं अपने आप को चीज को एंजॉय करूं, उस मोमेंट को। मेरे कोलीग्स को जो हेल्प चाहिए मैं वो चीज दूं। क्योंकि जीतेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे, हारेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे। तो चाहे मैं नहीं खेला हूं, लेकिन अभी लोग मेरे को अभी भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बोलते हैं।
That feeling is a good one, isn't it? Mithali, as a captain, you had to deal with a lot of these things. In a team sport, this is a problem, of course. You can't keep everybody happy. You can't have, we always have a problem of plenty as far as our Indian cricket setup is concerned. So how did you deal with things like this? These are very tricky questions to keep players happy, also to have the communication straight that, boss, this is what we need right now. This is what we don't need right now, because careers are at stake. They're on the line.
Well, I think it's very difficult as a captain, because you'll have to think about all 15 of them. Of course, the players' mindset is they obviously want opportunities to prove that they do have in them to perform for the team and contribute. But then as a captain, you probably have to consider many factors when you're putting 11 together. And it's a little... what can I say? As a captain, I personally felt pretty lonely doing this job, because not everybody will understand from the point of view your own decision why you have certain players in and why you haven't picked certain players. But one, as a leader, one you can do is be more compassionate and empathetic towards your team players. And just give your shoulder for them. You have to be that sounding board where they can throw up their frustration, and you don't judge them for that. So I think
how often did that happen with you, when players were bringing their frustration to you?
Well, since I have pretty much led 4 generation of players, it was pretty easy to reach out to the seniors, because obviously they are very professional. They've already gone through that experience as a young captain. Perhaps they were trying to help me out when I was pretty young as a captain. Players that I've played with of my own age, I was able to do this much better because they've seen me as a friend, and that communication was much easier. But I found it very difficult with the current generation because of the age gap, because of where we stand also in terms of, I'm the 80s kid, And some of them, like Shefali and Richa, were not born when I made my debut for India. So you can understand, like, I found it very difficult to reach out to them. And but then I had to tweak a little the person that I am to able to come down to the level that they are and speak to them, have fun with them. There are times when jab wo jokes crack karte hain, I don't feel like there's nothing to laugh about. But then मैं fake करती हूँ, I just laugh, like, because they have to be comfortable, right? So I've done all of that. Ultimately, क्या है? I want the team to do well. I want the players to be in good space. Team जीतना, of course, everybody wants it. लेकिन वहाँ पे थोड़े players will be there who feel bad, who feel left out. So it's the job of the leader to make sure that they don't feel that. They are still very much in the context of the team. उनकी जो contribution है, you know, like say Arundhati, the current, when they won the World Cup, Smriti or Jemima spoke about Arundhati, the only player who didn't get a chance throughout the World Cup. And it could have been very different for that girl. But she was there for them emotionally and mentally as well. So it's a little difficult, but I think as a team, when you're together for about 2-3 years, you sort of find that comfort level where you can express.
जोक्स की बातें कर रही थी मिताली, तो आप जोक्स क्रैक कर रहे थे मेरे ख्याल से शमी भाई के साथ. माइक पे बोलिए ना. बिल्कुल.
मैंने क्या बोला सर? मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला.
नहीं, but you are known as, if I can use the term, the joker of the pack. Clearly आप सबको हंसाते रहते हैं और you know मजा करते रहते हैं. आपकी वो image है यूजी. So was that one of the reasons why it was easier for you sometimes to handle everything?
No, it's nothing like that. It's me. Like I can't be fake. मैं जो फील्ड, हाँ फील्ड पे थोड़ा सा जब बॉल हाथ में होता है तो आई एम अ डिफरेंट पर्सन. बट उसके बाद इट्स मी ओनली. और ये अब से नहीं है, मैं स्टार्टिंग से ऐसा हूँ. आई लव टू एंजॉय एवरी मोमेंट ऑफ द लाइफ. तो मतलब टेंशन ऑलरेडी लाइफ में बहुत है. ग्राउंड का क्रिकेट को लेके होती है, पर्सनल लाइफ को लेके होती है. लेकिन जब व्हेन यू मीट विद योर पीपल, तो आई जस्ट वांट टू एंजॉय दैट मोमेंट. लाइक क्योंकि वो पता नहीं कि कब वापस आए, क्योंकि कल का किसी को कुछ भरोसा रहता नहीं है. तो मेरे को जब भी टाइम मिलता है, मेरे को लगता है कि मैं आजकल अपना जो लाइफ अब ऐसे जीता हूँ कि मैं आज दबा के खुल के जीऊंगा, क्योंकि कल का किसी को पता नहीं होता. तो देन आई एम एंजॉयिंग मोर दिस लाइफ.
Interesting. But what do you enjoy more? Did you enjoy when you were doing your own TV or your own series, or when you were a commentator now? What does UV like more? UV like more?
Child TV पे तो just you can fun and all, at least you can retake. कमेंट्री पे you can't retake. मतलब कुछ बोल दिया तो मतलब वो गया,
वो निकल गई बात. एंड मुझे आप बता रहे थे आप हरियाणवी कमेंट्री बड़ा पसंद करते हैं, तो हमारे दर्शकों के लिए कुछ सुनाइए हरियाणवी कमेंट्री. सोचिए इंडिया साउथ अफ्रीका का मैच हो रहा है वर्ल्ड कप में.
ये तो डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा मैडम जी ने, बताओ क्या बोलूं. और
शमी भाई कौन सी लैंग्वेज में कमेंट्री पसंद करते हैं? बंगाली.
यार मैं हमेशा वो लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ जो हमारी भी ऑडियंस को ज्यादा समझ आए. क्योंकि इंडिया में हम लोग कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है, ऐसा फील होता है कि 70% लोग तो ऐसे हैं जो विलेज में जो आपको मतलब दिल से चाहते हैं. बेचारों को उनको इंग्लिश समझ नहीं आती, उनको डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज समझ नहीं आती. लेकिन जो लोकल लैंग्वेज है आप किसी भी स्टेट से हो, तो हमेशा वही प्रेफर करता हूँ. आप जहाँ पर हैं आपकी लोकल लैंग्वेज में, जैसे आजकल आपको मिल गए हैं बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस, वो आपको आपकी बात उनके दिल तक पहुंचती है. वो लोग समझ पाते हैं कि स्पोर्ट्स का जो नॉलेज है हमारे तक कैसे पहुंचेगा, स्पोर्ट्स के जो वर्ड्स हैं वो हमारे दिल तक कैसे पहुंचेंगे, वो हमें क्या बोलना चाहते हैं या क्या सुनना चाहते हैं, वो ज्यादा मैटर करता है. तो डजंट मैटर आप कहाँ पर हैं, मैं हमेशा लोकल लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ. कि आप चलो आप कहीं अगर बाहर खेलने गए हुए हैं, अब्रॉड गए हुए हैं, तो वहाँ पे समझ सकते हैं कि आप इंग्लिश प्रेफर कर सकते हैं. बट इंडिया में इतनी सारी लैंग्वेजेस हैं कि अब आके ऑप्शन खुले हैं. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि हाँ ये ऑप्शंस खुले हैं और लोगों के दिल तक वो बात पहुंचती है.
अब तो भोजपुरी में भी कमेंट्री हो रही है और तेलुगु वगैरह तमिल वगैरह में तो होती थी, बट नाउ देयर आर सो मेनी मोर लैंग्वेजेस. तो कभी कभी क्या आप अपने दिमाग में बंगाली कमेंट्री करने की भी कोशिश करते हैं? क्योंकि बंगाली तो आप अच्छे से जानते हैं.
बंगाली तो हमेशा, मतलब मुझे 22-23 साल हो गए बंगाल में, तो आती है, समझ भी आती है, बोलनी भी आती है. बट हरियाणवी और जो हम लोग अभी भोजपुरी की बात कर रहे थे, वहाँ पे जो वो लैंग्वेज थ्रो करते हैं कि हाँ डिफरेंट टाइप का एक उनका बोलने का तरीका होता है, वो बहुत मजा होता है। मैं हमेशा जब जब भी टीवी पे ऑन करता हूँ तो बीच बीच में मैं वो भोजपुरी लगा देता हूँ, तो सारे घर वाले ये क्या है बट फन के लिए वो अच्छी चीज है कि आप कौन सी लैंग्वेज में सुनना पसंद करेंगे। और हरियाणवी तो जैसे ये जानते हैं, ये बोल के नहीं दिखा रहा है, वो बात अलग है। बट
शमी भाई थोड़ा सा माइक ऊपर कर लीजिए।
बट मजा आता है उसमें। इसको आती है,
आपके
बताना
लिए
नहीं
कह रहे हैं,
चाहता।
हरियाणवी बोल के सुना दीजिए और थोड़ा सा।
के सुनोगे शामी भाई बताओ है?
बोलना तुझे कमेंट।
शामी भाई बैटिंग न्यू करा करे, जना बॉल का उड़ता तीर बनाता करे ना, क्यों शामी भाई?
मैं इसके एक बात बताता हूँ, जब हम ग्राउंड पे होते हैं, टफ सिचुएशन होती है ना, हम लोग मैच खेल रहे होते हैं, चल रहा होता है मैच, ये देखेगा कि मुझे, मैं कभी जैसे चाय लेने जा रहा हूँ या फिर अंदर ड्रेसिंग रूम में जा रहा हूँ, देखेगा शमी भाई इधर आओ, बोले क्या, बहुत पीटूंगा तो मैं। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है, मैं अपना शरीर देखता हूँ और इसका शरीर देखता हूँ, यार क्या है, बोला कोने में ले जाकर मारूंगा मैं आपको। तो ऐसे ऐसे जोक करता है ये, बट वो एक डिफरेंट जोन होता है, मुझे लगता है वो सारे प्लेयर्स के बीच किसी ना किसी के बीच में किसी ना किसी के साथ होता है, तो वो बाउंडिंग रहनी चाहिए। जैसे हम लोगों की है, ईशांत की है, भुवी है, तो जी हमारा जो बॉलिंग यूनिट है ना, आप, मुझे लगता है आप लोग नहीं झेल पाएंगे वो सब मजाक भी, और उस वो जैसे हम लोग एक दूसरे को खींचते हैं, वो सबके बस की नहीं है मुझे
तो
लगता
कौन बेस्ट करता है ये आपकी बॉलिंग? ये जो पूरा ग्रुप आपने जो बताया, उसमें सबसे ज्यादा मजेदार कौन है और किसके साथ मजा आता है?
एक्चुअली फिर हम काउंट नहीं करते, लेकिन डेंजरस शांत हो जाता है, क्योंकि अब सीनियर जूनियर वाला हिसाब तो रहा नहीं वहाँ पे। लेकिन जो हमारी कंपनी होती है, जब हम साथ में डिनर कर रहे होते हैं, उसके बाद जो 1 घंटा हमारा पास होता है, वो मुझे लगता है वो हमारा बेस्ट टाइम होता है, और नेक्स्ट डे की प्रिपरेशन भी वहीं हो जाती है और हंसी मजाक भी वहीं हो जाती है। तो ये चीज, ये बाउंडिंग बहुत जरूरी है प्लेयर्स के बीच में। जैसे मिताली ने भी कहा कि मैं, बात होती नहीं है लेकिन हंस देती हूँ।
उन्हें तो जेनजी जो इनके नए मिलेनियल प्लेयर्स थे उनके लिए करना पड़ा
बट हमारे बीच में ऐसा है नहीं, आप नहीं भी हंसोगे तो हंसना आ जाता है वहां पे, क्योंकि बातें वैसी चल रही होती है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, because it's so stressful, isn't it, Yuzi, to be in this competitive sport and competitive cricket with the Indian team. जैसे आपने बोला हर वक्त स्ट्रेस है, लाइफ में बहुत दिक्कतें हैं, तो it's important to have a laugh and share a laugh, isn't it? So who's your best mate and who do you think is the greatest sport when it comes to off camera or off field in the Indian cricket team that you enjoyed the most?
I enjoy with Kuldeep a lot and Shami bhai, इसलिए नहीं बोल रहा, आप यहाँ बैठे हो। Shami bhai is there and Rohit bhaiya। तो एक्चुअली थैंक्स टू ऑल द सीनियर्स, क्योंकि कभी इन्होंने हमें वैसा, जब हम टीम में आए तो वैसा ट्रीट किया नहीं कि जूनियर है, फर्स्ट टाइम आया है तो स्टार्टिंग, क्योंकि आईपीएल हम साथ में खेले हैं, इतने सालों से खेल रहे हैं, तो जब इंडियन टीम में जाते हैं एज ए यंगस्टर तो कई बार माइंड में आता है यार रोहित भैया से कैसे बात करना या सचिन सर से कैसे बात करना। पर जब भी जितना भी मैं खेला हूं, कभी सीनियर्स ने उतना मतलब रियलाइज नहीं करवाया कि आप फर्स्ट टाइम आए हो टूर पे या कैसे आए। तो हम मस्ती करते हैं, उन्हें पता ही है मेरा नेचर, अब तो 10-15 साल हो गए हैं, तो उन्हें पता है कि ये इसके साथ नहीं करेगा, खुद तो करेगा।
चलिए, because we have a few final minutes, I do want to talk about the current World Cup that is going on. तो यूजी मैं आपसे ही शुरू करना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि आप बहुत एक्सपीरियंस कमेंटेटर हैं अब, तो आप बताइए, what do you make of the Indian performance so far in the World Cup?
I think अमेजिंग, मतलब अच्छा, सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है, क्योंकि आपको वेस्ट इंडीज के साथ खेलना इज लाइक अ क्वार्टर फाइनल मैच। आप, क्योंकि ये सब क्या कहते हैं कि वर्ल्ड कप में ना, सब कहते हैं सारी टीमें जाती है, सब कंट्री जाती है कि उनकी टीम जीते जीते जीते, लेकिन आप अच्छा खेल के जब हारते हो ना तो इतना बुरा नहीं लगता है, और वो इंडियन टीम कर रही है। और लास्ट टाइम की हम चैंपियन है, और जितनी बायलैटरल सीरीज हमने पहले करी है सब टीमों को वन साइडेड हराया है, और वो कॉन्फिडेंस है, और जिस हिसाब से टीम खेल रही है तो ये तो चैंपियन टीम है, ये हारेगी तो खुद ही हारेगी, इसे कोई हरा नहीं सकता।
नहीं, बट अभी तक चैंपियन टीम लगी है आपको?
तभी तो मैम आगे तक सुपर 8 तक आए हैं मैम। आपको कंट्रोवर्सी चाहिए तो मुझे बताओ।
एक टाइम के लिए तो थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो
आप
गया था।
कंट्रोवर्सी के लिए तब से बैठे हो, मैं नहीं दूंगा।
मैं आपसे एक ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू चाह रही हूँ, अब ये मत सोचिए कि आप कमेंट्री बॉक्स में बैठे हैं।
ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू तो वही दे रहा हूँ ना, क्योंकि इस फील्ड से हम खेल चुके हैं और अभी भी खेल रहे हैं, तो बाहर से ना क्रिकेट बहुत इजी लगती है। बाहर से ना कई लोग हैं जो शामी भाई को बता देंगे आउट स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, इन स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, लेकिन उस प्रेशर पे डालना वो टीम हमारी अच्छे से कर रही है, तभी आज वो 15 लोग वहां पे हैं।
ठीक है,
मैं नहीं दूंगा।
ये नहीं बोलेगा।
आपको क्या लगता है? No, seriously, थोड़ा सा सेमीफाइनल में आने के लिए जो रास्ता था थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी हो गया था. अभी वो रास्ता क्लियर हो गया है, बट अभी भी एक मैच जीतना है. इट्स अ वर्चुअल क्वार्टर फाइनल. और थोड़ा सा प्लेइंग 11 को लेके इस टीम में भी बड़ी बात हुई है कि क्या प्लेइंग 11 सही है, क्या नहीं था. जो साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट जो लॉस था उसके बाद ऑब्वियसली द टीम हैड टू रीथिंक. तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक? ऑनेस्टली
मैं एग्री करता हूँ चहल के साथ कि आप जब ऐसे इवेंट खेलते हैं, जब आप आईसीसी जाते हैं, तो जो आपका बेस्ट 11 होता है, आपको बेस्ट गेम खेलना पड़ेगा उस लेवल में. क्योंकि जो इंडियन टीम है, जो हम लास्ट के कई सालों से देखते आ रहे हैं, जो T20 फॉर्मेट में जो परफॉर्मेंस दिखी है, मुझे लगता है टू बी ऑनेस्ट अभी भी आना बाकी है वो. और मैं चाहता हूं कि सुपर 8 में वो परफॉर्मेंस आए. जैसे बहुत लोग अभिषेक को ट्रोल कर रहे हैं, या फिर तिलक हो, सूर्या हो, जितने भी हमारे बैट्समैन हैं. देखो, ट्रोल करना बड़ा आसान काम है. मैं अभी मीम बनाऊंगा, आपके ऊपर बना के डाल दूंगा, 50 लोग चिपका देंगे उसके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ. बड़ा आसान है दूसरे को ऊपर से नीचे खींचना. लेकिन मैं एक ही रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, जब आप अगर दिल से चाहते हो क्रिकेट, किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स को अगर आप सपोर्ट करते हो, पसंद करते हो, तो आपको उसके साथ रहना चाहिए. आप अच्छे में भी, खराब में भी. मैं मानता हूं कि इंडियन टीम की वो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई है जो परफॉर्मेंस हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, और जो इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम ने खेला है, वो परफॉर्मेंस अभी नहीं आई है. मैं चाहता हूं कि आने वाले मैचेस में इंडियन टीम वो परफॉर्म करे. क्योंकि अभिषेक के ऊपर इतने सारे मीम्स बना डाले आपने, सूर्या को उसने, आप लोगों ने उसको पीछे पड़ गए हैं. तो मुझे लगता है आपको अपने प्लेयर्स की सपोर्ट करनी चाहिए ऐसे टाइम में, और हमें होप करनी चाहिए कि इंडियन टीम वैसा खेले जैसा हम चाहते हैं. तो अभी भी परफॉर्मेंस बाकी है, और सुपर 8 में मुझे लगता है कि अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस आएंगी. छोड़ दीजिए, आपके हाथ में नहीं है, हमारे हाथ में नहीं है. बेस्ट 11 क्या होगी, 15 कौन रहेंगे, क्या करेंगे, बस आप एक ही चीज कीजिए, जो हमारे 11 प्लेयर टीम के ग्राउंड के अंदर है, वो हमारा बेस्ट दें, वो हमारी कंट्री को जीत दिलाएं.
यही मैं बोल रही थी, तो यूजी मुझे कह रहे थे आप कंट्रोवर्सी ढूंढ रहे हो.
नहीं, मुझे आदत हो गई है, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप लोग क्या बोलेंगे.
But Mithali, does it look like a champion team to you so far? I'm sure you must be catching some of the action. Lots of expectations. You know, we've just had the T20 World Cup win, the ODI World Cup final, the T20 World Cup win, then the Women's ODI World Cup trophy. And now, you know, Indian fans are so hungry, they want another title. And this one could be at home.
Well, I feel that when you're doing well, there is no harm in raising that expectation you expect from people who perform. So naturally, everybody wants our team to do well, and it's a home World Cup. But then I do agree with what Shami said, is that, you know, in a tournament like this, you want to feed your best team, best 11, and the performers who've been doing well. It's easy to judge from outside because we've all been there. We know what goes into that. But at the end of the day, we all want the Indian team to do well. So perhaps they're keeping their best for the knockouts, for those, you know, the virtual quarterfinal.
That can be risky, you know, if you save
Well,
it for a
sports
little.
is risk. There is no guarantee in sports that despite scoring 100 today, tomorrow you might get out of the first ball. So there is no guarantee in that. But what you can do best is that you can back them, back a team that, you know, you all are representative, you all are ambassadors, and you'll have been doing well. It's in life, there is a lot of fluctuation. Sometimes you're peaking and sometimes you're in the valley. But that doesn't take out anything that our team is, you know, not the best.
Certainly, as far as the Indian cricket team is concerned, there is very little room for error, isn't it? Usually, वो तो आपने भी notice किया होगा, जो शमी भाई बोल रहे थे कि 2 मैच में performance नहीं आती, 3 मैच में performance नहीं आती, तो वो कह रहे हैं ना, मीम बन जाता है आपका, ट्रोल हो जाते हैं आप.
नहीं, बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जब आप बायलैटरल सीरीज खेलते हैं ना, उसमें अगर बायलैटरल सीरीज बात है तो एक और बायलैटरल सीरीज रहती है. वर्ल्ड कप क्या है कि 2 साल के बाद, 4 साल के बाद वो चीज आती है, तो और इसमें मार्जिन ऑफ एरर बहुत कम होता है. अब जैसे हम इतने अच्छी क्रिकेट खेलते आए हैं सारे वर्ल्ड कप में, 2023 का वो फाइनल, और अभी अगेंस्ट साउथ अफ्रीका, अगर वो 25 मैचों में से अगर कोई एक बार वो वैसा मैच आ रहा है, पर वो ऐसा मैच आ रहा है कि वो फाइनल हो गया.
No, but it was not just the loss. I think it was also the way we lost in that match, right?
फिर तो मैम ऑस्ट्रेलिया को तो फिर तो T20 में कभी आना ही नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि वो तो आई थिंक एक उनका रिकॉर्ड आप उठा के देख लीजिए, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा ट्रॉफीज उनके पास है. हम वही कहते हैं ना कि हम अच्छी क्रिकेट खेल के आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि दूसरी टीम भी प्रिपेयर कर रही है. आप उस टीम से आ रहे हैं जो लास्ट ईयर रनर अप थी, जो 2 साल में बहुत इंप्रूव हुई है, तो क्रेडिट आपको उनको भी देना चाहिए. एक आधा दिन आता है, ठीक है, वो अच्छी चीज है, वो पहले ही आ गया।
हाँ.
और वी आर द चैंपियन टीम। लाइक अगर आप किसी का भी नाम उठा के देख लीजिए, वो अपने दम पे इतना रखते हैं कि जिस दिन वो करेंगे ना, वो अकेले ही मैच जिता देंगे। सो वी हैव टू जस्ट फोकस ऑन दैट कि जब भी वो खेलें, जस्ट सपोर्ट देम, बिलीव ऑन देम।
But how did you, like when you were there in the team, how did you deal with these pressures? कि बाहर लोग क्या बोलेंगे, फैंस क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्रिकेटर्स ये पढ़ते हैं सब कुछ ट्विटर टाइमलाइन पे, उनका इंस्टा पे रील चेक करते हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं सब।
मैं तो, मुझे तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता, देखो मेरे तो मीम बनते हैं, मैं तो मेरे को अच्छे लगते हैं, उन्हें सेव भी कर लेता हूँ और आगे फॉरवर्ड भी कर लेता हूँ, तो आई जस्ट एंजॉय। जब मैंने सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ना, जब आपकी सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ओपन होती है, तो आपने सबको परमिशन दे रखी है कि कोई भी आके उस पे कर सकता है। अगर किसी को ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है वो प्राइवेट कर दे, पर लोगों का काम है बोलने के। आप, ऐसा नहीं है कि सब बोलते हैं, आपको सपोर्ट भी करेंगे, लेकिन कुछ लोग होते हैं जिनका यही काम है सोशल मीडिया पे सबको गाली देना, उनके बारे में खराब बोलना। वो हर एक के कमेंट सेक्शन में मिलेंगे आपको। तो जो लोग आपकी लाइफ में वैल्यू नहीं रखते, जिनका नाम कुछ और होता है, डीपी अलग होती है, आप उनके बारे में सोच के अपना माइंड क्यों खराब करें, जब पता ही नहीं वो है कौन उस फेस के पीछे। तो मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, जिसको जो लिखना है बिंदास लिखो, मैं पढ़ता भी हूँ, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
चलिए, क्विक रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस। यूजी, यू स्टार्ट। सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11?
सुंदर,
वॉशिंगटन सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11?
मैं, मुझे बोल रहे आप सुंदर और नो सुंदर, मैं चल आई थिंक जो जिम्बाब्वे के अगेंस्ट टीम खेली, आई थिंक वही प्लेइंग 11 आगे रहेगी।
शबी भाई, सैमसन और नो सैमसन इन द प्लेइंग 11?
ये यार मैं चाहता हूँ, देखो हमेशा वही बात होती है, 11 की बात आ जाती है लास्ट में, लेकिन संजू सैमसंग होने चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से।
Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned? Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned? From the Indian team, the one player that you think is going to be the most crucial?
One player who's going to be crucial in a team sport. I would not pick one player. There are match winners in a team. T20 format is something that one day you're really doing well, suddenly you get the form. But then I would pick the entire team.
That's too diplomatic, Mithali. बहुत safe. लेकिन वो कह रहे हैं आपने लेफ्ट कर दिया बिल्कुल.
आप आंसर दो.
हाँ, मैं अपना दे चुका.
नहीं, वापस दो.
Well, if I have to pick, then I'll pick the captain.
Surya.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Surya's batting?
Surya's batting, I think वो वापस वर्ल्ड कप से पहले ही वापस फॉर्म में आ गए थे, और आई थिंक राइट नाउ इज इन टॉप 5 स्कोरर्स इन द वर्ल्ड कप. 212 या 213 रन है उसके. और यूएसए के अगेंस्ट जो उसने इनिंग खेली वहां से, क्योंकि वो मैच पे अगर कुछ उल्टा सीधा होता तो शायद हम इसके बारे में बात भी नहीं कर रहे होते. तो कैप्टन है, और हमेशा तभी उनकी आप स्ट्राइक रेट भी देखिए 160 170. एज ए बॉलर अगर मैं उन्हें बॉल डाल रहा हूँ तो मेरे को बहुत बार सोचना पड़ता है, प्लानिंग करनी पड़ती है, और ही इज अ चैंपियन प्लेयर.
All right, everybody's vote is that India is the champion player. We're all waiting for March 8. But शबी भाई, फाइनल में किसको देखना चाहेंगे इंडिया के खिलाफ? ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो बाकी टीम्स है ना, वो सारी टीम्स बहुत अच्छी लग रही है.
देखिए, अगर टूर्नामेंट के हिसाब से देखा जाए तो इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है.
इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है.
हाँ, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि साउथ अफ्रीका दोबारा से आनी चाहिए.
सेम साउथ अफ्रीका, क्योंकि
क्यों भाई, क्यों मतलब इतना क्यों पाइल ऑन करना है?
अगर वर्ल्ड कप का पूरा ओवरऑल वर्ल्ड कप देखा जाए, तो सबसे बेस्ट क्रिकेट जो खेला है वो साउथ अफ्रीका ने अब तक खेला है.
मिताली, यू एग्री विद देम? South Africa, England.
We've seen that dominance of Australia, England for too long. Let's have somebody else along with India.
Okay, so let's have 3 cheers for India, and of course 3 cheers for our 3 warriors here on the stage as well. Big thanks to all of you for coming. And final एक word मैं शमी भाई को देना चाहती हूँ. मुझे बता रहे थे ये ऑफ स्टेज की
मैंने क्या बता दिया?
जो एक फ्यूल होता है, आप चाहते हैं कि आपका जो बचा हुआ फ्यूल है वो एक बार सही जगह लगे और सही काम में आए, तो यू विश, यू होप, यू आर स्टिल वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स इट टू बी इन द इंडियन टीम सून.
यार, ये ऑफ स्टेज की बात अंदर कहाँ से आई? बट यार, मैं हमेशा यही कहना चाहूंगा कि आप किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट का काम करते हैं, आप किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स में, आप किसी भी लाइन में हैं, तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा, अगर आपके अंदर पोटेंशियल है, आपके अंदर टैलेंट है, तो उसको वेस्ट ना होने दें। मेरा यही कहना था कि आपके अंदर अगर फ्यूल है तो आपको फूकना चाहिए हमेशा। और जब बात कंट्री की आती है ना, तो मैं पर्सनली ये चाहता हूँ कि आप अपनी जान भी दे सकते हैं, लेकिन 1% भी मुझे ऐसा रिग्रेट नहीं होना चाहिए बाद में कि मेरे अंदर पोटेंशियल था और मैं और नहीं कर पाया। तो ये चीज़ मैं हमेशा कहना चाहता हूँ जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं कि भाई गिव अप मत करो। आपके अंदर अगर टैलेंट है तो शायद आपकी कंट्री के काम आ जाए। तो हार्ड वर्क में लगे रहें और बिलीव करें अपने ऊपर।
Wants to know what's the best way to grow? Let's go. Go farther. So far ahead that the competition can't spot you. Let alone catch you. And grow your audience's insight. Because stocks may go up or down, but knowledge is invaluable. Go. Assemble the A-team. The ones who reach the top. And then keep going. Go into uncharted territories. Blur the lines between media and technology. And watch as you make wealth grow. Go. Build partnerships with the very best. And grow your voice. Because the world needs India's perspective more than ever. Go. Hustle your way into India's pulsing creator economy. And then transform the whole ecosystem. Go into India's heartland. Speak her languages. Tell her stories. Grow her ambitions. Go. Make a difference. Create a platform for policymakers, trendsetters, and change makers. Because the only way to grow is to grow together. We are Network 18, and we are always on the go. Enabling India to grow.
In a world of noise, what's the power of the inner voice? Amidst global shifts and digital buzz, how do we find stillness? In today's chaos, ancient practices such as kirtan, bhakti, and meditation are the real anchors. They cut through noise, calm the mind, and connect us to something bigger. Have you ever wondered how these powerful tools can transform everyday life? Our speaker for the inaugural session of Day 2 is a guide who's made these practices his life's work. Let's speak to him to know how these ancient paths are the keys to modern peace. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Radhika Das, bhajan clubbing artist and bhakti yoga teacher, in conversation with Anand Narasimhan for a session on sound of strength within. Can we have some energy for this brilliance, please? Anand, over to you.
Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. Are you all right? इनको आप जानते हैं? Do you know him? इनको देख के what do you feel like saying? सीताराम, भज मन राधे राधे
Govinda.
Radhe Govinda. So, Radhika Dasi, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for having me.
Now, the power of Kirtan.
Mhm.
Why is it so important? What does Kirtan do to a person? Srila Prabhupada said sing, dance and pray, but why?
On the very base level, chanting helps us to transcend the mind. Mantra. Man means the mind. And tra is short for trayate, which means to free the mind, to overcome the mind. Even as I'm speaking right now, some of you are not listening. You're thinking about lunch or your children, or you're worried about what you look like on camera, if that camera's pointing in your direction or not. The mind is always ticking, and it becomes either our best friend or it becomes our worst enemy. And so by chanting on the very base level, you're able to overcome the mind. You're able to transcend the mind, to become truly present with self and truly present with Supreme.
So, Prabhu, let's connect all these minds here together. Let's start with getting to that base level of chanting. You have a technique how you get everybody to do. You don't have your instruments with you today. So यहाँ पे थोड़ा impromptu we'll do. Shall we?
Yeah, sure. If I
All
can
right.
get
So
everyone.
I'll play assist. That's
Yeah,
what
we
I'm
can
going to
try
do.
something.
Okay, we're going to move this.
I don't have my
bottle.
instruments with me, but we can try something. So it's said in the Shastra that when you clap your hands together, and chant the name of God, the name of Hari, that your karma changes. You're all well-to-do people, and I don't expect you all to participate, but I'm inviting you. Here's a Londoner coming to your country and my hometown as well, my home country. I'm going to invite you. Can I invite everyone to clap this with me? Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe Govinda Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Let's hear it. Radhe Radhe Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Govinda Radhe. Jai Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Bhajaman Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Govinda Radhe. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much.
You know, we should get them to do something simpler.
Simpler?
हाँ, because ये आवाज खोल नहीं रही थी. Clap because the beat was a little complex.
Yeah.
So let's just get them to do Hare Krishna.
Sure. You guys up for it?
Yeah, simpler. Yeah. Yes.
All right.
ऐसे गाना है आप सबको. That's when the elevation will happen.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Now you say.
Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna Krishna. Closing the eyes, open the heart. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
अब थोड़ा connection बैठ रहा है. See, Krishna says, Uddaret Atmanat Manam, na Atmanam Avasadhet. That means you've got to elevate your mind. You've got to move away from that pulls you back. Say
Yeah, I think you're right.
How does Kirtan help?
How to?
How does Kirtan help? And there are a lot of people who may look at you and say, what is he selling to me?
Sure.
So how do they react? When you enter the stage, when you enter an audience, a lot of them, when you started this whole thing,
Yeah.
people would have come to you and said, what is it that you're doing, mate? How is it going to make
I think what's
different?
really incredible about the time that we're living in is that previously, if you were to do this exact same thing, and even some of you still have that same sentiment, That if you were to chant like this, oh, no, they're religious folk that are brainwashed, that don't really know too much. But I think India is moving in a very, very progressive way towards in reclaiming its spirituality. And I think that's incredible. And the whole world right now is watching India and the way that India practices, how Bharat practices spirituality, Hinduism. And so what's happening now is people are feeling welcome to discover who is God for them and what is spirituality. And I think the reason why is because we've moved so far away from it that the next generation, my generation and people who are younger to me, their parents didn't force them to do anything. They didn't force them too much, just the way that they were forced. And because of that, they're starting to go, okay, well, who is Krishna for me then? Who are all these ancient deities? Who are these ancient murtis? Who are they to me? And so we're in a really, really cool time right now where we can explore and express very publicly our spirituality, our Hinduism, our bhakti. And so I'm very, very happy to be in this place. I'm very honored to be somehow a servitor of this practice.
No, I'm very curious. How did you become Radhika Ranjan Das?
Yeah.
How did you find Krishna? Or let's say the teachings of Krishna, the Bhagavad Gita,
Yeah,
get initiated, get drawn to him.
It's a far out story. I'll tell you the short version. I was forced to go on a youth retreat. And on this youth retreat, I was sitting there with my phone by my side because, to be honest, I didn't really want to be there. My parents forced me to go because they thought maybe I'll learn something. And as I'm sitting in the kirtan, I'm sitting at the right at the back of the room. And my phone starts buzzing, and it's my girlfriend. And she texts me saying, "It's over." Breaking up with me on text message. I was heartbroken. And the way I saw it at that moment in time, I had only 2 or 3 options. I could either go to my room and cry about it. Oh, I didn't tell you. I tried texting her back, and I had one of those. Do you remember Nokia 3310?
Yes.
Where you have to press 3 times to get one letter to come.
Yeah.
So I was texting furiously, trying to just, what's going on? Why are you breaking up with me? Message send failure. I was in the hills of Madrid. It was in a place called Brihuega. So no messages were going through, and I had few options. One is I go to my room and cry about it, or 2 is maybe I get stuck in with the chanting that's happening here, and maybe that will do something. And by the end, I felt so happy. I felt so free. I felt so liberated from my pain. And so then I went up to the person who's leading that kirtan, and I spoke to him, and his name is Sachinandana Swami. He's a German Swami. And after 10 years of hearing from him and traveling with him and finding that he's a very authentic person, I decided to take Harinam Diksha, and that's where the name, I used to be Ravi, and then he gave me the name Radhika Ranjan. But in the West, they can't say Radhika Ranjan. It's very difficult for them to pronounce, so I just kept it very simple, Radhika Das. So that's how the name came.
Did you ever think that moment in London would go viral? Because the syntax concept of bhajan clubbing, you seem to be the genesis of it.
Yeah.
So today it's caught on, and thankfully so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be candid. I did not come up with the term bhajan clubbing. That's kind of been put on me. I'm somewhat the poster boy for that right now, so that's okay. But when I did that, no, I didn't expect it to go viral. I did not expect it to go at all where it was. And see, my whole motivation, my whole intention is to share this practice with those who are not born here. Like, I don't speak Hindi, for example. मैं समझता हूँ, सब कुछ समझता हूँ, लेकिन बोलने में थोड़ा सा दिक्कत है. So I speak in English and I present our culture to Western audiences, audiences in the US, audiences in London, audiences in Europe, audiences all across the world. And I had never intended for it to go viral. I didn't know what viral was at that time, but it did, and I'm very happy and I'm very grateful. And I feel like the internet is the means, the medium by which we can really share messages. And I'll say one last thing before I hear your next question. Martin Luther King, he says this really profound thing, that those who love peace must learn how to organize themselves as effectively as those who love war. And if you look at those who love war and creating division, They don't take Sunday off. They don't take a break. And so in the same way for peace lovers, for people who want to share a loving message with the world, we have to also use the tools that God has provided us. And God's provided us the internet. Krishna provided the internet. Some use it.
And what was the reaction? I know this whole trend that we see. I asked you this because I remember seeing your video in London in the what is that, Royal Hall? Was it?
Union Chapel.
Yeah, the chapel, the Union Chapel. And that's when I said, these are people who are singing, dancing, and people from all walks of life with no, care and gay abandon. They just seem so happy singing, doing. And you brought music there, and then you added various layers to the kirtan. How does it affect the people? When do people come back and say something to you when you finish that? In fact, that's where this whole trend started. Of course, there are others who, like you rightly credited for the today term of bhajan clubbing.
Yeah.
But the idea is that people decide to go to bhajans and kirtans today rather than going there and indulging themselves into other aspects, which again is to try and buy few moments of freedom.
Yeah.
It's looking for that escape velocity from reality,
We're all trying to free the mind. Why do people drink so much alcohol? Because they want to free the mind of being nervous. They want to free the mind of all of the troubles of their life. They want to free the mind from all the things that are happening in their life that are not happy. And so we're trying all these different methods to be happy, Buy a nice house by the sea, buy a flat screen TV, 1 million gigabyte MP3, Om Jai Jagadisha Hare. We're trying all these different ways of trying to be happy in this world. We buy particular clothing, we dress ourselves in a particular way to be happy, but only to have forgotten that happiness is an inside job. There was once a prisoner in a jail, and he tried every which way to exit from the jail, only to realize years and years later that all he had to do was pull the door from the inside. And it's the same for all of us. That if we can somehow remember that life and happiness is an inside job. Yes, be successful, be everything that you want to be in this world, but don't forget that that won't bring true happiness. That true happiness is an inside job. You have to feed the bird within the cage. The bird within the cage.
So beautifully said. What makes you happy?
What makes me happy?
How did you find what actually makes you happy? Because we're all human, right? We've got great days. Sometimes we get out of the bed and we feel, today's my day. I'm the king, queen of the world, kind of thing. Other days, oh my God, the whole world is on my head. It's such a big burden. There are days. How do you keep that positivity to say, listen, just do your job and leave the rest to Krishna? How do I go back to that basic code?
By finding true humility. And I'll explain that. Humility is something that's used a lot in spiritual circles, and it's often misinterpreted. People think humility means when people can walk all over you, that you're really lower than the lowest. But humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility means to think about yourself less.
Beautiful.
When we're so self-absorbed, when we're so internally connected with me, my, self, how do I look, how do I speak, how do I present, how do I, that's the source of our unhappiness. So you ask me, how do I be happy? By trying to think about myself less, by not being so self-absorbed.
That's so the true interpretation of Aham Brahmasmi is not that I am God, but God is within me.
Yeah.
So
when you're thinking about yourself less, then naturally you have more time to think about others. You have more time to think about God. You have more time to think about the higher things of life. But the truth is, we're usually so self-absorbed. And it's not something that I want to critique about people. It's more a case of, I do it too. I mean, this beard line doesn't do itself in the morning. I'm thinking about myself when I do it. But if we can dedicate more and more time to being less self-absorbed and thinking with humility about greater things, then I think there's happiness waiting for us.
You're doing concerts. You're coming to Bharat so often. Has there been ever a time when you got a packed audience and you just don't feel like singing?
Yeah, of course.
Has there? How do you turn around and say, "Listen, I want to do this." You do this. Do you do it then because you want to do it, or you do it then because you have to do it?
Yeah.
You know, that's the difference between why we are doing a job. Either we have to do it to pay our EMIs, or we want to do it because it makes us happy.
It's a very good
so
question.
I'm asking you that.
Of course, there's times where I'm presenting and there's 10,000, 15,000 people in the audience and I'm not feeling anything. There's nothing going on. And so it's sometimes the case that it's not that I'm loving what I'm doing, but that I love the person that I'm doing it for more. It's like in a relationship with your
Lovely,
wife.
beautiful.
It's like a relationship with your wife or your husband or your partner. Sometimes you might, you don't necessarily love them every time you buy them a present. But you love them so much that, okay, no, I'm going to dedicate my time, my energy, my everything in that resource towards that person. And so, yeah, of course, there's times when I'm sitting there on a stage, I'm not feeling anything, but I just try and remember the person I'm doing it for.
And based on the audience, let's say if it's a younger audience, it's an older audience, does the music change?
Of course, yeah. I think that's been a big point in what I'm trying to share is that you can be spiritual in suit and tie. You can be a bhakta in suit and tie. You can be a spiritualist wearing jeans and trainers. Because ultimately it's between you and your God. It's between you and your divine, your Krishna, your Ram, your Shiva. It was never between you and them anyway. And I think that's what I'm trying to share is that, yes, I might change the detail. I might change it to have a guitar playing, and I might have it with a drum kit, or I might have a saxophone playing in the kirtan. But the point is that if the essence is love of God, prema bhakti, if that's the essence, then the detail can change.
All right. So then how would you change the detail for us here at Rising Bharat? This morning, 10 a.m., after a long night for a lot of us,
Yeah,
a busy
me too.
day for all of us on a Friday, and just after breakfast, first session this morning, how are you going to set the tempo for this room here? It's a mix of a lot of people. There are millennials, there are Gen Xs, there are Gen Zs, all of us here.
I would just use one word, and that word is remember. You all know everything I'm speaking right now is not new information to you. I almost feel like I'm preaching to the crowd. The point is that we have to actively use our awareness to remember that there's so much more to life. There's so much more to this human form of life. And I think that what we often suffer from is forgetfulness, that we forget that it's our birthright. It's our birthright. How do you say that in Hindi? Birthright.
Janm Siddh Adhikar.
There you go. It's your birthright to remember that you are a loving, connected person with the Supreme, with God. And when you remember that point, the essence point that you are loving, you are loved by the Supreme, and you are always carried by the Supreme, then you'll feel happy internally because you realize this is all an external show, an external play, a drama, if you will.
All right. So I'm going to do something with you, Prabhu.
Sure.
I'm going to request you to take us to that level. The next 5 minutes are yours. And I'll stop talking. I'll tell you whatever, and we will give you the beat. We'll sing with you. We will pray with you. We'll dance with you. But I'm going to request this. Can you do that for us? Can you just set the pace for all of us for the whole day? Yeah.
You up for
elevate
it?
us.
Yeah? Okay, I don't have any instruments, so the only instrument that we can use is clapping, because you can see I don't have any saxophone or guitar or anything. So I'm going to ask, even for you, you're going to have to get involved and hold the beat down. I'll keep this here for me. Does that sound okay? Okay. So I'm going to ask you all to sit tall. Some of you are not going to comply, and that's cool. You can do you if you're not into it, and you're like, no, I just want to text on Instagram. You do you, no problem. But those of you that are actively with me, if I can invite you to sit tall and close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Just come to the awareness that you are more than your body, you are more than your mind, that in your essence you're a spiritual being lovingly connected with your God, with your Krishna. And in one voice, just to set the tone, let's chant the one syllable, Om. And all I want you to do is hear that sound vibration which will create peace within, presence, a connectedness with the ultimate reality. Deep breath with me. Om. Deep breath twice more. Last one, deep breath. Deep breath in, deep breath out. We're going to try chanting once again. And I want you to keep your eyes closed. We'll chant Om Namah Shivaya. I request you to just try your best not to think about everybody else around you, not to think about the cameras and the lights, not to think about what other people will say about you. This is between you and your God, between you and your Supreme. Mahadev is described, Lord Shiva is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam as being the gatekeeper to bhakti. With Mahadev's mercy, with Mahadev's kripa, one can once again reclaim their loving devotion to God. So pray. When you chant, I know some of you haven't done this for years, some of you haven't done this for lifetimes. Between you and your God. I'll chant, and then in response, please everybody chant together. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Eva Kevalam. Kalornasti, Vanasti, Vanasti, Eva Katiranyata. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki. So I know that many of you are expecting me to dance and clap and jump around with you. But I think
Back everyone. I hope you all are recharged over lunch. तो लंच के बाद आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है। इस सेशन में हम एक ऐसी लेखिका का सम्मान करना चाहते हैं जिनकी आवाज सीमाओं और पीढ़ियों के पार पहुंची है। इतिहास गवाह रहा है कि लेखकों को कट्टरपंथ पर सवाल उठाने के लिए सेंसरशिप और मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ा है, लेकिन कुछ लोग चुप रहने से इनकार कर देते हैं। आज हमें तस्लीमा नसरीन का स्वागत करते हुए बहुत गर्व महसूस हो रहा है। हम गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। वो निडर हैं और उन्होंने निडर होकर सेकुलरिज्म, महिलाओं के हक और फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन की वकालत की है। उन्होंने सेशन की थीम को खुद जिया है, अनसाइलेंस्ड वर्ड्स एंड वेपन्स। और उनके साथ मैं आनंद नरसिम्हन को इस चर्चा के लिए स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी। वेलकम बोथ ऑफ यू। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू आनंद।
Namaste. Such an honor and a pleasure to meet you in person and also to speak with you, Taslima ji. As we speak, there are a lot of developments happening. So America has decided that the regime, the Iranian regime has to change. So we've got to go ahead. And because we don't like you, you got nuclear weapons, so we got to do away with you. Sometime back in Bangladesh, they said, all right, we don't like the current leader, so we got to take you off. Do you think nations should have this power to engineer regime changes in governments they like or don't like?
Thank you. You know, all countries' situations are not the same. So I think that Mullah regime should be changed, because you know that so many women were murdered because they did not want to wear the compulsory hijab. So this Mullah regime must be changed, and a secularist government should be there in Iran. But in Bangladesh, what happened in Bangladesh, it was actually the jihadi supported government came to power, like Muhammad Yunus. He supported jihadis and Islamic terrorists, and he destroyed the country. You know, he wanted to remove the history of 1971 war against Pakistan, and the people who were collaborators of Pakistani army in 1971 were supported by Muhammad Yunus, and also Jamaat-e-Islami, the Islamist party, is also supported by Muhammad Yunus, and Now it is better that not Jamaat-e-Islami, Bangladesh Nationalist Party in power after election. So it is good. So
Yeah, so I was trying to highlight this contradiction, but I put the question another way. So in Afghanistan, the Taliban and the mullahs are okay. In Bangladesh, to remove one regime, radicals, giving flight to radicals is okay. In Iran, we don't like the mullah regime, so we want to remove them. Now, can the world afford to have a duplicitous position about radicals and about radical mullahs, especially radical Islam?
no, nowhere actually radical Islam or radical mullahs are okay. In Afghanistan, it's, Taliban are in power. They don't allow any girls to
Hmm.
go to school. They don't allow any women to go to work. You know, it's not good.
Hmm.
Maybe Afghanistan is now supported by some countries, but it doesn't mean that Afghanistan is in good shape.
Hmm.
So women have been suffering in Afghanistan, and this mullah regime must be removed, and a secularist party should be in power, and where there should not be any Islamic laws, there should not be any religious laws should be based on equality and justice, and women should get uh, you know should get the opportunity to live as human beings.
Hmm. You think Muslims are safe in India? There is this whole narrative about Muslims are being treated unfairly in India, and especially under Prime Minister Modi and this BJP government over the last 12 years, Muslims have suffered. Muslims are not getting their due.
I
आप
have
दिल्ली में रहते हैं, that's why let me ask you this.
Even though I am an atheist and humanist, I came from Muslim family, but I have been living in India for, for many, many years. And also I met many Muslims here in India, and I don't think, or I didn't feel when I met them, when I talked with them, that they are unsafe here. You know, in Bangladesh, the religious minority community, Hindus, they are in fear. Whenever they get any opportunity, they leave the country. They come to India, or they go to Europe or America for safety, because they are persecuted. Their houses are burned. Their their shops and their belongings are burned by Islamists and jihadists, and they are persecuted only because they have different faith. They
Hmm.
believe in Hinduism.
Hmm.
So they live in fear, and whenever they get chance, they leave the country. But here, I have many Muslim friends. I have never heard that they said that they will leave this country. Muslims in India, they never think of leaving India for any Muslim country. So it means that they are not, they are, they're living in safety in India, you know. So actually Muslims are safe in Europe, America, India, and any non-Muslim countries. Muslims are most unsafe in Muslim countries.
Well, if you put it that way,
So,
if you look at the
there are
reality, it's
many
true.
Muslims from
Ji.
Bangladesh
Ji.
go to Europe and America to live. They
Okay.
never go to Saudi Arabia or any other Muslim countries to live, because they know that there is no democracy in those countries. There is no freedom of expression under Islam, and there is no women's rights under Islam. There is no human rights under Islam. So they will be persecuted, they will be tortured, they will be oppressed. So they go to Europe or America or India, where they find that secularism exists. They will be able to live as human beings, whatever their religion or gender.
True. How is a Bangladeshi Muslim perceived, let's say, in the Middle East? How are they treated? Are they seen
They
as a
are
fellow
treated
Muslim or are they seen as somebody inferior?
in rich Muslim countries in the Middle East, Bangladeshi Muslims are treated as miskins, that beggars, you know.
Hmm.
They are not, the Muslim unity or Muslims are brothers. Only the rich Muslims are brothers, not poor Muslims. They don't consider poor Muslims as their brothers. They are, you know, from Saudi Arabia, the many women, Bangladeshi female workers come back either as dead bodies or as pregnant, as oppressed, beaten up, you know, because those Muslim men for whom they work, mostly the maid, their maids, you know, in the houses, they're raped by fathers and sons. It's very common, and they're oppressed. They're treated as sex slaves, and sometimes they die. They come back as you know, come back home as dead bodies, or as a very sometimes they get psychological problems. So recently, yesterday actually, one woman came as pregnant because she was raped by the house owners, and also another woman came as mentally disturbed. This happens. Muslims are against Muslims, so you must not think that Muslims are always very good friends of Muslims. So they treat poor people like this way. They have no well, morality. So those people are rich, they know money, and they treat people, poor people, very bad.
It's the same elitism game. I am richer than you, so I'm better than you. I'm superior than you, inferior. But when the projection happens, it's Muslim brotherhood. It's the entire Muslim world is the same. All Muslims are the same. But you present a very different picture, Taslima ji. How is? Yes, ma'am.
Muslim unity is a myth. You know, 1971 war of Bangladesh proved that Muslim unity is a myth. Even though you know, there was partition of India, I'm really against that partition, that you put Muslims together, you know, even though East Pakistan and West Pakistan was 1,000 miles away. But Muslim couldn't live with Muslims because West Pakistani Muslims tortured or oppressed our East Pakistani Muslims. So finally, East Pakistani Muslims fought against West Pakistani Muslims. And we got a land independent. We got independence in 1971. And also you see that now Afghanistan and Pakistan are fighting with each other. And also Saudi Arabia and Yemen fought each other. And they are all fighting with each other. So it is not that there is a Muslim brotherhood. No Muslim brotherhood exists or any Muslim unity you don't see.
Does Muslim sisterhood exist? When I say women are not spoken about in the Muslim community, see, again, they term themselves Muslim brotherhood. Brotherhood, again, it's very patriarchal. I agree. What do Muslim women think? I'm sure you would have interacted with women from various Muslim nations or Muslim women all over the world.
Actually,
What do they think?
Yeah, Muslim women have been suffering, you know, because under Muslim laws. And some Muslim women, of course, are liberated and some are brainwashed. They think that they should follow Islamic rules. And yeah, so it's divided. Also in Iran, you will find that many Muslim women do not want to wear hijab, but some Muslim women want to wear hijab. So it's, but what I think is that all Muslim countries should be civilized. There should be secularism, means state and religion must be separated, and there should be democracy, and human rights, women rights, and freedom of expression. They must have, otherwise they will never be civilized. And women must have education and also economic freedom. Without economic freedom, women will never be liberated. So these Muslim countries that under the name of Islam, the rulers especially oppress Muslim women and also men because they violate human rights.
Yeah.
And if there is no secularism, then the religious minority communities suffer a lot in all Muslim countries. So those Muslim countries should be civilized, and we, the people who are free thinkers, we criticize Islam and Islamic fundamentalism, jihadism, and terrorism. Why? Because we want Muslim society and Muslim countries should be civilized.
Yes.
And Islam must not be exempt from critical scrutiny that applies to other religions. And Islam must go through the enlightenment process by opposing inhuman, unscientific aspects of religion.
We have limited time, but I have two questions. One is, how do you think this can happen? This entire critical assessment, recalibration, who will do it and how can it be done?
We are doing it. There are many free thinkers in Muslim countries, and we constantly criticizing or doing critical scrutiny of Islam. And I think that there's lots of people actually are leaving Islam, the Muslim people, and they get persecuted in their own countries, and they leave for some other safe countries. And in Bangladesh, you know that I have been living in exile for 31 years. Why did I leave? Why was I thrown out of Bangladesh? Because I was critical of Islam in Bangladesh 31 years ago. And there are many men and women followed me. They also are very critical of Islam. And you know that what happened in 2016, there are many atheist bloggers who were hacked to death in Bangladesh during Hasina regime.
There's one person who was hacked to death in Loni in Uttar Pradesh for leaving Islam. Sunil.
Okay, so in Bangladesh it happened. Many were in prison, and those people, persecuted people, had to leave the country. So in India, they didn't get any shelter. They got shelter in Nepal. Now they are living in Nepal. And many also left for Europe and America. But from there, they are writing, and they have also very active. They have vlogs. They are
Right.
speaking constantly.
Time has flown, so I'll keep this to the last question. Would you like to go back to Bangladesh?
Yeah.
And do you think the current elected government, the BNP, will have a more liberal approach, more secular approach?
I do not know, but we have to wait and see what Tariq is doing. But I hope that there are lots of works that he has to do. He has to unban Awami League and let the Awami League people, have the right to do their politics. And also there are many terrorists and jihadists are freed from prison who are now, walking free in the society. They should be, put in prison again. And also there are many free thinkers are in prison. They should be freed. And also the religious, the laws that, our personal law or yeah, family laws based in religion. That should be based on equality and justice. There
Right.
should not be any religious laws. There should be strict separation between state and religion, and minority people must not be persecuted by jihadis. And Jamaat Islami should not be a main opposition party. Other secular party should be main opposition party. I don't know how
Great.
much he will do, but I hope that he will do much better than previous governments.
Well, we also hope so too. But till then, Taslima ji, we are always happy to have you with us here in Bharat. So you're most welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know there are a lot of questions, but we don't have time. We have to make way for the next panel. So you can have the internet. Okay, one question. With your kind permission, sirs, I know our next panel is also here. With your indulgence, namaste. If you may, kindly, we just take one question. Yes. We are bringing the mic to you quickly, so then you can ask the question. All right, I'll bring this down. Chali, let's not. Sure.
So, Sensei Raj from the Global Changemakers Network. Ms. Nasreen, you have dared the Muslim world, as you said. How do you feel about the pogroms against the Hindus in Bangladesh itself, from the very backyard that you come from? 1947 to 2026? One sec. From 51% to less than 6.5%. Could you please shed some light on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Probably 30% to now it is 8% Hindus are there. Okay, so this actually shows that how Hindus are leaving the country because they are not they didn't feel safe. They were persecuted, they were oppressed, they were attacked by Islamists. So they left the country. So the percentage is so low now. So
Well, she said that. She said either they've been hacked, or they've been forced to convert, or they've been forced to leave. So she was quite candid about this right at the top of the conversation. So that's why I said it's not that she's something that she's held back. But we've run out of time. So Taslima ji, I thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much for being so candid and so open about your thoughts. Always a pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anand and Taslima ji, for such an inspiring and thought-provoking session. Taslima ji, your candid reflection on Muslims for Muslims can be myth more than reality truly sparked an on conversation on Bharat Mandapam, on Rising Bharat. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward. Rising Bharat की कहानी तब तक पूरी नहीं होती जब तक हम इसे ग्लोबल साउथ की आवाज के रूप में ना देखें। आज भारत सिर्फ लहरों के साथ बहता हुआ आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा है, बल्कि अपना रास्ता खुद बना रहा है। बदलते हुए अलायंसेस और सप्लाई चेन रीअलाइनमेंट्स के इस दौर में भारत एक बहुत ही पिवटल मूवमेंट पर खड़ा है। लेकिन ये भारत का वक्त है, ये हमें प्राउडली कहना होगा। भारत अपनी स्ट्रेटेजिक ऑटोनॉमी को बनाए रखते हुए अपनी ताकत को दुनिया में साबित कर रहा है और दुनिया भी इसका लोहा मान रही है। मैं CNN न्यूज़ 18 के राहुल शिवशंकर को अब मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी। हमारा अगला सेशन है इंडियाज ग्लोबल गैम्बिट नेविगेटिंग द स्ट्रेटेजिक हाई सीज। भारत के 3 सबसे अनुभवी डिप्लोमेटिक माइंड्स को भी मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी। Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ruchira Kamboj, पूर्व अध्यक्ष संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद, तरनजीत संधू, अमेरिका में भारत के पूर्व राजदूत, कंवल सिब्बल, भारत के पूर्व विदेश सचिव। I request you all to please come up on the stage. A huge round of applause Thank you so much. And Rahul Shankar will take this conversation forward. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you very much for being here and making time for our panel discussions in this hall. We have with us perhaps the A-list of Indian geopolitical and diplomatic analytical heft. So very proud to have Taranjit ji, Kamal Sibal ji, and Ruchira ji with us. And what a day, Kamalji, to be speaking. A day when war is broken out in the Gulf, a day when Israel and America have got together and they have struck Iran. Taranjit ji, just a few days ago, we were talking and we were talking about larger equations and things changing this way and that way. But here we have a scenario that has emerged that perhaps some of us were fearing would be very disruptive. So I want to first begin with you, Taranjit ji, and this is something that's important because clearly this is happening now in India's backyard. We have relationships both with Iran and Israel. With Israel, of course, you saw the bonhomie just 2 days ago where the Prime Minister and Benjamin Netanyahu were together. The Prime Minister addressed the Israeli Knesset and the Prime Minister said that we back Israel, that India backs Israel in the actions it needs to take to defend itself. Perhaps he didn't realize that there was going to be this sort of a consequence. But India will be now, questions will be asked of it, I'm sure, because we've assumed this posture of strategic autonomy. There are many stresses on India now because people expect us to align with this bloc or the other. These are times where, as you know, conflagrations are breaking out and India has emerged as such an important player on the international stage. So can we continue to push this posture and remain, in a sense, equidistant from various powers?
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for having me. And it's wonderful to be with my former foreign secretary and my very good friend, Ruchira here. Rahul, I'll slightly differ on that. I know there is an immediate issue which is at hand and there is understandable excitement. But international relations between countries have always been complicated and complex. It's a different era. The crisis will be different. So coming to this part, I would say that, look, strategic autonomy is not a concept in vacuum. It's connected, one, in the environment which you live in, which has regional dimension and it has international dimension. And at some stage we can go into it, I know. Secondly, the capability and the capacity. And that has, again, many dimensions. That has an economic dimension, that has a defense dimension, that will have many other aspects also, again, on which we can go into. So that part also plays a significant role. And finally, if I may say, in both these, we always develop partnerships. And that's where strategic autonomy, it doesn't mean that, look, the non-alignment of Cold War was a different era. Today, things have moved. And every day we see the relationships move. So there are challenges. No doubt, strategic autonomy gives you the flexibility of having relations on specific issues. It doesn't mean that you go in for an alignment with X or Y. And once we go into details, I will certainly get into it.
Okay.
But let me give an opportunity.
Yeah, let's open up the floor. Mr. Sibal, Israel wants us to be part of the hexagon, though exact shape and who should be on it has not been enunciated upon by Prime Minister Netanyahu. He definitely has expectations of New Delhi. On the other side, we have deep and entrenched strategic interests in Iran, as you know. And some would say that Iran belongs to a certain other bloc. You could say in the background is China, Russia. We also have ties with China, Russia. How do we now navigate as we go forward with this Gulf War? And there are going to be implications for us, economic implications, there are strategic implications. What do? We keep sort of playing this game where we somehow slither between the two blocks, or do we have to now make up our minds?
No, I think we've made up our mind that we're not going to join any bloc, and this is part of our traditional diplomacy right from the time of our independence. Non-alignment was a product of the Cold War, but the spirit behind non-alignment remains. And since we are targeted always about being non-aligned and to choose sides, therefore the vocabulary has changed. Now, therefore, we talk about multi-alignment or of strategic autonomy. But basically, it's the same thing, that we keep the independence of our, we retain the independence of our foreign policy as much as we can. No country is fully independent, but nevertheless, whatever margin of maneuver we have, we will maintain it and not choose sides needlessly and make our strategic interests become a part of the strategic interests of other countries where we actually differ, where our national interests do not demand us to align ourselves. So that is the meaning of the strategic autonomy. And we will continue to maintain that. Now, you said whether we can do this in the context of what is happening, with constant pressure to choose sides and this and that and that.
And it's not just pressure, Mr. Sibal. There will be a winning side in this conflagration if one is to believe what the US says, that we are going to ensure that Iran complies. If need be, we will even put in a regime that's favorable to us. So should we not be on the winning side because we have so many states?
Well, I would ask the question that has the United States succeeded in creating a winning side for itself anywhere in this region? The only country is Israel. But apart from that, it has failed everywhere. It's failed in Iraq, it has failed in Libya, it has failed in Syria, it failed in Afghanistan. In fact, they have destabilized the entire region without actually being able to stabilize the region and promote their interests. And the reason why, and because they're not being able to do that, they have chosen another victim, and this time it is Iran. There's no reason for them to attack Iran. Iran has never committed aggression against the United States. So what is the reason for United States to commit aggression against Iran? Yes, Iran has been very vocal in terms of Israel and denying their right to existence. I think that was a grave strategic mistake they have committed over the years. Rather than let the Arab countries take up cudgels on behalf of the Palestinians or Arabs, they have, for reasons I can explain, but this is not the platform to do so, they chose to be very aggressive in terms of protecting the Palestinian rights and therefore attracted the ire of Israel and United States and the West in general. But other than that, I can't see what is the casus belli. If, for example, the nuclear issue is the casus belli, United States helped Pakistan become nuclear. Iran has nuclear weapons. North Korea walked out of the NPT. Nothing has been done about it. United States has walked out of all disarmament agreements. They are now saying they're going to test again. Now, that is their own position with regard to nuclear weapons. But when it comes to Iranian nuclear weapons, then it becomes a casus belli. Now, in 2015, when they had the JCPOA, Obama was fully satisfied with the agreement. At that time, I had written, if you see my articles, that Iran has made such compromises with its national sovereignty that no self-respecting country would make. They made it. And then they said, no, they're 1 month away, 2 months away, 3 months away from nuclear weapons. 11 years have passed, and the same narrative. They're 1 month away, they're 2 months away, even when they're formally declared that they don't want nuclear weapons and the IAEA is there. You can always say they cheat, but that is just a way of saying things.
So are you saying that Trump is joining Israel to attack Iran because he wants to either deflect attention from his domestic problems, or he wants to showboat and tell the world that America is still great, and this impression that the world is getting that America is sort of receding inwards is wrong. So, I mean, why is this happening then?
I would say that a lot of what he's doing in foreign policy actually is a product of domestic policies. And that is where the problem is. And now that the elections in November are coming up for the House, and now there is more concern that if he loses the House, his foreign policy is finished, his domestic policy is finished. And there are the Epstein files. There are a lot of things that are happening inside, which actually, and plus, of course, the Israeli lobby and the huge amounts of money that he has got for his own election from the Israeli lobby. That explains why he's doing this.
Ruchiraji, let me bring you into this conversation because, again, I'm going to ask you to explain to the gathering here. At UN, India has tended on certain issues, Ukraine, for example, to abstain. Is there a price? Has this translated, for example, into greater diplomatic leverage? Or have abstentionisms diluted our moral influence? People expect us to take a position to say that, look, you must do this, or we must vote for here, or there should be ceasefires, this, that, the other. Even on this Israel-Gaza issue, we sort of abstained. Is there going to be a cost? Is it an advantage? How do you view this? You've been in the UN system.
No, thank you very much for that question. Let's look at the abstentions and the yes votes of India in the United Nations in recent years. So you're absolutely right. The abstentions have gone up dramatically. About 44% of the times India abstains on UN votes. And the yes votes too have gone down. They are at a historic low. So India is saying yes just half the number of times while the abstention votes are going up. Now, what does it indicate? It indicates a more selective and nuanced approach to global issues within the wider ambit of multi-alignment in a multipolar world. Now, what I want to tell you is that don't imagine even for a minute that it's just India where the abstentions are rising. It is a broad trend with other countries too. It's
Really?
not just India, absolutely. So today, India's vote is more issue-based. It is not block-based. It's not an automatic alignment because the world is more messy, it is more complicated. And this is a broader trend with other countries as well. So that is the first thing. The second point is something that you raised in your initial intervention when you talked about India being critiqued for this policy of strategic autonomy. And you also inquired, I think, not explicitly but implicitly, whether the space for India to exercise strategic autonomy has shrunk. Well, let me tell you, of course, as Ambassador Sibal has just said, India is going to exercise its independence in decision making. Don't expect that to change. That is anchored in our history. That is anchored in our evolution. And it does indeed cut across the board. It cuts across the political spectrum. There is no walking this back.
But ma'am, critics will say that, look, India's approach has been always based on a moral outlook, at least in the past. And I'll pick up that thread with Taranjit ji also. But I want to ask you this, and many people say these abstentions introduce a degree of hedging. India sits on the fence on important moral issues. For example, when Russia went into Ukraine, a lot of countries said that that was a violation of another country's sovereignty. China could do that and invoke the precedent against India tomorrow. We share a border which is unsettled with China. There could be Pakistan tomorrow that might resort to some sort of misadventure. And they do. So how do we square this with a moral?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right to raise this question. I think a lot of people are raising this issue, this difference between the principle of it and the practice of it. Indeed so. But whoever said that strategic autonomy is a risk-free policy, it is a very fine balancing act. You're balancing between the major powers. Let's say you have a resolution at the United Nations. Now, United Nations resolutions are not so simple. There are multiple clauses. There could be the language in a particular clause. There could be language on a particular issue. There could be something to do with the implementation schedule. There could be the prevailing geopolitical environment at the time of the adoption of the resolution. So India calculates all of this very carefully. And I would say to the critics that yes, indeed, India is being critiqued because there seems to be, and I stress upon the word seems, there seems to be a dissonance between the principle and the practice of it. But remember that today the world is very different from what it was in the earlier days. Earlier there was bloc-based voting. There was the Soviet bloc, there was the Western bloc, there was the non-aligned bloc. Today most countries, as I said, are voting according to the specific issue. It's not just India. So yes, you can say that the abstention votes have gone up, for sure. On Ukraine, India has consistently abstained at the United Nations General Assembly. And in the case of Gaza, we have pivoted from abstention to a yes vote to a humanitarian truce and pivoted back again to an abstention. So that is very much there. I would say it's a calibrated ambiguity in a polarized world.
Okay.
One is that when you talk about morality, I would like to understand what is the moral driving force between Western policies all along. I mean, we've been talking of double standards all the time. All the time. They don't practice what they preach. They talk about values, but they don't implement their own values when it comes to their national interests. So this moral angle, I totally discard. I don't think we should pay any attention. With regard to the China thing, if there were huge numbers of Chinese living in India, which New Delhi was targeting and committing atrocities and killed 15,000 of them, then the situation would have some parallel with what is happening in the Donbass region. But I think the India-China border situation and the issues behind it are rather different,
Okay. So
Rahul, just one tiny point very quickly. You raised your eyebrows. You expressed some surprise when I said that, it's part of a broader trend in the United Nations. But might I give you very quick examples? Brazil has been abstaining. So has Indonesia. So has South Africa. And many other countries. Whenever you have these polarizing resolutions, this is a development post-Ukraine. The polarization has become very sharp across the United Nations, a reflection of the times that we are living in. So whenever you have these polarizing resolutions, more and more countries, you could use the word, are hedging, or more and more countries are abstaining.
Okay, well, that's a great point and a data-driven point. So we are not alone. Taranjit, I have to ask you this because, you referred to geopolitical implications and you talked about regional implications. Now, let's come back to this subject of the Gulf situation that is unfolding. We have friends in both capitals, as I said, Tehran and Tel Aviv. There's also a political aspect to this because we have Muslims here in India, we have a big Shia population. There's obviously an expectation among them also that we stand up for their brethren in Iran and so on and so forth. Now, do you believe that this Gulf crisis is going to put pressure, add to the complications that Delhi has to endure? There's a subplot, there's a Gaza-Israel thing going on. Now there's a wider Gulf which could obviously engulf, to pun on the word,
Is very right. On the moral part, everybody and it's based on national interest, and national interest is seen by each country according to its own interest. So when you ask me on does this action complicate affairs, certainly. So did the Russian going into Ukraine on fertilizers, on a whole lot of, and we had to navigate that. I think on this particular issue, definitely there are going to be implications for United States. There are going to be implications for Iran. There are going to be implications for Israel and a whole lot of us. And I think, again, I would say, and it's a general statement, we can definitely go into, there will always be challenges, but it is incumbent on us to convert those into an opportunity.
So on this case of Iran, for example, there's pressure that we withdraw from Chabahar. I think we've given in. The Americans have an expectation. You've been our envoy to the United States as recent as I think about 3 years ago. So you have perhaps the most updated idea of how the American establishment is thinking. You continue, I'm sure, to interlocute with them. So I want to ask you, sir, tomorrow the Americans are sort of dictating terms as to how we should deploy our strategic interest, where we should invest, and so on and so forth. If we don't or are not seen to be taking a position that is backing the American intervention, because I'm sure a statement has to come out very soon from the MEA or from New Delhi, there's going to be a repercussion. So I'm saying, should we just throw in a lot with the US on this? And
since you mentioned when I was the ambassador there, I also want to draw your attention. The CATSA waiver came at that time.
Yes.
The S-400 were picked up.
That's true.
And also the oil issue was very much so.
But Biden was more reasonable, people would argue.
Well, I would avoid commenting on that because that's domestic polity.
Yeah.
The reality is, whoever is the president of the United States is not decided by India. You have to tackle whoever the administration is. So that's why I avoided commenting on this. Because look, commentary is the easiest. And especially when you are retired, you can comment on anything. But there is a bigger responsibility of the country. So the leadership is tackling this situation. And I do not certainly agree that somebody can throw tantrum on X or Y. All these issues are looked into in our overall broader interest. So if there is some give here, there's always a take there. And in this particular issue, I'm sure number of factors have gone in. You seem to be more aware than me what has been given in and what has been given out. I think you had Mr. Goyal also yesterday at your forum. But I can tell you one thing, that from my experience, that it's the overall package which is important, including for President Trump. And I'm not giving any justification, but if you look at over a period of time, there is a necessity and importance of tackling all these. Now, as you said, for us, Iran has a certain implications, just like for Iran itself. Ultimately, on the ground, the strength of the economy, the strength of the defense, the strength of so many other aspects, including the people's morale, these all will be factors which will go into taking the final call on that. And as you said, I think we certainly need to very carefully watch how the situation evolves.
So, Mr. Sibal, we've been engaging, of course, with the Iranians, and of course, we've just come off the back of a bilateral engagement with the Israelis. So, again, let me be very blunt, because that's the nature of my questioning. We have very deep interests in Iran. What do you think we should do right now? There's going to be an expectation, there's going to be pressure on us to say something. A, preempt what the Indian government could say. And secondly, where do we pitch our tent?
Well, you know, let's look at hard facts.
Yes.
After we signed the nuclear deal with the United States, one of the conditions was that we will not have any defense relationship with Iran. We stopped doing exercises with them. Then over time, you reduce your oil purchases from Iran, which was our second largest supplier, to zero. We've done that. Insofar as other elements of our relationship are concerned, while sentimentally and in terms of harking back to civilizational context, we have that discourse. But on the ground, there's nothing very much as compared to our interests in the Arab countries, Gulf countries, and of course with Israel. So therefore, I don't think we should be too much concerned about maintaining that kind of a balance because we've not maintained it in the past. However, Iran is a member of SCO, member of BRICS and all that. We need the Chaba route for Afghanistan, for Central Asia, international North-South trade corridor with Russia. So strategically, Iran is very well placed. But beyond that, we have interest in the stability of Iran. Because if Iran becomes unstable, the Middle East becomes unstable. And the corollary of that is terrible for us because of our interest in the Gulf. Therefore, to my mind, the Americans are committing a grave, grave mistake.
Should we
in
tell them that
attacking Iran.
publicly?
And now the problem would be, do we condemn it or we don't condemn it?
Yes.
I leave it to the ministry and the,
What do
and
you
the
think
government
we
to
should do?
decide.
What do you think we should do? As to paraphrase Taranjit ji, as a retired analyst.
I think we should express our serious disquiet at what is happening. This is the least we should do.
Would you go along with that?
Well, I would put it this way that India always acts according to the supreme national interest. According to me, when we have abstained on resolutions in the United Nations, it is with the national interest in mind. And I've already indicated that the voting today, the decisions that India is taking, they are more issue-based. And it is not a process of automatic alignment. It is a very fine balancing act. It's not an easy policy, that is for sure. We're constantly calibrating, recalibrating, calculating, recalculating. And as I said already, I do see us going forward with this independence of decision-making, retaining your sovereignty in a polarized world. So while I will hold back on the specific question, but what I will say is I'm confident that India will act in the national interest, what is best for us. And I think that is the stated policy position of the government of India.
So Taranjit ji, final question to you, because we've run out of time. If it came to taking a position, Kamal Sibal Saab has said that we should perhaps condemn it.
I said seriously express a serious disquiet about what is happening.
Serious disquiet. Okay, serious
But
disquiet.
condemn is a very sensitive word.
Okay.
Because the Europeans and the Americans have been asked us to condemn Russian invasion.
Right.
And we've not condemned it.
So we could say this is a serious, as you said, okay, we can play with the words. But if we were to take that position, how would Washington react? Would they be understanding that, okay, you know, we have said this because we have a political and, of course, financial and economic stakes in Iran. We have oil that's going to be coming through the Gulf that could get disrupted, that could impact our economy and so on and so forth. So would they be understanding?
So as you have underlined, there are a whole lot of factors which would impact, and I will go into another dimension which I'll give. I mean, Ambassador Sibal, with much deeper experience, has mentioned that, so I will duck that. But remember, in diplomacy, there is an important art of talking. Irrespective of whatever you may say in the public. And I'm again mentioning it to you based on what we did. Now, how many people know that CATSA waiver was passed by the US Congress? Very few do. And imagine, and it was at that time, you said, okay, Biden, but remember, Biden administration was very strong on Ukraine.
That's true.
So sometimes quiet diplomacy is important. And if it's impacting our interest, national interest, as Ruchira said, deeply, definitely in conversations, we can do that. Plus, another dimension is we also may be in a unique position to play a quiet role.
Very
We
interesting.
should say that we are seriously concerned. That is good diplomatic vocabulary, and nobody can actually take exception to that. And that will also convey that we are
Seriously concerned, which is true. It's an open-ended statement because it is an issue of concern. Yes, very quickly, ma'am.
Yeah, very quickly. I just wanted to say that this matter is soon going to land in the lap of the United Nations. We were discussing that behind the scenes. So again, that's a chance for India to decide what it will do when the vote comes in the UNGA. Because when the Council cannot act, the matter goes across to the General Assembly, and then you have a choice. You can do a yes, you can do a no, or you can abstain.
But it
So
also
you were-
depends on the wording.
So you were, yes, very much so. The clauses the devil always lies in the detail and the prevailing geopolitical atmosphere of the time, as I've already said. So you were pressing us on a response. Well, soon enough, India will have to decide because the matter is sure to come up at the UNGA sooner rather than later.
Serious concern will perhaps be expressed. I think that is a statement which encompasses a lot of things, certainly not condemnation. Thank you, gentlemen, and Ms. Ruchira Kamboj. Thank you very much for being here and sharing your perspective on this evolving story. And we're going to, of course, have more of you over the next few days as we get deeper into this crisis. Unfortunately, it looks as if it's going to be a little protracted. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul, and our esteemed guests for an power-packed session for the day, and truly highlighting how India is strongly emerging as the strongest voice of Global South. Thank you so much. All right, as geopolitics shapes nations, health ultimately shapes people. And that's where our next conversation begins. अभी कुछ देर पहले हमने मेंटल हेल्थ पर बात की, लेकिन फिजिकल वेलबींग का क्या? लगभग एक सदी से एंटीबायोटिक्स मेडिकल साइंस की सबसे बड़ी जीत रही है, जिन्होंने जानलेवा इन्फेक्शन को इलाज के लायक बनाया और मॉडर्न सर्जरी और कैंसर थेरेपी को मुमकिन किया है। लेकिन क्या अब ये बुनियाद खत्म हो रही है, दरक रही है? क्या एंटी माइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस का खतरा और ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है? क्या ये सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज भारत के लिए है? दांव पर बहुत कुछ लगा है, मरीजों की सुरक्षा है, पब्लिक हेल्थ सिस्टम्स है और आर्थिक स्थिरता है। तो हम अगले सेशन में इसी चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मैं नेटवर्क 18 की गृहा अतुल से गुजारिश करूंगी। I would like to invite Griha on stage and also welcome our esteemed panelists for the session. Dr. Randeep Guleria, Chairman of the Institute of Internal Medicine and Respiratory and Sleep Medicine and Director, Medanta Medical School, Purv Director, AIMS. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Our next guest, Dr. Kamini Walia, Scientist, ICMR. Dr. Purva Mathur, Professor, Microbiology and Hospital Infection Control, Division of Lab Medicine, AIMS, or Bhabatosh Das, Professor, Biotechnology Research and Innovation Council, THACI. Welcome, everyone, and Griha will take this conversation forward. Thank you, Griha.
Thank you so much for that, Monica. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am flanked in the company of the best in the field of medical sciences. But let me begin with asking a question to the audience, the august audience that have assembled here to listen to us. And that's why it's an important question. Monica was just mentioning about antimicrobial resistance, AMR. How many of you know about AMR? I just see one hand, two. This is a problem, Dr. Gureria. This is a problem.
Definitely. I think people don't understand the seriousness, and I would say we are having not an epidemic or a pandemic of antimicrobial resistance in our country. It's a hidden pandemic which is causing a lot of mortality. People are losing life because we are now having superbugs. And if you look at ICUs, you'll have patients admitted who have infections which are resistant to all the current antibiotics that we have available. And this actually leads to higher mortality. So there is a huge burden of disease which is happening because of antimicrobial resistance. But it's something that people don't understand or are not aware of.
Absolutely. And you know why I asked that question to our August gathering here, Dr. Walia, is because even the Prime Minister has made a mention of how AMR is becoming a national health emergency. This needs to be, in fact, taken care of. And this is a problem that we have at hand currently. You are responsible for surveilling the data that's required to be looked at and how bad is the issue. But I want to understand from you, has it stopped or is it still rapidly worsening?
Well, to say briefly, it is increasing rather stubbornly, I would say. Every year, what we are seeing that there is increasing levels of resistance to the antibiotics, which are most commonly used for treating infections, both in community as well as in the hospitals. Most of our data comes from hospitals, so it is still, I would say, hospital centric, where most of the patients get admitted, as Dr. Guleria mentioned, in the ICUs or in the wards. And antimicrobial pressure, like the use of antibiotics, is very high in these hospitals. So that continues to sustain this high antibiotic resistance levels, and we are seeing increasing trends. We have not been able to go beyond the tertiary care hospitals as of now, because there are challenges of availability of sufficient capacity, whether it is the microbiology lab or microbiologists to undertake the surveillance activities in these hospitals. But in a couple of years, I think we should be able to bring out quality and reliable data from the next level of hospitals as well.
So, Dr. Purva, people, we're still in the national capital region. For people who are living in tier 2 cities, the problem could be bad because, again, we're not just talking about surveillance data, it's about the infra that is not readily available in those smaller hospitals. What do we do about that?
So as we go into the tier 2 and tier 3 city, infrastructure and availability of microbiologists, availability of infection control nurses, availability of laboratories is a major problem. So when diagnostics are an issue, the clinicians will not get the appropriate antibiograms and they are forced to, treat empirically. Then again, there is problem of staff. I mean, if you don't have microbiologists, infection control nurses, you cannot really work on infection control, which is a major arm for prevention of antimicrobial resistance, because antibiotics are not panacea and they cannot cover for faulty infection control practices. The practices have to improve and the stewardship programs have to be very strong, which for tier 2 and tier 3 cities, we have a long way to go.
So, Dr. Balbadosh, you're also responsible for not just educating people about what really is happening, but also about this research, the R&D part, and how important that becomes. I just want to know, is that happening at a war footing? Because if the Prime Minister of the country is really mentioning it and talking about how this has become a national health emergency, it needs to be dealt with on a war footing.
So I think the Department of the Biotechnology, the Indian Council of Medical Research, they made substantial effort in the last 10 years to understand why these bugs is coming resistance and whether these resistance are only restricted to the pathogen. You just need to understand that almost 99% of the microbes that reside in our body or the environment, they are not pathogens, they are commensals. Only 1% of the bacteria is pathogens. So when the resistance is evolving, we just need to understand whether this resistance is evolving only to the pathogen or also to the commensal that normally reside in our body. We made large scales of the genomic study, getting support from the ICMR, DBT, and we made, I think, a national database also that the resistance is not only restricted to the pathogens. Now it's basically slowly spreading to all the bacteria. And that is one of the major problems. It's not only to the infections. Even if you go to the organ transplantations, you first need to sterilize. And the microbes that normally reside, if they're resistant, that is also a problem. This is a problem to the food industry. This is a problem also to the livestock. So everywhere. But research in terms of the India, we have generated substantial data that I feel.
Dr. Guleria, we're told that major cases that have come up, which have become increasingly resistant, are cases of, in fact, UTI for that matter, also typhoid. And these are infections that were easily dealt with in the past, not anymore. And that's where, again, lies the problem. We're still talking about the problem because it is a man-made issue. We are self-medicating, we are popping pills, and this is where we've come.
That's true. So if you look at how we were, let's say 20, 30 years ago, we had a lot of good antibiotics available and treating urinary tract infection, simple chest infection was much more simpler. For that matter, typhoid, we had good drugs available. And this was something that, as a general practitioner, one was comfortable in treating. We've moved way forward from that. That a lot of bugs which now cause UTI, complicated UTI, sometimes that infection goes up to your kidneys, causing pyelonephritis, infection in the kidneys, or you can have pneumonia, which can cause sepsis, and the infection can spread into your bloodstream, is occurring by bacteria which over time have become resistant to the antibiotics that we were using in the past. And this is a man-made problem because of the fact that a lot of people, the general public, doesn't understand that by just popping in pills or taking repeated courses of antibiotics when they are not required, you are actually allowing the bacteria to develop changes or mutate so that they become resistant to that antibiotic. And when you actually need that antibiotic, when you have an infection like UTI or a serious chest infection, the antibiotics don't work, and you need to give higher end antibiotics. And you're reaching a stage where we are not having enough antibiotics to treat these infections. So multi-drug resistant infections are happening. We're seeing that very often, and it's happening because of a problem that we have created in terms of misuse, overuse of antibiotics. If you look at what people will do, if you're having a little bit of a viral fever, it's cold, you don't need an antibiotic, you'll go up to your chemist and just ask him for a course of an antibiotic without really consulting your doctor whether you need that antibiotic or not.
Allow me to, in fact, take this to the people here. How many of you have family members or you yourself who would probably, after a running nose, will go reach out to your closet drawer and get an antibiotic pop-up pill? How many do you do that? Look at that. Almost few hands, and that's actually where the problem really lies. I mean, popping the pills yourself, self-medicating, but also doctors, Dr. Valia, are prescribing. Is the surveillance also looking at the prescriptions now?
Yes. Thanks for that question. So initially we started looking at just the microbiology data, which is like an isolate-based data, you can say. The sample is sent to the lab and we look at what is happening there, and we were monitoring trends from there. Recently, we started one study, which is a patient-based study. Like a patient gets admitted to hospital, and if they have an infection, we follow up till the clinical outcome. And that is actually giving us very good insight into how many patients get infections in the hospitals, whether they bring infections from the community or they acquire those infections in the hospitals. This is the most difficult part to assess in India. And the reason being that when a patient reaches AIMS or PGI or Medanta for that matter, they must have had many previous hospitalizations as well as many previous courses of antibiotics. So what Medanta's lab finds or what Dr. Purva Mathur's lab finds in their hospital is not something that was created in their hospital. They have acquired it from other hospitals, and that is now showing up in AIMS microbiology department. So that is the kind of problem that we were facing. But now with this study that we are undertaking, we find that the hospital acquired infection proportions are very high. The patient gets admitted to the hospital within 48 hours or 72 hours of admission. If they have fever, that means they acquired infection while they were in the hospital. The infection control was compromised. So when in both the cases, Dr. Purva Mathur talked about diagnostic availability and also infection control being compromised. In both the situations, doctors will overprescribe because no doctor wants to risk their patient. Dr. Guleria, I'm sure, knows it better. So whenever there is poor infection control in the hospital and whenever there is a diagnostic uncertainty with respect to the culture report, the doctor is going to prescribe antibiotics. So if we really want our doctors to prescribe antibiotics rationally and responsibly, two things have to be done. The labs have to be strengthened and the infection control has to be improved.
Dr. Purva, if an outbreak really is hospital centric, then obviously it's a problem for the doctors also. Are there cases where doctors are having to go ahead and discharge the patients? Even that happens?
Because of outbreaks?
Yeah.
So that is not possible in Indian situations, especially the government hospitals, because there's such a long waiting list. In my experience, I have never seen that a ward had to be closed although there may be cluster of cases of multi-drug resistant infections, but the policy is always saving patients, emergency surgeries, and so infection, at least for our country, takes a backseat when there's a long waiting list and patients are admitted to AIMS for very serious conditions. So I have never seen that a patient had to be discharged or OT had to be closed. So we always maneuver out because we kind of, if there's a cluster, we kind of cohort them. I mean, all the infected patients are shifted to one area, take proper infection control precautions. Even a patient with open tuberculosis has to be treated for any other surgical condition. So there, the air handling unit has to be appropriate that other patients are not, getting infected. So the priority is always to give good primary care rather than, closing or shifting out a patient because he or she is infected.
Maybe this kind of training has been granted to us after that COVID pandemic. Would we, can we say that as well? Because the hospitals had been so, they had to be equipped and handle so many
Yeah, but
cases.
yeah, even in COVID, I mean, Dr. Guleria sir is here. We never refused any patient. They were highly infective. The doctors risked their lives, but no patient was refused. I mean, that was one situation which was exemplary, where the doctors, although there was a lot of panic, especially in the first wave, we didn't know what we were handling, but no one was refused. So that's a good example of how, the doctor community always comes forward to treat the patients and they never refuse because a patient is infected.
Right. And Dr. Guleria has also mentioned COVID. Really wanted to understand, did it spiral out of control post the pandemic?
So antimicrobial resistance was even there before. We've had a lot of, the ministry came out with a document more than 10 years ago. We had a super bug known as NDM1, New Delhi metalloproteinase, which was, I think, more than 10 years ago. There was one declaration also known as the Chennai Declaration, also to try and handle antimicrobial resistance. But COVID, I think, sort of gave it another push because because of the panic during COVID. COVID occurred because of a virus. You did not really need antibiotics to treat COVID, but people were so scared they did not know what they were dealing with. And that was true for a lot of physicians also. So there was a lot of misuse of antibiotics, or I would say overuse of antibiotics, with the fear that you could get a secondary bacterial infection, or maybe this will work. And there was a lot of things which was the infodemic that we had, that this antibiotic is useful. So one antibiotic like zithromycin was used extensively during COVID, but there was no data to back the fact that this is an antibiotic which works against a virus. So we had a lot of misuse of antibiotics, but I think that also has driven more awareness that we don't need to use antibiotics. And even now, for a common cold which is viral, antibiotics still get prescribed. And I personally feel that not only doctors should ask themselves, but patients should ask the doctor that, do I really need an antibiotic for this cold that I have? Because if you are repeatedly taking courses of antibiotics for just a common cold, you're actually causing more resistance to develop in the bugs that are present in your body.
This question is coming from a personal space. I'm a mother of a 2-year-old. Thankfully, my pediatrician has never ever prescribed her an antibiotic. And we as parents have not rushed to the doctor quite often because we are told that children are still developing their immunity. And most of the even a common cold that if they get inflicted with are self-limiting and they can take care of themselves. I want to understand, is AMR also impacting children? And if that is to be the case, then what should be done?
So AMR is impacting all age groups, and it's all dependent on misuse of antibiotics. But a lot of pediatricians have now become aware, whether it be fever, cold, or cough, whether it be simple diarrhea, there is no need to give antibiotics, especially in the younger age group, with just uh, supportive treatment, giving ORS, sometimes zinc supplement, or giving treatment for cold, antihistaminics. The child will become all right without requiring antibiotics. And I think if you start using a lot of antibiotics at that age, you're already trying to build up a resistant pattern in the child, which can cause problems in later life.
Dr. Babatush, is there hope? Has the research managed to look at some sort of a silver lining since we've reached this stage?
I there's always hope. You just need to believe. Okay, so the antibiotic resistance is an inevitable. When you are trying to kill anyone, they will try to survive. So it's not like that antibiotic resistance evolves. Antibiotic resistant genes present like more than 1.5 million years ago. It's only that since we are using antibiotics, actually those are the resistant bugs they are dominating. So if you can precisely use antibiotic, there is a way to reduce the population of the resistance bugs. And there are a lot of alternative of antibiotic is also coming. So people started using vaccine as a preventives. People started using bacteriophages to not use antibiotic. Now people are also using the probiotics. The multiple way you have to think about. I can give example, at least for me, the last time I used antibiotic in 2008, almost like last 19 years, I have not used a single antibiotics. And also I try to pass the same message to my family. So you don't need antibiotic without knowing that you have a bacterial infection. Why should go for an antibiotic? So if that message passed to the public, use antibiotic only after getting a consultation with a physician. Don't go to the chemist, give me an antibiotic. But Sarah was talking that during the COVID period, people use a lot of erythromycins. We did a large study in the India, particularly in the sewage water, and what we observed that in last 1 year, there's a huge range of erythromycin resistance bacteria. It's simply saying that you use antibiotic, resistance bug will come. You reduce the use of antibiotic, use properly your antibiotic, will always be possible to eliminate the resistance bug. So it's up to us how we are dealing with the antibiotic and antibiotic resistance bacteria.
Dr. Walia, when we talk about AMR, of course, we keep using and hearing this term superbug. We are constantly talking about antibiotics. But what about cosmetic medication, general well-being medication, which is also part of a lot of self-medication that people usually do, especially in this day and age? Popping pills is not just restricted to antibiotics. Is that also some sort of a problem that could be connected with AMR, or that's just a far-fetched thought?
Yeah, there is not much evidence to link that. But yes, the sanitizers, which we used a lot during COVID time, they were linked to alcohol as well as the triclosan sanitizers. They were linked to emergence of drug-resistant bugs. Uh, the good part about antimicrobial resistance is that when there is an antimicrobial pressure or the pressure of this kind, the drug resistance increases. But as you take this pressure away, it also comes down. Dr. Batosh was referring to some. We have a very good example from our own country, which is the example for typhoid. We were using 3 drugs, amoxicillin, chloramphenicol, cotramoxazole in 90s, which led to emergence of multi-drug resistant typhoid. But as we stopped using these drugs and moved to another set of drugs, because these drugs have become redundant because of drug resistance, the levels to the resistance to these drugs has come down. Now we see more susceptibility to these drugs, and these drugs are cheaper as well, and they are also well tolerated. So now we can use these drugs for typhoid. So we already have this example within our country where when you take the drug pressure away, the sensitivity does come back. But then the resistance also comes back very quickly if you continue to overuse these drugs. So this is a fine balance that we have to maintain. Regarding your question about other components that could be leading to emergence of resistance to sanitizers is one. And the other thing which is being linked to is the antibiotic residues in the food. Chicken, milk, honey. So, but we still need more evidence as to how much antibiotic residue actually results in emergence of drug-resistant pathogens within our system if we continue to take that food which has more antibiotics. So the
Very
evidence is
recently-
evolving still.
There was so many cases where people were talking about the milk that we are consuming, the
Yes.
eggs for that matter.
So there is a fine balance between how we want our food economy to be and the role of antibiotics there. For example, there's one drug, streptomycin, which is very commonly used in apple crop in our country. The streptomycin also earlier and in some few cases now is used for TB treatment. There is a a push to completely stop using streptomycin in agriculture. So this will impact some part of our fruit economy because of the apple crop getting affected. So there has to be a fine balance. Indian Council of Agriculture is doing these studies and presenting this evidence to Parliament as well. But at the same time, there is a large evidence that the antibiotic misuse that happens in the hospitals, in the clinical settings, in community, that is driving the antibiotic use that we see in the clinical setting. So I don't think we should go around the problem when we already know what is actually causing the resistance. We should just, focus on improving our practices, how we are consuming antibiotics and how doctors are prescribing antibiotics.
And on that note, in fact, Dr. Purva, and since let's now, and as we have come to the end of the conversation, let's now begin talking about the solutions. Overprescription was one issue that was being dealt with. We've already spoken to our August audience, and we've realized that there are many here also who do go ahead and self-medicate. So essentially, from what I've gathered from this conversation, is that there needs to be a rampant change in the medical culture in the country. Would you say that?
Yeah, I think overprescription is part of the problem, but at least for hospital, breaking the chain of transmission is extremely important. So infection control has to be prioritized, and especially for countries like ours, there has to be due emphasis given to water and sanitation. So in many of the hospitals, water is contaminated because the drinking water pipelines are adjacent to sewer pipelines. So there's a lot of contamination of water there. So we have to go back to the basics, not just blaming prescriptional, antibiotic prescription practices, but the chain of transmission includes proper hand hygiene, proper water and sanitation facilities, and really breaking the chain of transmission, because bugs are transmitted via something, and those transmission vehicles are generally hands of healthcare personnel or water or contaminated air, environment, devices. So we really have to focus on prevention, because a lot of money goes into investment for a new drug, and within a year the bugs become resistant. So I think we have to talk a lot about strengthening infection control practices and breaking the chain of transmission.
Dr. Guleria, since we're talking about how concerning this is, we also have to talk about what kind of diseases now have led to even deaths, the cases that have resulted in operating them, and the number of people who've lost their life, which was not the case earlier. What are the key cases that have come to your notice?
So one of the issues is what is known as bloodstream infection, sepsis. So if you have an infection which is either in the urinary tract or in the lungs, and it goes into the blood, it can cause multi-organ failure, and that can actually lead to death. So you have infections which are starting from either the bloodstream, from the urinary tract, or from the lungs, and then spreads to different parts of the body. And sometimes what happens is the physician is not aware of what exactly is the bug causing the infection, and you give a cocktail of antibiotics. And therefore, one of the things that one also needs is to have good point of care tests. Can you have a test which can tell you very early what you're dealing with and what is the antibiotic which would be useful in terms of the susceptibility? But I think the most important thing is public awareness, because antibiotic misuse is a big issue. Hospital infection control practices, not only a hospital, I would say general infection control practices, because if we are careful about infection control, and we had a lot of this during COVID, we can actually prevent a lot of infections happening both in the community and in the hospital, and then being able to treat it early and then de-escalate. Sometimes what happens is you start a lot of antibiotics, you come to know that this bug is going to respond to this antibiotic. There's no point giving all the other antibiotics. So you have to de-escalate quickly once you know what is the bacteria that you're dealing with, what is the sensitivity. In many hospitals, that does not happen. Sometimes doctors will argue that you have a good you have multi-drug combination which is working, let's continue to give that. But you must de-escalate so that you don't misuse your antibiotics. So awareness among physicians, awareness among general public, being conscious of what you're taking, and trying to get tests which can really give you a diagnosis early so that you're not treating viral infections or other infections with antibiotics when they're not required.
And Dr. Babatosh, would you like to add to that? Because this is a very important point that Dr. Guleria is making about how even sensitizing the GPs is needed for that matter, so that they don't go ahead, overprescribe, and do tests first. So testing becomes prior to prescription. That also should be the norm now. When we're talking about that medical culture change, maybe this also should be coming in.
I think this is one of the most important thing, that we should make it mandatory. Without knowing the resistant pattern, we should not prescribe antibiotics. What problem happen if a bug is resistant, and if you are giving antibiotic, what happens? Those resistant genes also disseminate, because antibiotic also induce the dissemination of the resistance function. So the rapid detection of the resistance function, that is one of the very important things, awareness. And also we need to think about the alternative of antibiotics. So if antibiotic is not working, at least in the critical cases, what we can do.
Thank you so much, doctors. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope you learned a lot from this enriching conversation. So stop popping pills yourself. That's what we take up. How many? Yeah, actually, that's a fair question that Dr. Walia is asking. I hope nobody is going to be taking antibiotics, especially not yourselves. Is that right? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Greha, and our esteemed guests for this insightful session. Thank you so much. And also truly highlighting how AMR is not just a medical challenge, but a priority for our nation that is affecting our lives, system, and economies. Thank you so much. Okay, all right, moving forward. Now we are shifting the gears to a heated political debate. हमारा अगला सेशन काफी फायरी होने वाला है, क्योंकि पॉलिटिक्स हमारी रोजमर्रा की बातचीत का हिस्सा है. ये हमारी राय बनाता है, बिगाड़ता है, हमारे डिस्कोर्स पर हावी रहता है. आखिरकार यही राइजिंग भारत की कहानी को गढ़ता भी है, आकार भी देता है. भारत जैसे लोकतांत्रिक देश में हर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, हम स्वागत करते हैं हर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू का. तो आज के सुलगते हुए इस मुद्दे का क्या आगे का चर्चा का विषय रहने वाला है, और ऐसा क्यों है कि हमारे राजनेता देश के बड़े मुद्दों पर एक मत नहीं हो पाते हैं. इन सभी बातों पर चर्चा के लिए मैं अमन चोपड़ा को मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी. A big round of applause for Aman Chopra. And also, I would like to invite Shehzad Punawala, National Spokesperson BJP, Farazuddin Kedwai, National Spokesperson Samajwadi Party, or Mumtaz Patel, social activist. A huge round of applause, and Aman will take this conversation forward. Thank you, Aman.
नमस्कार. देखिए, तेजी से बदलते वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर में भारत की भूमिका बहुत अग्रणी है, और खासकर पिछले 10 वर्षों की अगर बात की जाए, जिसका जिक्र कल प्रधानमंत्री ने भी किया, पिछले 10 वर्षों में भारत ने न सिर्फ आर्थिक तरक्की की है, बल्कि वैश्विक स्तर पर भारत की पहचान, भारत का कद, भारत का रुतबा, भारत की अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ख्याति बढ़ी है. इससे शायद हर कोई इत्तेफाक रखेगा. और इसी का जिक्र करते हुए कल प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि आज दुनिया के विकसित राष्ट्र भारत के साथ डील करने को आतुर है. कोट अनकोट ये प्रधानमंत्री के शब्द थे. आज दुनिया के बड़े से बड़े विकसित राष्ट्र भारत के साथ डील करने को आतुर है. उन्होंने कहा कि आज भारत दुनिया का ग्रोथ इंजन बन चुका है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बन चुका है. लेकिन एक नसीहत उन्होंने विपक्ष को भी दी कल. प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि विपक्ष जो है विरोध की टूलकिट बनकर रह चुका है. सिर्फ विरोध के नाम पर विरोध होता है. उन्होंने कई उदाहरणों का भी जिक्र किया. लेकिन भारत के इस बढ़ते हुए कदम, या जिसे कहते हैं भारत भाग्य विधाता, किसे नहीं भाता. हम इसी पर बात करेंगे. मैं चाहूंगा एक बार फिर से अपने हाथों को आप कष्ट दीजिए. मुमताज पटेल हमारे साथ हैं, पॉलिटिकल एनालिस्ट हैं, सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता हैं. मुमताज जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने समय निकाला. शहजाद पूनावाला भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता हैं, और फराज किदवई समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता हैं. फराज भाई, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत. सबसे पहले मैं शहजाद आप ही से शुरू कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि आज जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो एक विरोध के नाम पर, यह भी क्या विरोध के नाम पर विरोध है, क्योंकि इजराइल जाने के 2 दिन बाद ही हमला कर दिया इजराइल ने। मैं तो उससे शुरू करना चाह रहा हूं, और इसी को लेकर सुबह से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पर हमले हो रहे हैं। यही कहा जा रहा है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इजराइल गए, युद्ध नहीं रुकवाया, बल्कि आपने साइड ले ली, और इजराइल और यूएस ने मिलकर अब ईरान पर हमला कर दिया। ये आप लोगों की नीति है। शहजाद पूनावाला।
सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद न्यूज़ 18 का और अमन जी आपका। और देखिए, मैं एक एनालिसिस करना चाहूंगा और गुड स्पिरिट में ही लेंगे मेरे दोनों साथी। मैं कांग्रेस छोड़ चुका हूं, मैं बीजेपी में हूं।
मन से भी छोड़ दिया?
हाँ, मन से भी छोड़ दिया।
अच्छा।
कुछ लोग कांग्रेस छोड़ने की फिराक में हैं और कुछ लोग है तो समाजवादी में पर कांग्रेस ज्वाइन करने की फिराक में हैं। मैं नाम किसी का नहीं
किसकी
लूंगा,
बात कर रहे हैं आप?
समझदार को इशारा काफी है। डिबेट में देखना आधे घंटे बाद ये स्पष्ट हो जाएगा कि कुछ लोग छोड़ने की फिराक में, कुछ ज्वाइन करने की फिराक में।
अगर आपका इशारा यहाँ कहीं है तो ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है, बिल्कुल स्पष्ट शब्दों में मैं कह रही हूँ।
देखिए, मेरे तीर अक्सर ऐसे होते हैं, मैं तीर पे नाम नहीं लिखता हूँ पर ब्रह्मोस की तरह वो सटीकता से अपना डेस्टिनेशन ढूंढ ही लेते हैं।
चलिए देखते हैं।
ठीक है, बताइए।
देखिए, ऐसा है,
विरोध की टूल किट और विरोध के नाम पर विरोध
मैं
कैसे?
इसको
विपक्ष का काम है वही सवाल उठाना।
देखिए, मैं इसको टूल किट नहीं कहता हूं, मैं इसको कहता हूं कि ये बन चुके हैं फूल किट। फूल किट। अब जब से मैं भारत मंडपम आया हूं ना, ये आप वो सोचोगे चादर लेकर आया हूं। अरे पता नहीं कोई कब कांग्रेसी शर्ट निकाल कर बैठ जाए। यहाँ पे तो दोनों सभ्य लोग हैं तो ऐसा नहीं होगा, परंतु कौन सा कांग्रेसी कब शर्ट निकाल के बैठ जाए तो मैं लेकर घूमता हूं कि उसको कवर अप कर दूं। क्योंकि देखिए, नग्नता विचारों की है। जब भारत का एआई समिट होता है तो आप विरोध करते हैं और वो टेस्टलेस, क्लासलेस, कैरेक्टरलेस, पॉइंटलेस, नेशनलेस, इमोशनलेस प्रोटेस्ट होता है, सिर्फ शर्टलेस नहीं। जब देश की उपलब्धि है, यहां तक कि इनके एलाई पार्टनर समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता भी बोलते हैं कि इस प्रकार का नंग प्रदर्शन नहीं करना चाहिए था। अभी बहुत जल्द कांग्रेस एलाईलेस भी होने वाली है। कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने भी बोला गलत है। बहुत जल्द कांग्रेस लीडरलेस भी होने वाली है। डायरेक्शनलेस तो है ही। जब भारत की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ 8% होती है तो राहुल जी बोलते हैं इकोनॉमी डेड है। जब भारत यूपीआई में एक सफलता हासिल करता है तो लश्कर राहुल बोलते हैं कि यूपीआई में कुछ रखा नहीं है, हमारे देश के लोग अनपढ़ हैं। जब भारत की आत्मनिर्भर 2 वैक्सीन बनती है, 2 बिलियन डोज हम देते हैं, मुफ्त के डोज देते हैं, हम अपने साथ में जो नेशन है उनको भी देते हैं, तो बोलते हैं इंपोर्टेंट हो जाएंगे बीजेपी की वैक्सीन से। वैज्ञानिकों पर सवाल खड़े कर देते हैं। तो मैं कहता हूं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर तक को ये नहीं छोड़ते कि कांग्रेस के नेता बोलते हैं ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हम हार गए, 1 दिन में हमने सरेंडर कर दिया, भारत की सेना की आवश्यकता नहीं। तो जब भारत की उपलब्धि होती है तो कुछ लोग सुपारी लेते हुए मोदी विरोध में, देश विरोध में उतर आते हैं। इससे समस्या है, सवालों से समस्या नहीं है। अखिलेश जी ने कितने सवाल उठाए हम पे, हमको समस्या नहीं है। अखिलेश जी ने भी बोला कि जगह ठीक नहीं थी।
शहजाद, आप क्या चाहते हैं? विपक्ष सवाल ही ना उठाए आपसे? सवाल मोदी
शर्ट
जी
पहनकर उठाया है। शर्ट नहीं उठाया। हम चाहते हैं कि सारे सवाल उठाए, जैसे कि आप मुझे छोड़ दीजिए, आप मुझे छोड़ दूंगा। शहजाद पूनावाला बायस्ड है, बीजेपी चला गया है। आप उनसे पूछे जो बीजेपी नहीं आए हैं, उनसे पूछिए कि अखिलेश जी ने बोला कि विदेशी लोगों के सामने जब $200 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट हो रहा है, जब बड़े बड़े नेता देश की प्रशंसा कर रहे हैं,
कल प्रधानमंत्री ने
उनको नहीं
किया
बोलना चाहिए था
कि यहाँ पर बब्बर शेरों को जूते पड़े थे, यही एआई समिट में ही, यहाँ
ये
के आम लोगों ने।
ये बब्बर शेर नहीं, ये नेशनल शेम है। और ये नेशनल शेम है, ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, सीनियर नेता है कांग्रेस पार्टी की जिनसे इनका अच्छा संपर्क है, हमारी बहन का, मार्गरेट आल्वा ने बोला कि इस प्रकार का प्रदर्शन नहीं किया जाना चाहिए था। अब मुझे बताइए कि कांग्रेस के नेता और अखिलेश यादव जी कॉम्प्रोमाइज है
मैं
क्या?
इंसिडेंट स्पेसिफिक सवाल नहीं पूछता, मैं आज जो ब्रॉडर पिक्चर पर बात करूंगा। मुमताज, जो प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा, क्या विपक्ष सिर्फ विरोध के नाम पर विरोध कर रहा है? बतौर सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता आपको क्या लगता है कि विरोध की टूल किट बनकर रह गया है? ऑल्टरनेटिव विजन ऑपोजिशन नहीं दे पा रहा है देश को, ऑल्टरनेटिव विजन, आपके थॉट्स मुमताज जी?
आज हम राइजिंग भारत के समिट में, नमस्कार, अस्सलाम वालेकुम आप सबको। थैंक यू अमन जी, एंड थैंक यू शहजाद, जो इंट्रोडक्शन आपको नहीं देना था वो आपने दिया, और फराज भाई। देखिए, राइजिंग भारत ये है थीम इस समिट का, और कल प्रधानमंत्री जी आए और उन्होंने बात करी, पर मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि राइजिंग भारत की बात करते करते कांग्रेस पार्टी या विपक्ष इतना महत्वपूर्ण कहाँ से हो गया कि आपको फिर यहाँ आकर भी कांग्रेस बैशिंग करनी पड़ी? आज मैंने सोचा था कि इस मंच पे हम सब एक पेज पे होंगे, क्योंकि हम इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं, भारत की बात कर रहे हैं, भारत की 140 करोड़ जनता की बात कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगा था कि यहाँ पे पॉलिटिक्स नहीं होगा, मुझे लगा था कि यहाँ पे नो बैशिंग, ना ही मैं बीजेपी को गिराने की कोशिश करूंगी, ना ही शहजाद भाई कांग्रेस को गिराने की कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि इट इज नॉट अबाउट कांग्रेस और बीजेपी, इट इज अबाउट इंडिया, राइट? तो आपने जो सवाल पूछा, मैं एज अ सोशल वर्कर, एक्टिविस्ट, मैं सोचती हूँ जनता के हित में। और ये जो डिस्कोर्स अभी चलता है, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री जो बोल रहे हैं, चाहे विपक्ष की ये जो बैशिंग है, इसमें मैं यकीन नहीं रखती, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि आपकी और हमारी समस्याएं इससे बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि वी हैव टू चेंज द लेवल ऑफ डिस्कोर्स। सो इस चीज पे मैं आर्गुमेंट में पढ़ना ही नहीं चाहती हूँ। मैं विपक्ष से हूँ बिल्कुल, और बिल्कुल विपक्ष को पूरा हक है विरोध करने का।
नहीं, मैंने भी इसलिए बोला कि मैं इंसिडेंट स्पेसिफिक नहीं जाऊंगा। मैं नहीं जाऊंगा कि राहुल गांधी ने क्यों डेड इकोनॉमी बोला, मैं नहीं जाऊंगा कि प्रधानमंत्री को कॉम्प्रोमाइज बोलने से क्या लोकतंत्र मजबूत होता, मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। मैं नहीं जाऊंगा कपड़े उतार का प्रदर्शन, मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। सिर्फ मैं सीधा सवाल पूछूंगा, जो प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा, डू यू अग्री कि विपक्ष एक ऑल्टरनेटिव विजन देने में नाकाम है और सिर्फ विरोध के नाम पर विरोध किया जा रहा है, और वो जनता की नब्ज पकड़ने में विपक्ष नाकाम हो रहा है? इंडिया अलायंस में प्रॉब्लम क्या नजर आती है आपको?
मुझे लगता है कि सरकार भी जनता की नब्ज पकड़ने में नाकाम है, मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ। और जहां बात आपने विपक्ष की विरोध की करी, तो पूरा हक है, विरोध पक्ष का काम क्या है? विरोध करना। और जो आपने बोला लोकतंत्र की बात, बिल्कुल विरोध करना या असहमति होना कोई देशद्रोही नहीं बना देता आपको। आई थिंक इससे जो हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है दुनिया में, कि हम सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र है, आई थिंक उसको मजबूत ही करता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर आप विरोध को रोकने की कोशिश करें, तो उससे हमारे देश की छवि दुनिया में खराब होती है, क्योंकि वी हैव टू बी अ लीडिंग एग्जांपल ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी इन दिस वर्ल्ड।
पीएम को कॉम्प्रोमाइज बताना सही है?
डिपेंड करता है कैसे, कहां, कब, इतना ही कहूंगी मैं। नहीं, क्यों नहीं? अगर कुछ गलत हो रहा है, और आज हमने देखा है कि ट्रेड डील में कॉम्प्रोमाइज अगर हमें फील हो रहा है और हम सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, या तो आप सवाल के सीधे सीधे जवाब दे दीजिए, आपके पास डिटेल्स नहीं है, आप सवाल के सीधे जवाब नहीं देते, आप हमला वापस विपक्ष पे करते हैं। विपक्ष का काम है कि आप सीधे सवाल पूछे, आप जवाब दे दीजिए। अगर आपके जवाब से जनता संतुष्ट है तो जारी रखिए सरकार।
कलीग्स का जवाब दे दीजिए। एक तो ये बड़ी, फिर मैं आपके पास आपकी इजाजत से, ये बड़ी शिकायत है, सवाल पूछने वाले को देशद्रोही की कैटेगरी में आप एंटी नेशनल बना देते हैं। मोदी का विरोध देश विरोध हो गया। कोई ट्रेड डील पर सवाल पूछ रहा है तो ये तो देशद्रोही है, किसी ने आकर शर्ट उतार कर प्रदर्शन कर दिया है तो देशद्रोही है।
एप्स्टीन पे सवाल पूछा तो देशद्रोही, एप्स्टीन पे सवाल पूछा तो वो भी आप देशद्रोही
पर सवाल पूछा तो देशद्रोही हो गया।
ऐसा है, सबसे पहले एक ही इंस्टेंस है जहां पर किसी प्रधानमंत्री की आलोचना, देश की आलोचना मानी गई, जब देवकांत बरुआ ने कहा इंडिया इज इंदिरा, इंदिरा इज इंडिया। और आज तक कांग्रेस ने उस बयान का ऑफिशियल खंडन नहीं किया, क्योंकि देवकांत बरुआ उस समय पे कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष थे। उस समय पर
आज नहीं है,
मुमताज जी,
सॉरी,
उस समय पर मुलायम सिंह यादव जी ने 19 मंथ्स उनको इंदिरा जी ने जेल में ठूस दिया था, क्योंकि उन्होंने सवाल पूछे। उस समय लालू जी ने अपनी बेटी का नाम मीसा रखा था, क्योंकि उन्होंने सवाल पूछा था। तो मीसा कानून, जिसमें कि जुडिशरी में जाना अलाउड नहीं था, वो रखना पड़ा। पूरे विपक्ष को जेल में डाल दिया। आज ये परिस्थिति है कि हर रोज मोदी को, अभी 2 दिन पहले मोदी जी की माताजी और पिताजी को गाली दे रहे हैं, और वो खुले घूम रहे हैं। शर्ट की जहां तक बात है, ये शर्ट की नहीं, ये साजिश की बात है। और साजिश मैंने नहीं मानी है। कोर्ट ने जब रिमांड कैंसिल की और रिमांड दी और बेल कैंसिल की, तो कोर्ट ने कहा कि केवल ये इवेंट बिगाड़ने का नहीं, देश के साथ खिलवाड़ था, और बेल कैंसिल की, जिसकी वजह से अखिलेश यादव जी को बोलना पड़ा। तो अखिलेश यादव जी क्या डिसेंट को कर्व करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए उन्होंने ये साइड ली क्या हमारी?
नहीं, जेल में डालने वाली तो बात तो आप लोगों ने भी जेल में डाला। विपक्ष के कितने नेता जमानत पर हैं आज? अब राहुल गांधी जी, सोनिया गांधी जी, सारे नेता जमानत पर हैं, सब पर केसेस हैं। अभी केजरीवाल वाला भी प्रकरण है, वो भी कितने दिन जेल में रहे। तो सभी नेताओं को तो जेल में आपने भी डाला।
ऐसा है, सुनिए, मुझे तो समझ में नहीं आता कि अगर ये जमानत पे है, बेल में है, बेल पे है, अभी केजरीवाल जी बोल रहे देखिए मुझे क्लीन चिट मिल गई। अब मुमताज जी से पूछिए, शराब घोटाले की पहली शिकायत कांग्रेस ने की थी। कांग्रेस के, अच्छा दूसरी बात, मेरी बहन भरूच से आती है। ऑफिशियली जब गुजरात में कांग्रेस पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी एक साथ होना चाहते थे, दिल्ली में हो गए थे 24 में, तो मेरी बहन ने इसका विरोध किया कि ये भ्रष्टाचारी, महात्मा गांधी विरोधी, शराब घोटालेबाज, शीश महल बनाने वाले, 4 लाख का कमोड बनाने वाले, इनको मैं भरूच में घुसने नहीं दूंगी। कैंपेन नहीं किया बहन ने। अब बताओ, मैं उनके खिलाफ
आज भी कांग्रेस केजरीवाल के साथ नहीं है।
हाँ?
आज भी कांग्रेस का जो
अब
स्टैंड
यही
है
आपने बोला,
वो
अब लास्ट बात
बीजेपी
बोल
की
देता
बी
हूँ।
टीम है।
अब लास्ट बात बोल
हाँ
देता हूँ।
प्लीज, फिर फराज
मैं
भाई।
जब सुबह उठता हूँ और मैं स्टेटमेंट देखता हूँ एक एक की, तो केजरीवाल जी मना रहे हैं उत्सव कि भाई मुझे देखिए जश्न मना रहे, हमको क्लीन चिट मिल गई। अब मैंने इनकी साइड का स्टेटमेंट देखा पवन खेड़ा जी का, वो तो कुछ और कह रहे हैं कि नहला धुला के आगे कर दिया, और इनकी साइड का स्टेटमेंट देखा तो बोल रहे कि ये देखो ये वेंडेटा
Misuse of
पॉलिटिक्स था।
agencies, yes.
तो इंडी अलायंस में कोई मिशन विशन नहीं है, केवल कंफ्यूजन, डिवीजन, कमीशन, करप्शन, यही एक साथ है। क्योंकि इनसे पूछे कि ये पवन खेड़ा जी की बातों से एग्री करते हैं और इनसे पूछे कि ये अखिलेश जी की बातों से एग्री करते हैं, तो एक मत नहीं हो पाएंगे।
कमजोर
तो देश के लिए क्या विजन देंगे?
फराज भाई, मैं सीधा सा सवाल पूछता हूँ, ऐसा नहीं है मोदी को घेरने के लिए मुद्दे नहीं है भाई। एप्स्टीन फाइल का मुद्दा आप लोगों ने उठाया। जब जब कोई मुद्दा बड़ा होने लगता है, राहुल गांधी प्लेटर में सजाकर एक तो मुद्दा दे देते हैं बीजेपी को और उसको पंचर कर देते हैं। जब बात होनी चाहिए भाई ट्रेड डील की, वहां पर बात होती है शर्टलेस प्रोटेस्ट की। जब बात होनी चाहिए एप्स्टीन की, तब बात होती है डेड इकोनॉमी की। कमजोर कड़ी आपके गठबंधन की, क्या मैं सीधा सवाल पूछ रहा हूं, कांग्रेस है, राहुल गांधी है, समाजवादी पार्टी से और आप लोगों ने भी विरोध किया था उस शर्टलेस प्रोटेस्ट का। फराज किदवई।
मैं आपका अमन जी ये क्वेश्चन डग बिल्कुल नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन हमारे छोटे भाई शहजाद पूनावाला जी ने क्योंकि शुरुआत की कि मुमताज को कांग्रेस छुड़वा दी और मुझे समाजवादी पार्टी छुड़वा दी, लेकिन अगर इनको मस्जिद में बैठ करके कसम खिलवा दीजिएगा तो ये रिग्रेट कर रहे होंगे कि इन्होंने बीजेपी क्यों ज्वाइन कर ली। लेकिन उसके लिए शर्त यह है कि इनको मस्जिद में बैठ के कसम खानी होगी।
वेरी गुड।
दूसरा यह है कि इनको बड़ा अफसोस होता है कि बीजेपी में रह के इनके मंत्री कहते हैं कि शहजाद पूनावाला हरा सांप हैं। तो ये सब चीजें जो हैं इनको बहुत ज्यादा कहीं ना कहीं हर्ट करती हैं। इनके एक मंत्री हैं ना नितेश राणे, उन्होंने कहा था शहजाद भाई कि इस देश का मुसलमान जो है वो हरा सांप होते हैं, यानी मैं भी हरा सांप, आप भी हरा सांप, मुमताज भी हरा सांप। खैर आगे बढ़ते हैं। अमन जी
प्लीज।
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात हुई शुरुआत में, मैं तो सिर्फ दो चीजें, क्योंकि मुझे पता है टाइम बहुत कम है और यहां पर काफी नौजवान लोग बैठे हुए हैं। एक बब्बर शेर आया था दहाड़ता हुआ जब आदरणीय मोदी जी आए थे, और उन्होंने कहा था, क्योंकि देखिए हमारे देश के वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैं, उनकी पूरी रिस्पेक्ट है, इसीलिए मैं उनके नाम के आगे हमेशा आदरणीय लगाता हूं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है इन द जीडीपी इट वुड बी 25%, दैट वाज द टारगेट। और आज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का जो हाल है वो ये है कि यूपीए के टाइम पे भी, बच्चों चेक करना आप लोग, कि यूपीए के टाइम जो कंट्रीब्यूशन था उससे भी कम हो गया है। दूसरी बात, शहजाद भाई ने अभी कहा क्या, कुछ फुल किट अराउंड 12% 13% होगा अराउंड
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का जीडीपी में जो स्टेक,
जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है। इन्होंने कहा फुल किट। सबसे बड़ी फुल किट जो आज की तारीख में चल रही है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी चला रहे हैं। मैं इसको प्रूव करने जा रहा हूं। यहां पर जितने नौजवान बैठे हुए हैं उनके लिए एक इंटर्नशिप स्कीम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लॉन्च की थी और कहा था कि हम 5 साल में 1 करोड़ बच्चों को इंटर्नशिप कराएंगे। कहा था कि नहीं कहा था, ये मैं तो बोल नहीं रहा हूं। उस 1 करोड़ इंटर्नशिप के अगेंस्ट हर साल 20 लाख होने वाली थी। 20 लाख के अगेंस्ट 10,000 बच्चों की इंटर्नशिप हुई है और 96 बच्चों की नौकरी मिली है। तो शहजाद भाई फुल किट कौन चला रहा है? आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी चला रहे हैं, हम चला रहे हैं। आगे आते हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जब 2014 में आए थे सरकार में, मैं 2 करोड़ नौकरी, 4 करोड़ नौकरी, इन सब किसी चीज की भी बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, लेकिन बार बार प्रधानमंत्री जी ने क्या कहा? देखिए राइजिंग भारत जो हमारा आज पंच लाइन है, राइजिंग भारत में किसान भी आते हैं, राइजिंग भारत में वुमेन भी आती है, राइजिंग भारत में मजदूर भी आते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हम किसानों की आय दुगनी कर देंगे। मैं उन डिटेल्स में बिल्कुल नहीं जा रहा हूं, आप लोग जाकर के चेक करिएगा कि जिस रेट से हमारी कंट्री ग्रो कर रही है अराउंड 8%, हमारा एग्रीकल्चर ग्रो कर रहा है 3.5% से, एंड 45% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन इज इंगेज्ड इन एग्रीकल्चर। मैं गारंटी लेता हूं विद दिस पेस इन द एग्रीकल्चर 2047 का 2147 तक हम नहीं बन पाएंगे इकोनॉमी, स्ट्रॉन्ग इकोनॉमी की जो बात करते हैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब। ठीक है, सुपर पावर।
मेरा सवाल, आपने बोला था आप डक नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन आप डक कर गए सर। मेरा सवाल, ये सारे मुद्दों की हवा कौन निकाल रहा है? आपके गठबंधन में कोई आपी का नेता है? क्या कमजोर कड़ी कौन है आपके?
खुल के बोले दे रहा हूं, मैं खुल के बोले दे रहा हूं। देखिए
मुद्दे नहीं बन पाते हैं।
अमन जी ने अभी एक चीज बोली, हाँ अमन जी ने अभी एक चीज बोली कि मॉडल क्या है। मॉडल तो आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने 2012 और 17 के बीच में दे दिया इस देश को। और उन्होंने क्या मॉडल दिया? आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने जो डेवलपमेंट किए वो आंकड़ों से भी दिखते हैं और आंखों से भी दिखते हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश में आप चले जाइएगा, इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट स्टेडियम किसके टाइम पे बना?
सर लेकिन आपके नेता तो राहुल गांधी है।
नहीं, अब बात तो सुनिए।
भाई
मैं
आपके
बोल
नेता
रहा
तो
हूँ
राहुल
इंडिया।
गांधी है,
अब
विपक्ष
आपके
के
क्वेश्चन
नेता-
पे आ रहा हूँ।
फराज भाई सुनिए ना, मेरा सवाल का मर्म ये है, आप ठीक कह रहे हैं, परफॉर्मेंस वाइज, मेरिट वाइज उस हिसाब से देखा जाए, और जिन्होंने परफॉर्म करके दिखाया वो अखिलेश यादव है।
100%।
लेकिन आपके नेता कौन है? विपक्ष
अखिलेश
के नेता
यादव।
राहुल गांधी, इंडिया लाइन, विपक्ष के नेता राहुल गांधी है।
जनता के नेता अखिलेश यादव जी।
तो क्या राहुल गांधी से बड़े
मैं-
नेता अखिलेश यादव?
मेरे लिए बड़े हैं।
क्या राहुल गांधी से
मेरे
बड़े
लिए
नेता अखिलेश?
मेरे लिए बड़े हैं।
राहुल गांधी से बड़े नेता अखिलेश यादव।
एज अ वर्कर ऑफ समाजवादी पार्टी, ऑनरेबल अखिलेश यादव इज द टॉलेस्ट लीडर इन
Is
द
राहुल
कंट्री।
fit for LOP?
सॉरी,
आपने सुन लिया सवाल
नहीं, अब उनके नंबर ज्यादा हैं
जी।
वहां, उनके नंबर ज्यादा
Is
हैं।
राहुल fit for LOP?
100% ही इज फिट, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है।
ठीक।
लेकिन इंडिया अलायंस को मैं ये मानता हूं। देखिए अखिलेश जी का एक बड़ा बहुत ही अच्छा एक स्टेटमेंट मैं बताता हूं। जब 2024 के बाद जो स्टेट्स में इलेक्शंस हुए थे उसमें हार हुई थी, तो बस 20 सेकंड अखिलेश जी ने कहा था उसमें, आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने, कि हमको अपनी हार से बहुत कुछ सीखना चाहिए। ये अखिलेश जी ने कहा था। तो मुझे लगता है अगर इंडिया अलायंस का नेतृत्व, उसकी लीडरशिप आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी को मिल जाएगी तो 2029 में आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी इस देश के भावी प्रधानमंत्री बन सकते हैं।
इंडिया अलायंस का नेतृत्व अखिलेश यादव को मिलना चाहिए, ये दावा आज जो है संभवतः पहली बार किया गया। मतलब राहुल गांधी से नहीं हो पा
ये
रहा,
मेरी
सीधी सी
ख्वाहिश
बात
है।
नहीं, मैं नहीं,
ये मेरी विश है एज अ वर्कर ऑफ समाजवादी
प्रवक्ता
पार्टी।
है ना समाजवादी पार्टी के प्रभु, तो समाजवादी पार्टी का ही पक्ष हुआ ना। राहुल गांधी से नहीं हो पा रहा, आप कह रहे हैं अखिलेश
मैं
यादव
ये नहीं
को।
कह रहा हूँ राहुल गांधी से नहीं हो पा
तो
रहा।
राहुल गांधी में क्या
मैं
कमी
ये
है जो
नहीं
आप
कह
कह
रहा
रहे हैं कि इंडिया अलायंस
मैं
की
ये
कमान
नहीं कह रहा
अखिलेश जी को सौंप दी
हूँ।
जाए?
मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ राहुल गांधी
अब
से नहीं
पहले
हो
एक
पा
बार मुमताज, फिर आप जवाब दे दीजिएगा। मुमताज जी, कमजोर मतलब मैं कह रहा हूँ कि प्रॉब्लम कहाँ है?
प्रॉब्लम यहाँ है कि हमें कहा गया था माय विजन ऑफ इंडिया, राइजिंग भारत पे बात करेंगे। टॉपिक तो इन्होंने भी डॉज किया क्योंकि सवाल ये पूछा कि सरकार क्यों नहीं जवाब देती, तो इंदिरा गांधी पे पहुंच गए। ठीक है, उनसे पूछा गया तो इंडिया अलायंस पे आपने पहुंचा दिया। आज मैं यहाँ पूछना चाहूंगी कि आपका और हमारा क्या, आपको और मेरी लाइफ में, अगर आज मैं पॉलिटिक्स से हट जाऊं एज अ नॉर्मल सिटीजन, आपके और हमारी लाइफ में क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है कि इंडिया अलायंस का लीडर कौन है, मोदी जी ने इजराइल में जाके क्या किया, आज आपकी जिंदगी में क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है। माय विजन फॉर इंडिया अगर आप सुनना चाहेंगे तो मैं शहजाद जी के बाद बोलूंगी, पहले उनका शिफ्ट सुन लूं मैं, उसके बाद जरूर बोलना चाहूंगी क्योंकि दिस इज व्हाट इट इज अबाउट।
एक मैं जरूर शहजादा,
हाँ।
ये इजराइल वाला क्या जिक्र है?
इजराइल वाला जिक्र ये है कि आज हम हमारे और आपके बारे में बात नहीं करते, सोचते नहीं है, बस टॉपिक शिफ्ट एंड डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं। इस वक्त भी हमें कहा गया कि वी आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट अ विजन फॉर इंडिया।
जी।
व्हाई आर वी डिस्कसिंग India alliance and the problems within and trying to put each other down? This is about all of us. ये हमारे बारे में है, ये इंडिया के बारे में, ये हर नागरिक के बारे में है। किसी एक के हाथ में इंडिया, हिंदुस्तान के भविष्य की कलम नहीं हो सकती। ये 140 करोड़ जनता के हाथ में हिंदुस्तान का भविष्य होना चाहिए, चाहे सरकार आज भाजपा की हो, चाहे सरकार कल कांग्रेस की आए। हमें एक ऐसा हिंदुस्तान चाहिए जहां पे नफरत की राजनीति के बजाय आप शिक्षा, सुरक्षा और रोजगार की बात करें, जहां पे धर्म की राजनीति की जगह आप विकास की राजनीति करें, जहां पे अगर मंदिर में घंटी बजे या मस्जिद में अजान हो तो किसी को डर नहीं लगना चाहिए, जहां पे प्यार और मोहब्बत होना चाहिए, नफरत नहीं होना चाहिए, जहां पे महिला सुरक्षित होनी चाहिए, छोटे बच्चे को सरकारी स्कूल में अच्छी शिक्षा मिलनी चाहिए, जहां पे बेरोजगार को नौकरी मिलनी चाहिए, जहां पे किसी के घर में ऐसा ना हो कि चूल्हा ना जले, जहां पे अच्छी सड़कें हो, जहां पे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज मिले, जहां पे हर एक नागरिक खुश हो। दिस इज द इंडिया दैट वी वांट। जो सरकार ये ला सकती है वो सरकार हमें चाहिए, हमें इस डिबेट में नहीं पड़ना।
और वो आपको अभी नहीं नजर आता? 30 सेकंड।
हमें ये नजर आएगा जब यहाँ पे ये सब फालतू डिबेट करना बंद करें, सुनना बंद करें और अपनी हक की आवाज उठाएं और लड़ाई करें।
मैम देखिए, एक तो ये नहीं, आपने ठीक कहा, मगर
अमन जी अभी आने दीजिए क्योंकि फिर समय क्या है, समय खत्म हो जाता है। अमन जी, नफरत की बात नहीं होनी चाहिए। राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं राम मंदिर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा नाच गाना, एक बार पाक हज के बारे में बोलकर दिखाए। राहुल गांधी के साथी प्रियंक खड़गे बोलते हैं हिंदू धर्म मलेरिया और एड्स की तरह है, एक बार किसी और मजहब के बारे में बताए। यहां पर आकर कहना नफरत की राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, अच्छी बात है, पर अपने नेता की जुबान पर लगाम लगाना भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। यहां पर आकर ज्ञान देने से पहले प्लीज प्लीज सुनिए, 50 वर्ष तक मैं गरीबी हटा दूंगा ये परिवार नारा देता रहा। आज नरेंद्र मोदी के आने के बाद 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से हटे। इन्होंने नारा दिया, बीच में नहीं, देखिए आप बीच में नहीं,
बीच में कोई नहीं बोलेगा।
इनके 50 वर्ष में 2 लाख घर गरीबों के नहीं बने, आज 10 वर्षों में 4 करोड़ गरीबों के आवास बने। इनके 50 वर्ष में 20% लोगों के पास ना हेल्थ की कवरेज थी, ना टॉयलेट की कवरेज थी, ना टैप वाटर की कवरेज थी। आज 100% टॉयलेट की कवरेज है, जिसमें कि मोहम्मद को भी मिलता है, मुमताज को भी मिलता है, मोहित को भी मिलता है, शिल्पा को भी मिलता है। आज 80% वाटर की कवरेज टैप वाटर से आती है। आज जिस प्रकार से 50 करोड़ लोगों के पास आयुष्मान भारत का हेल्थ कवर आता है, आज पर कैपिटा इनकम दुगनी होती है। आपने अर्थव्यवस्था छोड़ी 5% की जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट पे, आज 8% की जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट है। आपने इन्फ्लेशन छोड़ा 12% पे, आज 2.5% पर इन्फ्लेशन रेट है। आपने 11वें स्थान पर इकोनॉमी को छोड़ा, आज 4थे स्थान पर इकोनॉमी है। आपने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को 16% ऑफ $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी छोड़ा, आज हमने उसको $4 ट्रिलियन की ऑलमोस्ट 450 बिलियन टू 500 बिलियन डॉलर की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है। आपके समय पर 2 मोबाइल फोन की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट थी, आज 200 मोबाइल फोन की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट है। आज एप्पल का, सैमसंग का, गूगल पिक्सल का फोन हमारे देश में बनता है। आपने कट्टे बनवाए, हमने डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर बनवाया। आपने जिस प्रकार से मुख्तार अंसारी जैसे क्रिमिनल्स की पैरवी की, हमने उनको मिट्टी में मिलाकर उनकी संपत्ति गरीबों में बांटी। जिस प्रकार से आज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इतना बड़ा है कि डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स 23,000 करोड़ हुए हैं, और टॉय का एक्सपोर्ट, छोटी मोटी चीज की बात करता हूं, टॉय का एक्सपोर्ट जो 70% चाइना से आता था, आज 230% टॉयज के भारत से एक्सपोर्ट होते हैं। तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, इसकी बात राहुल गांधी करते हैं क्या? और आखिरी बात, देखिए 10 सेकंड मुझे भी अपनी बात रखने दीजिए, क्योंकि लंबा बोले दोनों बोले ना, दोनों मिलाकर बोले 10 सेकंड। हाँ नहीं, ब्रेथलेस तो होंगे। मैं तो कहता हूं बाकी सब मस्जिद में बैठकर, मंदिर में बैठना छोड़ दीजिए। लोकतंत्र में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पर्व होता है लोकतंत्र का चुनाव का, और चुनाव के पर्व में 3 बार लोकसभा के चुनाव, उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव 2 बार, उत्तराखंड के चुनाव बैक टू बैक, महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा, बिहार, ओडिशा, हर जगह चुनाव में कांग्रेस को रिजेक्ट करके अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मौका मिल रहा है, तो देश की जनता बिना इसको मापे कर रही है। आप बताइए,
देश में जनादेश सर्वोपरि है। अगर इनमें इतनी प्रॉब्लम होती, नफरत की राजनीति, ये वो, तो फिर जनता बार बार क्यों चुनती?
हाँ, तो इसका मतलब ये हुआ, जब अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की जमानत जब्त हुई थी, तो फिर जनादेश उनके खिलाफ था, उनकी जमानत जब्त हुई थी। आपकी इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए मैं बता दूं, आदरणीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी। देखिए, इलेक्शन को जीत हार से आप इसको नहीं देख सकते। अभी हमारे शहजाद भाई ने बड़ी बड़ी बातें की,
फिर कैसे ले सकते हैं? मैं जानना चाहूंगा।
नहीं, जनादेश का सम्मान है।
लोकतंत्र में जनादेश, सरकार बनाना,
जनादेश का
सबके हाथ में,
जनादेश का सम्मान है। 2024 में उत्तर प्रदेश में जनता ने जनादेश दिया और हमको जिताया।
वोट चोरी नहीं हुई।
सुनिए, अरे सर,
वोट चोरी हुई।
सुनिए सर, अरे सर, बात
वोट चोरी हुई
नहीं। अगर वोट चोरी ना हुई होती तो हम 70 सीटें जीतते। आगे बढ़े,
37
जीतते,
हम 37 जीते, आप
हम
लगभग
70
आधी सीटें जीते,
हम 70 जीतते।
वो भी वोट चोरी थी,
हम
मतलब
70 जीतते। दूसरी बात, अभी इन्होंने एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट बात है जो जरूरी है जाना। इन्होंने अभी कहा 25 करोड़ लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाल दिया। गरीबी रेप, ये मेरे भाई हैं, छोटे भाई हैं, मैं इनको किसी भी तरह से वो नहीं करना चाहता हूँ। इनसे डेफिनेशन पूछ लीजिए कि 25,000 करोड़ को निकालने वाली क्या है।
25 करोड़,
25 करोड़। मैं सुनिए, चुप रहिएगा। मैं गारंटी के साथ कहता हूं, अगर इनको पता होगी तो ये बताएंगे नहीं, क्योंकि जो यूएनडीपी का जो क्राइटेरिया है और हमारा क्राइटेरिया है वो बिल्कुल अलग है। ये फ्रॉड करते हैं जो 25 करोड़ लोग की बात करते हैं। अगर आप कहिएगा तो मैं प्रूफ कर दूंगा अभी, मैं प्रूफ कर दूंगा अभी।
तो
ये फ्रॉड
करोड़ लोग नहीं
निकले, नहीं निकले।
क्या पैमाना,
क्या
परिभाषा है?
ये मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी इंडेक्स को लेते हैं, जिसको कि इनपुट बेस पे लिया जाता है। मतलब ये हुआ कि अगर किसी भी बच्चे का, किसी भी 18 साल से ऊपर आदमी का अगर बैंक अकाउंट सरकार ने खुलवा दिया और उसमें 0 बैलेंस भी चल रहा है, तो ही इज आउट फ्रॉम मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी इंडेक्स। जाकर के चेक कर लीजिएगा, जाकर के चेक कर लीजिएगा कि अगर उज्ज्वला योजना से किसी एक महिला को एक सिलेंडर मिला, वो भरवा पाए ना भरवा पाए, इसको ये मानते हैं कि आउट ऑफ पॉवर्टी, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। ये झूठ बोलते हैं, फ्रॉड करते हैं,
झूठ बोलते हैं। फिर
मैं ज्यादा बड़ी बात नहीं करूंगा, मैं तो इनका छोटा भाई हूँ, तो छोटे भाई की हैसियत से बड़े भाई को बड़े आदर से पूछना चाहूंगा। आपके अर्थशास्त्री के जमाने में इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ रेट 5%, इन्फ्लेशन 12%।
बता देता हूं,
सुनिए ना,
बता देता हूं।
सुनिए ना,
प्लीज।
घर में टॉयलेट नहीं, घर में मुफ्त अनाज नहीं, घर पक्का नहीं, घर में पानी नहीं, पर उस समय पर वो गरीबी के बाहर थे। और आज मोदी ने सब कुछ दिया तो गरीबी में आ गए। मैं केवल एक आंकड़ा पूछना चाहता हूँ, 400 स्टार्टअप थे इस देश में युवाओं के, आज 1.5 लाख स्टार्टअप है, जिसमें से 25 से 30 $1 बिलियन के स्टार्टअप बन के यूनिकॉर्न बने। आप अपने जमाने के स्टार्टअप गिना दीजिए।
चलिए ठीक है,
20 सेकंड
मेरे को कंक्लूडिंग कमेंट दे रहा है मुमताज जी। हाउ यू सी मोदी एज लीडर?
मुझे तो इतना पता
हाउ
है
यू
कि
सी
अभी
मोदी
कुछ
एज लीडर?
नहीं, मुझे इतना पता है कि अभी कुछ दिन पहले मध्य प्रदेश में 35 लोग गंदे पानी की वजह से मर गए। उसका जवाब कौन देगा? आज आपने नफरत की बात
भोपाल
करी।
गैस ट्रेजेडी याद है
मैंने
आपको?
हम
नहीं याद है
हम
ना?
इतिहास में
नहीं,
क्यों जी रहे
नहीं,
हैं?
इतिहास
किसने
आज
किसको भगाया, वो सारी
आज आप
चीजें छोड़
मुझे
देते
या पूरे विपक्ष को आप हर चीज में इतिहास से
तो
घेर
इंदिरा
नहीं
गांधी
सकते।
और राहुल गांधी की बात, राहुल गांधी इंदिरा जी को क्यों बार बार इन्वोक करते हैं? राहुल गांधी तो उनके परिवार की खा रहे हैं
तो
कि
आप
नेहरू ने ये किया, इंदिरा ने ये किया, मेरी सरकार ने ये किया।
पार्टी
शहजाद बोलने
महात्मा
देते हैं,
गांधी
एक-एक
जी
करके
के
अपनी-अपनी
असैसिनेशन के लिए जिम्मेदारी लेती है क्या?
बताइए,
तो
महात्मा गांधी
वही
के
तो बोल रही हूँ।
असैसिनेशन पे बीजेपी जो जिसका जन्म 1980 में हुआ वो
लेकिन
जिम्मेदार है।
आपकी
अब गजब बात है।
नहीं तो वही पूछ रही हूँ ना, तो हम इतिहास में क्यों जी रहे हैं? मुझे आज पता है, आपने
पर ये
बोला
राहुल
मैंने
मुझे वाइंड अप करना है
मैंने
प्लीज। 40
आपने
सेकंड मुमताज
जी
जी,
जी बिल्कुल
आपका थॉट। मैं सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ
मैंने
आपसे।
अभी
मैं
जो
ये नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे कि राहुल गांधी, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में भारत के बढ़ते कदम, आपका एनालिसिस मोदी एज लीडर ऑफ इंडिया।
बिल्कुल, अभी जितने भी हमें आंकड़े बताए शहजाद भाई ने, वो सब पेपर पे बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं, पर मुझे आज अभी भी ये पता है कि हमारे पास साफ पीने को पानी नहीं है, हमारे युवाओं के पास नौकरी नहीं है, हमारे बच्चों के पास अच्छे स्कूल नहीं है, मिड डे मील सही नहीं मिल रहे हैं, हमें आज सही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं मिल रहा है, हमें बेसिक सुविधा अस्पतालों में नहीं मिल रही है। ये सब जब तक ठीक नहीं होगा, चाहे जो हो, मोदी जी हो, मैं रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री हैं, ये सब जब तक नहीं बदलेगा, हमारा देश नहीं बदलेगा।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। यही मेरे ख्याल से सशक्त लोकतंत्र है कि विपक्ष भी उतना ही सशक्त
एक
है।
शेर पढ़ दूं?
हाँ प्लीज पढ़ दीजिए, चलिए जाते जाते।
इन्होंने जो सारे आंकड़े रखे, एक अदम गोंडवी का बहुत अच्छी 2 लाइनें उन्होंने कही हैं कि तुम्हारी फाइलों में गांव का मौसम गुलाबी है, मगर ये आंकड़े झूठे हैं, ये दावा किताबी है।
दावा
अच्छा, एक बात बताओ मजेदार।
आप शेर पढ़ दीजिए ना फिर।
शेर और ये मुशायरा नहीं है, पर शेर पढ़ते रहे, परंतु जो शेर पढ़ने के लिए उन्होंने फटाफट इंटरनेट पे सर्च मारा, वो इंटरनेट स्पीड और डेटा की कमी, कॉस्ट की, वो मोदी जी ने की। तो आपको शेर मुबारक।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फराज भाई आपका, शहजाद भाई आपका, और मुमताज जी आपका।
अच्छा, कोई
बहुत-बहुत
पर्सनल
धन्यवाद।
कमेंट हुआ है
बहुत-बहुत
तो मैं
धन्यवाद।
दोनों से माफी
चलिए,
मांगता हूँ।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू सो मच।
दोनों से माफी।
वक्त बताएगा, वक्त बताएगा। शुक्रिया बहुत बहुत, थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, everyone.
A huge round of applause for our guests. Thank you so much for bringing so much fire and josh on Rising Bharat today. Thank you so much. आगे बढ़ते हैं, अगले सेशन की तरफ बढ़ते हैं। किसी भी लोकतंत्र की ताकत सिर्फ बहुमत की इच्छा में नहीं, बल्कि अल्पसंख्यकों की आवाज, गरिमा और भागीदारी में होती है। किसकी बात सुनी जाती है, किसे रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिलता है, और कैसे वो समुदाय जिन्हें हाशिए पर देखा जा रहा है, राष्ट्रीय चर्चा और नीतियों के केंद्र में आते हैं। हमारा अगला सेशन है माइनॉरिटी रिपोर्ट, मार्जिन्स टू सेंटर, और इस चर्चा को मॉडरेट करेंगे न्यूज 18 के अमीश देवगन। आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट अमीश ऑन स्टेज। और इसी के साथ a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite our esteemed guests, Shehzad Poonawala, National Spokesperson BJP, Mumtaz Patel again on stage, social activist, Sumaya Rana, National Spokesperson Samajwadi Party, और Tanveer Zahak, founder Milli Chronicles. A huge round of applause for esteemed guests, and Amish will take this conversation forward from here. Thank you, Amish.
थैंक यू सो मच। जोरदार तालियों से अभिनंदन करिए इस सेशन का, क्योंकि इस देश में हर बार कहा जाता है, बार बार कहा जाता है, पिछले 12 सालों से कहा जाता है कि अल्पसंख्यक खतरे में है। जब से नरेंद्र मोदी का शासन आया है देश में, जब से योगी का शासन आया है उत्तर प्रदेश में, तब से मुसलमानों को उनका हक नहीं मिल रहा है। उनके हक और हकूक की बात कोई करता नहीं है। तो आज राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर सवाल उठेंगे और जवाब भी मिलने चाहिए, क्योंकि ये सवाल कुछ बहुत बड़े हैं। बीते 12 सालों से क्या आपको एक ऐसी योजना, ऐसी स्कीम याद आती है, याद पड़ती है, जिसमें
धर्म के आधार पर नरेंद्र मोदी के शासन ने भेदभाव किया हो, सरकार की तरफ से दिए जाने वाले ऐसे कोई फायदे जिसका लाभ देश के मुसलमानों या अल्पसंख्यकों की तरफ ना मिला हो, ये सब तब होता रहा है जब घोषित तौर पर, ये बात हम सभी जानते हैं, आरोप लगता है कि मुसलमानों को देश की सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी का वोटर नहीं माना जाता है। विपक्षी पार्टियां अक्सर यह सवाल उठाती हैं कि बीजेपी का टिकट क्यों नहीं मिलता है, और इसी तरह किसी भी चुनाव में पहले उन्हें बीजेपी का डर दिखाया जाता है और माना जाता है कि अगर वो एकत्रित हो जाएंगे तो बीजेपी का खेल बिगड़ भी जाएगा। और ऐसा कई बार हुआ है, उत्तर प्रदेश में हुआ है, महाराष्ट्र में हुआ है कि मुसलमान वोट एक मुश्त हुआ है, उसके साथ दो जाति आई हैं तो बीजेपी चुनाव हार गई है। क्या 27 का चुनाव योगी आदित्यनाथ हार जाएंगे क्योंकि मुसलमान एक तरफ आ जाएगा? ऐसे भी कई बार सवाल खड़े होते हैं। क्या 29 का चुनाव मोदी हार जाएंगे अगर मुसलमान एक तरफ आ जाएगा? ऐसे भी सवाल आए हैं। या फिर एम फैक्टर का मतलब बदल गया है नरेंद्र मोदी के राज में? ये कई बड़े सवाल हैं और इन बड़े सवालों का बड़ा जवाब ढूंढने के लिए आज हम इकट्ठे हैं। ये देश की चर्चा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, इसलिए मैं आपका सहयोग चाहूंगा। एक बार फिर जोरदार तालियां हमारे पैनलिस्ट के लिए। तमाम लोगों का अभिनंदन है। शहजाद पूनावाला भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता हैं, नेता हैं, अल्पसंख्यक समाज से आते हैं। मेरे साथ मुमताज पटेल हैं, उनका अभिनंदन है, ये भी अल्पसंख्यक समाज से आती हैं। मेरे साथ सुमैया राणा जी हैं, समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता प्रवक्ता, वो भी अल्पसंख्यक समाज से आती हैं। मेरे साथ तनवीर जहाक साहब हैं, जाने माने प्रोफेसर हैं, लर्नेड आदमी हैं, उनका भी अभिनंदन है, ये भी अल्पसंख्यक समाज से आते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये अल्पसंख्यक कहना गलत है और मैं इस पॉइंट से इस चर्चा को शुरू करता हूं। दूसरे बहुसंख्यक, अल्पसंख्यक नहीं, दूसरे बहुसंख्यक। और ये बात किस लिए? देखिए, बड़ी सीधी सी बात है, अल्पसंख्यक तो जैन भी हैं और इस देश की इकोनॉमी में उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। कहते हैं पाकिस्तान की कुल जितनी जीडीपी नहीं है उतना हमारे जो जैनी भाई हैं उनका धन अगर एकत्रित कर लिया जाए तो उतना खड़ा हो जाता है। सो मैं इस चर्चा की शुरुआत करता हूं और पहला मौका मैं सुमैया जी आपको देता हूं। क्यों लगता है आपको इस देश का मुसलमान मोदी और योगी के शासन में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के शासन में सुरक्षित नहीं है? बार बार उनके हक और हकूक की बात होती है, लेकिन तमाम हक तो मिले हैं, अब कौन सा हक चाहिए?
सबसे पहले मैं आप सब लोगों का शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ। अमीश जी, आपका शुक्रिया, मुझे आपके चैनल ने ये मौका दिया कि मैं अपनी बात यहाँ रख सकूं। और यकीनी तौर पर ये एक बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक है, क्योंकि मैं बहुत सारी चीज़ों से गुजरती आई हूँ। सब लोगों को शायद ना मालूम हो, लेकिन ये आप समझ सकते हैं कि जिन चीज़ों का, जिन बातों का जिक्र इस वक्त अमीश देवगन जी कर रहे हैं, वो चीज़ें मैं अपने ऊपर गुजार के आई हूँ। और उसके लिए एक बहुत मशहूर शायर थे, उनका एक शेर है कि ए तासुब के आईना खानो, तुमको आबाद किसने रखा है, कोई दीवार तक नहीं हिलती, संगे बुनियाद किसने रखा है। ये जो आरएसएस की मानसिकता जिसकी आप बात कर रहे थे, जिसकी बात यहाँ हो रही है कि एक मुसलमान को मोदी राज में या योगी राज में क्या दिक्कतें हो सकती हैं, उन दिक्कतों का सामना करने वाला एक मुजस्समा जिसको सुमैया राणा कहते हैं, वो आपके सामने बैठी हुई है। अब मैं यहाँ पर बात ये करना चाहती हूँ कि यकीनी तौर पर मुसलमान यहाँ पर अल्पसंख्यक क्या सेकंड लार्जेस्ट पॉपुलेशन है हमारी, और उसके बावजूद भी अगर हम यहाँ पर एक ऐसी सरकार के आने के बाद अपने आप को इनसिक्योर समझते हो, जहां पर हिजाब पहन करके जाने पर सवाल खड़े हो जाते हो, जहां पर बुर्के को पहन करके जाने में लोग मशकूक नजरों से देखते हो, तो इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं जो मौजूदा सरकार है वो कौन सा ऐसा अपना वो तैयार कराना चाह रही है किसी एक कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ। ऐसे नहीं होता है, कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ तो ऐसा होगा जिसको लेकर के एक इनसिक्योरिटी हमारे अंदर आई है। हमारे अंदर से मतलब इस पूरी हमारी कौम और मिल्लत के अंदर, और उसको बाकायदा मंचों से, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बड़े बड़े प्रोग्राम्स के मंचों से कहा गया है। जिसकी मैं एक मिसाल दे दूं, आप अभी हाल में ही बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री द्वारा, जो नीतीश कुमार जी द्वारा जो एक महिला का हिजाब खींचा गया, उस पर अगर कोई महिला यानी कोई माइनॉरिटी की महिला ऑब्जेक्शन करके और थाने पर रिपोर्ट लिखाने जाती है तो उस पर उल्टा मुकदमा होता है। मुख्यमंत्री जी पर तो नहीं होगा क्योंकि वो बीजेपी का ही एक अंग है, लेकिन मुकदमा किसके ऊपर होता है? सुमैया राणा के ऊपर होता है। तो इसका मतलब अब ये सवाल अगर सुमैया राणा या विपक्ष पूछे तो इसमें कौन सी बुराई होगी?
सुमैया जी, आप कह रहे हैं नरेंद्र मोदी के आने के बाद ये सब कुछ हो गया, लेकिन एक एग्जाम्पल है, यूसुफ खान जाने माने एक्टर हैं, उनका असल में नाम वैसे मतलब उनका जो फिल्मी नाम था वो दिलीप कुमार था, असल में नाम यूसुफ खान था। तब कौन सा डर था? मैं जानना जरूर चाहता हूं, ये जरूर बताइएगा कि तब कौन सा डर था। लेकिन शहजाद पूनावाला, ऐसा क्या कर दिया है 14 साल के आपके राज ने, यानी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राज ने, कि सुमैया राणा को, जो मनोहर राणा जी की दिवंगत मनोहर राणा साहब की बेटी हैं, और साथ ही साथ उनको भी डर लग रहा है, मतलब इतना मजबूत परिवार है, उनको भी डर लग रहा है, तो कुछ तो गलत किया होगा आपने।
देखिए, सुमैया जी को तब डर नहीं लगा जब हाशिमपुरा, भागलपुर, मीरठ, मलियाना, नेल्ली, दिल्ली, अहमदाबाद, जलगांव में सबसे बड़े दंगे हुए कांग्रेस के शासन में और हजारों की तादाद में मुसलमान काटे मारे गए। तब सुमैया राणा जी को और उनके परिवार को कतई डर नहीं
उस
लगा।
वक्त भी मेरे पापा
मैंने
ने,
आपके बीच में नहीं बोला।
शहजाद साहब
सुमैया जी,
एक लाइन
देखिए,
प्लीज सुन
अब तो
लीजिए।
डरना मुझे चाहिए क्योंकि मैं पसमानदा समाज से आता हूं और आखिरकार सुमैया राणा जी तो अशराफ है, तो वो पसमानदा को बोलने भी नहीं देंगी, बार बार इंटरप्ट भी
मुसलमानों में भी जातियां होती हैं क्या?
इस्लाम में ये सब कुछ नाजायज है, इसकी कोई जगह नहीं है।
देखिए अमीर जी, या तो कम से कम मस्जिद में तो घुसने नहीं देते पसमानदा को, यहाँ पे तो आप संरक्षण दे दीजिए। वैसे पसमानदाओं को ना अशराफ समाज के साथ शादी करना अलाउड है, ना उनके झूठे ग्लास से पानी पीना अलाउड है,
माफ कीजिएगा, इस्लाम के गलत आप यहाँ पर तशरीह कर रहे हैं, ऐसा इस्लाम में कहीं नहीं है कि
एक एक करके देखिए,
गलत बात है।
सुमैया जी, आप अपनी टर्न पे बोलिए, फॉलो करिए डेकोरम को। आपकी टर्न पे वो नहीं बोले, 40 सेकंड वो बोले, फिर आप बोलिए।
अमीर जी, ऐसी प्रॉब्लम है कि अगर बार बार अतिक्रमण होगा तो मेरा वाला भी बुलडोजर वाला है, अतिक्रमण हटाना हमें आता है, तो कृपया याद रखें, जितना वर्बल अतिक्रमण होगा उतना वर्बल बुलडोजर चलेगा। अब सुन लीजिए,
अच्छा, आपने क्लैरिफाई कर दिया।
हाँ, नहीं चले, हर प्रकार का बुलडोजर चलता है, और अंसारी और अतीक के प्रॉपर्टी पर असली वाला बुलडोजर, उसको जमीन दोष करके गरीबों में हम उसको बांटेंगे। कोई रोता है तो रोते रहे, कोई शर्ट उतारता है तो उतारते रहे, हम मिट्टी में मिला देंगे माफियाओं को। यहाँ पे मजहब के नाम पर माफियाओं को नहीं मिलेगा फ्री पास। सुन लीजिए, 70% से 30% मुस्लिम बच्चियों का स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट रेट कम हुआ क्योंकि घर घर और स्कूल स्कूल में टॉयलेट पहुंचा। तब इनसिक्योर नहीं महसूस होता है। जब 80 करोड़ लोगों को राशन मिला तो मोहम्मद और मोहित दोनों को मिला। जब पानी का नलका बिठा तो सुमैया और शिल्पा दोनों के घर में बिठा। तो आज कोई भेदभाव नहीं है। इनसे पूछिए, उस्ताद बिस्मिल्लाह खान को किसने भारत रत्न दिया? बीजेपी की सरकार ने। आईबी चीफ मुसलमान किसने बनाया? बीजेपी की सरकार ने। परमानेंट एम्बेसडर यूनाइटेड नेशन में सैयद अकबरुद्दीन किसने बनाया? बीजेपी की सरकार ने। किसने सबसे बड़े से बड़े लोगों को, एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब को राष्ट्रपति बनाया? बीजेपी की सरकार ने। किसने वीर अब्दुल हामिद को नमन करते हुए पूरे आइलैंड का नाम उनके नाम पर रखा? बीजेपी की सरकार ने। और इन्होंने किसके लिए किया? औरंगजेब, टीपू सुल्तान। अरे एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम के साथ नाम पे रोड रखा तो औरंगजेब फैन क्लब रोने लगा इस विषय पर। मैं सिर्फ 2 सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। देखिए, माइनॉरिटी तो कौन होता है? जैन या पारसी? वो तो कभी नहीं कहते कि हम माइनॉरिटी में हैं, हमारे साथ ये हो गया वो हो गया। पर जो दूसरी बड़ी मेजॉरिटी है, मैं इनसे पूछना चाहता हूं, इन्होंने अभी अपनी पर्सनल बात की तो मैं पर्सनल बात कर रहा हूं। एक कदम मोदी जी ने उठाया, क्योंकि मुसलमानों में केवल मर्द नहीं है, केवल कट्टरपंथी नहीं है, मुस्लिम महिलाएं हैं। 3 तलाक का कानून आया तो उनको आजादी मिली, और इन्हीं के घर में इनकी एक महिला 3 तलाक से प्रताड़ित है। अगर मैं झूठ बोल रहा हूं तो बताइए आपके घर में आपकी बहन 3 तलाक से प्रताड़ित है, और उनको भी अगर किसी ने बचाव किया, संरक्षण दिया तो नरेंद्र मोदी ने दिया।
जवाब।
शहजाद साहब, आपकी जानकारी में इजाफा कर दूं कि इस्लाम 1400-1450 सालों से जो है और वो कयामत तक वही रहेगा। वो किसी भी एक व्यक्ति के लिए नहीं बदल सकता। नहीं बदल ना, बिल्कुल
ये बात
बिल्कुल मैं बता रही हूँ, मीडिया ने उसको जिस तरीके से प्रेजेंट किया है वो पूरी तरीके से गलत है। लेकिन अगर आप उसको सही भी मान लें तो अगर वो हुआ है तो तलाक है, तलाक है अभी जी। उसको ये कौन कह रहा है?
इस डिबेट में देखिए महानता कि मोदी जी इनके परिवार के साथ खड़ी है, परंतु पार्टी के चक्कर में या अपने परिवार के साथ नहीं खड़ी है, मजहब के चक्कर में या मजहब के नाम पर
न्यूज़ चैनल देखिए, गलत चीजें प्रेजेंट करने पे मैंने डिफेमेशन का केस कर रखा है सारे चैनल्स के ऊपर। जो कि प्रेजेंट होना पड़ेगा।
हुआ क्या?
जिस तरीके की गलत रिपोर्टिंग हुई, गलत तस्वीरों को दिखाया गया, ये एक नेशनल टेलीविजन की गैर जिम्मेदाराना हरकत थी जिसको इनको भुगतना पड़ेगा।
अच्छा चलिए,
और
मैं
मुझे
आपको दूसरी
लगता
बात
है,
पूछता हूँ। एक
मैं
सुनिए,
आपसे मैं
UCC
पूछ
के
रही हूँ,
आप संविधान वाले हैं ना, UCC के पक्ष में खिलाफ है।
आप संविधान वाले नहीं है?
हम तो है ही, इसलिए मैं क्यों
आपने
कलर
मुझे
पहन के
कैसे
बता
कहा
रहा हूँ
आप
आपको
संविधान वाले
कि
हैं?
UCC
आप
चाहिए कि
बोल
नहीं
रहे
चाहिए।
हैं, आप बोल रहे हैं कि
UCC
आप
हाँ या ना?
संविधान वाले नहीं है।
UCC सही है, गलत
किसी
है?
भी इंसान के साथ ना गलत हो, ना गलत करने वाले को छोड़ा
UCC
जाए, ये
सही
हमारा
है, गलत
संविधान
है?
है।
एक एक करके
UCC पे बता दीजिए।
एक सेकेंड।
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल
देखिए,
कोड।
ठीक है, लेटर आंसर।
यूसीसी का मतलब आप जिसको समझ रहे हैं, इस्लाम में बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं जिसको संविधान ने हमें उसका अधिकार दे रखा है, उसको बदलने का किसी को अधिकार नहीं है। और इस्लाम के कुछ नॉर्म्स हैं जिसको किसी भी हालत में नहीं बदला जा
इस्लाम
सकता
ऊपर या
है।
संविधान?
ऑब्वियसली देश में रह रहे हैं, संविधान बड़ा है,
तो
लेकिन
संविधान में
जिंदगी-
UCC
ना
है।
ना आप
संविधान में UCC है।
आप नहीं
संविधान
कर
में
सकते।
UCC है।
अरे तो उसी संविधान
संविधान
ने
में
अधिकार
UCC
दिया
है भाई।
अरे शहजाद बस पूनावाला जी, उसी संविधान ने अधिकार दिया। आप उस संविधान को कैसे निकाल सकते हैं?
उस संविधान ने यह अधिकार दिया है
उस संविधान
कि-
ने
एक-
यह अधिकार
एक सेकंड
दिया है
सुनिए,
कि
एक
हम-
सेकंड, उस
इसको
संविधान ने
रेगुलर
यह
टीवी
अधिकार
डिबेट
दिया
ना
है
बनाएं।
कि मुस्लिम महिलाओं को हिंदू महिलाओं की तरह राइट नहीं मिलेगा।
एक ब्रॉडर टॉपिक है, मुझे लगता है कि इसको हमको बार बार
संविधान की बात है।
विषयांतर नहीं होना चाहिए, टॉपिक डाइवर्ट नहीं होना चाहिए, विच इज वेरी वेरी
हम संविधान वाले हैं। आज जान के बहुत खुशी हुई कि हम संविधान वाले हैं।
जी मैं एक रुक करता हूं मुमताज जी का। मुमताज जी, आपकी पार्टी की भी बात कर लेते हैं। आपकी पार्टी पे इल्जाम लगता है कि आप तुष्टीकरण करते हैं। मोदी जी का भाषण सुने, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी का भाषण सुने, तुष्टीकरण करते हैं। शहजाद पूनावाला को डेली डिबेट पे सोचते हैं, बोले कांग्रेस तुष्टीकरण कर रही है। अब आप, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता, आप तुष्टीकरण भी कर रहे हैं, आपको वोट भी नहीं मिल रहा। शकील अहमद आपके नेता हैं, वो कह रहे हैं राहुल गांधी डरपोक हैं, वो मुसलमानों के लिए कुछ करना नहीं चाहते। ऐसे कई नेता हैं, ऐसा बोल चुके हैं। तो आप किस तरफ हैं? ना आप इधर आ जा पा रहे हैं, ना आप उधर जा पा रहे हैं। मुझे वो एक फिल्म याद आ रही है, गोविंदा साहब की थी, जिसमें जॉनी लेवर हमेशा कहता था कादर खान को मैं आपकी तरफ हूं, लेकिन वो उसकी तरफ होता नहीं था। कहीं खेल ऐसा तो नहीं?
देखिए, ये हाल ही के कुछ दिनों में मैं काफ़ी बार कह चुकी हूँ मीडिया के माध्यम से भी कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जिस तरीके से पहले खुलकर समर्थन करती थी, शायद कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी के नैरेटिव में फंसकर या डर कर अब खुलेआम से मुसलमानों का समर्थन नहीं कर पा रही है। ये मैंने खुद कहा है, शायद पार्टी लाइन के खिलाफ भी बोल रही हूँ। अभी हमने बहुत सारी बातें सुनी। सबसे पहले तो जितना मुझे नॉलेज है इस्लाम के बारे में और जिस तरीके से मेरी परवरिश हुई है, जो मैं जानती हूँ, इसमें कोई जाति और डिवीजन उस तरीके से नहीं है। जितना हमें पता है सेक्रेटेरियन है, सुन्नी शिया, उसमें भी अगर आप कहेंगे तो मैं उसमें भी डिफरेंशिएट नहीं करूंगी सर्टेन प्रैक्टिसेस, पर फिर भी द टेनेट ऑफ इस्लाम इज द सेम, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह मुहम्मद रसूलुल्लाह। अब आगे जो मैं कहना चाहूंगी, आपने भी दिलीप साहब की बात करी कि उनका नाम यूसुफ खान था। जी, ये अभी 2014 से लेकर की बात नहीं, मेरे खुद के जो दादा थे उनका नाम था मोहम्मद इसाक पटेल, गुजरात से थे और उनका निक नेम था कांति भाई पटेल। आज भी उनको याद रखते कांति भाई पटेल की तरह, क्योंकि जब वो जाते थे ट्रेडिशनल गुजराती फैमिलीज में, उनके घरों पे अपने दोस्तों, हाँ वही बता रही
आपने पूछा हो,
मैं वही बता रही हूँ कि उस जमाने में भी जब वो हिंदू फैमिलीज के यहाँ जाते थे, गुजराती फैमिलीज, तो शायद वहाँ की जो महिला थी कि कोई मुसलमान लड़का घर पे आया है, तो दोस्त लोगों ने ये बोलना शुरू किया कि कांति है, ताकि पता ना चले कि मुसलमान है। तो ये मैं बोलती हूँ और बिल्कुल था ये सिर्फ, पर अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं मुसलमानों की इस देश में। तो
देखिए, अब आप एक अच्छी बात आपने कही, और
क्योंकि मैं पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं पढ़ रही हूँ, मैं इस वक्त मुस्लिम समाज के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव के हिसाब से बोल रही हूँ।
देखिए, रेगुलर हम टीवी डिबेट करते हैं, लेकिन ये बड़ा मंच है, तो एक बड़ा मैसेज जाना चाहिए।
जी,
आपने कांति भाई पटेल अपने दादाजी की बात करी, एंड अहमद पटेल आपके फादर साहब का ये देश बहुत रिगार्ड करता है, फॉर्मर मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, वेटरन कांग्रेस लीडर। लेकिन आप बताइए, आपके दादाजी को भी अपना नाम कांति भाई पटेल करना पड़ा, शासन कांग्रेस का था, तो कहीं ना कहीं आप मानेंगे ना कि जब 47 से बंटवारा हुआ तभी से, क्योंकि मुसलमानों को एक देश मिल गया, धर्म के आधार पर एक देश मिल गया, वो बंटवारा सभी से था। ये कोई नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं लेकर आया है 2014 के बाद।
मैं बताना चाहती हूँ, फर्क ये है कि उस टाइम पे अगर उन्होंने अपना नाम कांति पटेल रखा, आज तक लोग उनको जानते हैं, उसमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं आई। आज मैं आपको फर्क ये बताना चाहती हूँ, मैं भी उस जमाने में बड़ी हुई हूँ, आज मेरे बच्चे एक मुसलमान परिवार में बड़े हो रहे हैं। जो फर्क तब और अब है, आप हमें दिख रहा है। आज जो नैरेटिव, एक तो इस्लामोफोबिया देश दुनिया भर में है, और वो चीज जो
अब उस
हिंदुस्तान में हो रही
इस्लामोफोबिया के लिए मोदी तो जिम्मेदार नहीं है।
नहीं, पर कहीं
माय
ना
नेम इज
कहीं
खान मूवी कब बनी थी?
अभी इतनी सारी चीजें शहजाद भाई ने गिनाई। मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि कितने भाजपा से मुसलमान मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट लोकसभा में, चलिए बता दीजिए।
मुझे गर्व है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने मुसलमान है इसलिए लोकसभा नहीं भेजना है, मेरिटोरियस है इसलिए लोकसभा जाएगा, मुसलमान होने के लिए नहीं जाएगा। ये जिन्ना का देश नहीं है।
तो फिर
मेरे बाप दादा ने, आप बीच में मत बोले मुमताज जी, मैंने सुना।
अभी मैं बोल रही थी, मैंने आपसे एक सवाल पूछा सिर्फ।
मेरी बात तो
फिर आप बोल लीजिएगा।
मुझे बहुत गर्व है कि मेरे दादा, जिन्होंने, उनको भी इसी प्रकार की परिस्थितियों का सामना करना पड़ा, पर उसने कहा था कि मैं भारत में रहूंगा, यहाँ का हिंदू और यहाँ का सेकुलर विचार हमको स्वीकार्य है। हम उस देश में नहीं जाना चाहते जहां पर मुस्लिम तो बोलते हैं पर सबसे ज्यादा शिया मारे जाते हैं पाकिस्तान में, सबसे ज्यादा।
लेकिन शहजाद, एक सवाल का जवाब, मुमताज पटेल का जो सवाल था, देखिए ये बात मैं मोहन भागवत जी को कोट करके बोलता हूँ। मोहन भागवत जी ने एक बात बोली दिल्ली में विज्ञान भवन के कार्यक्रम में, और बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से बोली कि मुसलमानों के बिना इस देश की कल्पना करना नामुमकिन है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जब आप एक सिख को अपनी कैबिनेट में जगह देंगे, जब आप एक सिख को मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाएंगे, तो क्या एक मुसलमान को, आप, मैं बिल्कुल धर्म के आधार पे मत करिए, लेकिन कॉन्फिडेंस के हिसाब से तो करना पड़ेगा ना। शहजाद पूनावाला प्रवक्ता बन सकता है, क्या शहजाद पूनावाला मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बन सकता है? मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि कॉन्फिडेंस तो आना चाहिए कम्युनिटी को। सरकार में आप हैं, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास आप कहते हैं, तो विश्वास में लेने के लिए कुछ तो करना पड़ता है। जैसे सपोज SC ST में से आप मंत्री बनाते हैं, दलित को आप मंत्री बनाते हैं, आदिवासी को आप राष्ट्रपति भी बना देते हैं, लेकिन मुसलमान को कुछ भी बनाने से डरते हैं, तो कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग कौन करेगा? आप नहीं करेंगे, आपका शासन नहीं करेगा।
देखिए अमीश जी, मैंने तो अभी आपको बताया कि हमारी जो सरकार है वो नेशनल सिक्योरिटी पे सबसे स्ट्रांग मानी जाती है। ऐसी सरकारों में तो IB डायरेक्टर मंत्रियों से भी ऊपर की पोस्ट मानी जाती है एक दिशा से देखे तो, और वहां पर तो आसिफ इब्राहिम बैठे थे, तो कैसे बैठ गए? और दूसरी बात मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, देखिए अमीश जी, अगर रिप्रेजेंटेशन की बात है तो आनंद रंगनाथन दिख रहे हैं मुझे सामने, उनका एक बहुत फेमस एग्जाम्पल है। आनंद रंगनाथन ने एक बार बोला डिबेट में, ऐसे ही सवाल आया, अमीश जी ने पूछा होगा, तो उन्होंने बोला कि कांग्रेस ने कितने पारसियों को टिकट दिया, मतलब पारसी विरोधी है, कांग्रेस ने कितने, अभी आजकल वो होता है ना होमोसेक्सुअल एक्सेट्रा, तो होमोसेक्सुअल को कितने टिकट दिया है, तो मतलब कांग्रेस होमोसेक्सुअल्स के खिलाफ
नहीं। अब
तो
आप बोलेंगे, अब
अरे वो तो माइक्रो
LGBTQ को वो,
अरे भाई ऐसा है, सुनिए, वो तो अमीश जी 10 सेकंड बाद आखिर, क्योंकि मेरी बहन गुजरात से है, उनका परिवार गुजरात का बड़ा परिवार है, मैं मेरी बहन को ही अभी पूरा समय दूंगा। गुजरात में भी 30 साल से बीजेपी की सरकार, और बंगाल में कभी भी बीजेपी की सरकार नहीं रही, अभी आने वाली है पर अभी तक नहीं है। गुजरात का मुसलमान संपन्न है या बंगाल का? गुजरात के मुसलमान का हेल्थ इंडेक्स बेटर है या बंगाल का? गुजरात के मुसलमान के पास बैंक अकाउंट में ज्यादा पैसा है या बंगाल का? एक बार बता दीजिए कि गुजरात का मुसलमान हर
जवाब
के मुसलमान से आगे।
आपके पास आ रहा हूँ।
कैसे?
शहजाद भाई, मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ, आज यहाँ पे बैठे हैं हमारी बहन हिजाब में है, मैं भी एक मुसलमान महिला हूँ, बिना हिजाब की हूँ। आप पार्लियामेंट में जब डिबेट करते हैं ट्रिपल तलाक पे, पहली बात तो इंस्टेंट ट्रिपल तलाक इस्लाम में है ही नहीं, तो मैं उसका स्वागत करती हूँ। इंस्टेंट ट्रिपल तलाक इस्लाम में नहीं है, मैंने इसका स्वागत किया, लेकिन शर्म की बात है कि अगर आपके पक्ष में से इसके बारे में चर्चा हो रही थी तो वहां पे एक मुस्लिम महिला नहीं थी आपकी पार्टी से जो इसके बारे में बोल सके। आपने रिप्रेजेंटेशन की बात करी, तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि पूरा हक है मुसलमान समुदाय को भी कि उनको रिप्रेजेंटेशन आपकी पार्टी से भी वहां मिले, अगर आप उनके हक में। मैंने, देखिए, मैं न्यूट्रल बात कर रही हूँ, मैं यहाँ पे बीजेपी कांग्रेस में इससे पहले के भी शो में मैंने यही कहा था, मैं नहीं पढ़ना चाहती हूँ। मैं आज ये कहना चाहती हूँ, हालात इसलिए खराब हैं। आज आप देखिए लोगों को,
शाहबानू का वर्डिक्ट आया उस समय पर कांग्रेस ने ओवरटर्न किया, तब कितनी मुस्लिम महिलाओं की सुनी?
एक सवाल,
शाहबानू का वर्डिक्ट आया, ओवरटर्न किया राजीव गांधी की सरकार ने, कितनी मुस्लिम महिलाएं खड़े
मुझे नहीं पता, शायद मैं करती।
पार्टी तो थी ना मैडम, पार्टी तो थी। आप कह रहे मैं ना समझती, लेकिन राजीव जी तो ना समझ नहीं थे।
बात बताइए, वो तो आज सवाल
आरिफ मोहम्मद खान जिसने लड़ाई लड़ी वो हमारे गवर्नर है। आरिफ मोहम्मद खान ने लड़ाई लड़ी।
आज अगर बंटवारा हुआ और एक धार्मिक
बेसिस पे पाकिस्तान बना, तो जो मुसलमान यहाँ रह गए उसको उनको हक संविधान नहीं दिया यहाँ रहने का। अगर मेरे बाप दादा यहाँ रुक गए और आज मैं यहाँ हूँ, तो आप उसका जिम्मेदार मुझे नहीं ठहरा सकते। अगर आज मैं मुसलमान के हक में कुछ बोलूं तो मुझे बोला जाता है पाकिस्तान जाओ।
मन से यहाँ पे नहीं रहना चाहती, आपके बाप दादा रह गए,
मैंने ये नहीं कहा, मैंने ये
आपने कहा
नहीं,
कि मेरे बाप दादा रह गए तो मैं नहीं रहना चाहती, पर मुझे
मैंने
उसका
ये
जिम्मेदार
नहीं
मत
कहा। मैंने कहा अगर उनकी चॉइस थी ये, मैं नहीं थी,
आपकी
आप
क्या
उसकी जिम्मेदार मुझे नहीं ठहरा सकते। और आज आप मुझे ये नहीं कह सकते कि आप पाकिस्तान जाए, बांग्लादेश जाए।
नहीं, कोई नहीं, एक सेकंड, लेकिन धर्म के आधार पर बंटवारा माना किसने? कांग्रेस ने।
लेकिन हिंदुस्तान,
ये भी पॉइंट है ना, धर्म के आधार पर बंटवारा माना किसने? कांग्रेस पार्टी ने।
इंडिया इज अ सेक्युलर नेशन, इट इज नॉट
वंदे मातरम पे बंटवारा, वंदे मातरम तक का इस देश में बंटवारा हो गया सेकुलरिज्म के नाम पर। देखिए, मतलब वंदे मातरम पे बंटवारा हो गया। तनवीर भाई,
इंटरप्रिटेशन को देखिए किस तरीके से।
अमित जी,
जी आपके
अमित
पास
जी
मौका है
देखिए,
अपनी बात
जब
को
से मैं
रखने का।
कन्वर्सेशन सुन रहा था,
क्या आपको लगता है कि परिस्थितियां ऐसी ही हैं जैसी बताई जा रही हैं दूसरी तरफ
बिल्कुल
से?
नहीं, ये सब नैरेटिव है और 1947 से ये नैरेटिव चलता आ रहा है। और मौलाना अबुल कलाम आजाद ने उस टाइम पे भी बोला था कि ये माइनॉरिटी बता कर जो डराया जा रहा है कि भाई मुसलमान माइनॉरिटी है, इनको मार दिया जाएगा, इनको ये कर दिया जाएगा, वो कर दिया जाएगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। मुस्लिम लीग ने उस टाइम पे नैरेटिव चलाया था और अनफॉर्चुनेटली मुस्लिम लीग का नैरेटिव आज तक 2026 में भी वही नैरेटिव
कौन चला रहा है ये नैरेटिव?
है हमारे कंट्री में कुछ लोग चलाने वाले। और सबसे पहली बात तो ये है कि ये जो माइनॉरिटी करके जो स्टेटस बताया जाता है, माइनॉरिटी है ही नहीं, ये सेकंड लार्जेस्ट मेजॉरिटी है। डेफिनेशन को चेंज करना चाहिए सबसे पहली बात। और मैं गल्फ में रहा हूँ तकरीबन 12 साल 15 साल, मैं मिडिल ईस्ट के अंदर रहा हूँ। मैं अरबों से पूछता था डायरेक्टली कि सर बताइए इंडिया में कितने मुसलमान हैं। वो बोलते थे कि माफी मालूम, हमको नहीं मालूम है। मैं बोलता था कि 25 करोड़ 30 करोड़। सेकंड लार्जेस्ट मुसलमान, थर्ड लार्जेस्ट मुसलमान पूरी दुनिया में इंडोनेशिया के बाद इंडिया में आते हैं। अरब में भी इतने मुसलमान नहीं है जितने इंडिया के अंदर मुसलमान है। अब रही बात रिलीजियस फ्रीडम की, तो मैं बताता हूँ, मैं कश्मीर गया, कश्मीर के एयरपोर्ट पे मैंने देखा मुसलमान लड़कियां हिजाब में काम कर रही हैं। मैंने कश्मीर में मुसलमानों से पूछा कि भाई आप आर्टिकल 370 हटाने के बाद कैसा फील कर रहे हो? सब पॉजिटिव फील कर रहे हैं, सब पॉजिटिव फील कर रहे हैं। ये मेरा असेसमेंट है, मेरा एनालिसिस है। तो ये जो नैरेटिव है, ये जो चलाया जा रहा है,
ये क्यों है नैरेटिव? आपका एनालिसिस क्या है?
देखिए ये नैरेटिव इसलिए है राइजिंग भारत। जो भारत बढ़ रहा है, बहुत सारे लोगों को देखा नहीं जाता।
जो भारत बढ़
इसलिए
रहा है,
नैरेटिव
मैं इसलिए आ रहा हूं। देखिए, ये तो बात हुई कि मुसलमान सुरक्षित है कि असुरक्षित है। विपक्ष थोड़ा असुरक्षित है सुमैया जी, क्या आपको नहीं लगता? मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूं, अब देखिए एआई समिट हुआ, अब प्रदर्शन तो हो सकता था जंतर मंतर पे भी। कपड़े जहां हम बैठे हैं भारत मंडपम, यही कपड़े फाड़ के आ गए। प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला, पब्लिक ने लात मारी, जनता ने लात मारी। वो जिस जनता के लिए प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे उसी ने लात मारी। मतलब मुझे देख के खुद बुरा लग रहा था कि उन नेताओं को आप लोगों ने कहां फंसा दिया है। मतलब एक तो ऊपर से, मतलब उनके घर वाले भी देख रहे होंगे वो तस्वीरें, कितना बुरा लग रहा होगा। ऊपर से आधे नंगे थे वो, मतलब बंडी में, मतलब गंजी में, और पीछे से लात पड़ रही है। मतलब तस्वीर ही बहुत बुरी लग रही थी। मतलब आपको बुरा फील नहीं हुआ उसे देखकर सुमैया?
नहीं, बहुत बुरा फील हुआ था। मुझे बुरा फील तो तब भी हुआ था, एक डिबेट में एक बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता नीचे से नंगे बैठे हुए थे, वो भी देख करके बहुत अजीब लगा था मुझे। तो बुरा तो लगता है, देखिए एक औरत होने के नाते तो बहुत ही बुरा लगता है।
अच्छा, आप क्या कहना चाहती हैं? जब आपने उनको पिटते हुए देखा, तो जब लात, और प्रधानमंत्री ने कल इसका जिक्र भी किया हमारे राइजिंग भारत के समिट के स्पीच में कि पीछे से उनको लात पड़ी, तो डिड यू फील बैड और डिड यू, क्या आपको लगा जो करने गए थे सही इनको उत्तर मिला?
How is this relevant to what we are discussing
it is
right
very
now?
relevant because he said
This is diversion.
he said, and this is not diversion. He said कि राइजिंग भारत को देख के लोग परेशान है। अब एआई समिट के अंदर ये प्रदर्शन कर दिया। मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, अब उसके अंदर तो कोई धार्मिक उन्माद भी नहीं था।
मैं एक प्रिविलेज्ड मुसलमान परिवार से आती हूँ, और ये शायद स्टेटमेंट मेरा कुछ 2 वर्ष पहले बहुत वायरल हुआ था, जो मैंने सच बोला था कि मुसलमान हूँ तो मुझे मेरे चॉइस का घर कोई रेंट पे नहीं देगा। एंड ये सही बात है। पहली बात, मेरे बच्चे जो हैं वो आज मुझसे इस्लाम पे सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, क्योंकि रोज जो वो व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी पे या रोज जो प्रोपेगेंडा सोशल मीडिया पे देख रहे हैं, मुझे रोज बैठ के उनको समझाना पड़ता। उनको शर्म आती है, बता रही हुई बात, उनको शर्म आती है अगर अभी मैं बुर्का पहन के शाम को,
आपने सवाल को डाइवर्ट कर दिया।
नहीं, क्योंकि topic-
I ask you one small question. Are you a proud Congressee?
Of course I
You
am.
are. और आपको बहुत गर्व है जो एआई समिट में कांग्रेस के यूथ कांग्रेस के कुछ नेताओं ने किया। You are proud of them. इसको थोड़ा डिफरेंटली पूछते हैं।
हम ये फिर से पूछ रही हूँ कि हम टॉपिक डाइवर्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं?
इसलिए
This-
topic नहीं,
हम
topic
बात
नहीं है।
कर रहे थे।
जब टॉपिक राइजिंग भारत का मंच है
हम
तो और जहां
नहीं।
भारत मंडपम में ये हुआ तो क्यों नहीं होनी चाहिए
मुझे
बात?
ब्रीफ दिया गया था कि यहाँ पे हम मुस्लिम्स के बारे में और
मैं जवाब
हाँ,
पर
बताइए।
ऐसा क्या है कि
नहीं।
आपको भी शर्मिंदगी हो रही है कि ये क्या करके आ गए?
क्योंकि
अगर आप बोल दीजिए
क्योंकि
कि अमीश जी इसे अवॉइड कर दीजिए, मैं खुद
नहीं नहीं,
असहज हूँ।
क्योंकि मैं इसके बारे में अभी पिछले सेशन में बात कर चुकी हूँ।
proud of it?
Let's-
You're proud of
I
it?
didn't say that. I said shirt. मैंने ये अभी परसों भी किसी इंटरव्यू में कहा था शायद शर्ट नहीं उतारनी चाहिए थी, लेकिन प्रोटेस्ट करने का पूरा
थोड़ा
हक
पूरा बोल दीजिए,
विपक्ष को
शर्ट
है।
नहीं उतारनी चाहिए थी, बाकी भी कुछ नहीं उतारना चाहिए था, नहीं तो दूसरी चीज
विरोध प्रदर्शन करना विपक्ष का हक है, ये संविधान ने दिया है, इसमें कुछ गलत
ओके, लेकिन जगह जगह को ध्यान से देखे करना चाहिए।
मे टाइमिंग शर्ट वाला जो
अमीश
वो था,
जी,
that
देखिए
could have been different.
मैं तो बहुत खुश हूँ, मुमताज जी को ग्रिल करने की आवश्यकता नहीं।
नहीं नहीं, ग्रिल नहीं करे, वी आर आस्किंग।
मैं बस अपनी बात
मैं सीधा बोलती हूँ, तो आपको
मुमताज जी
ग्रिल
सुनिए
करने
ना,
की जरूरत
सुनिए,
नहीं
आप ही
है।
के पक्ष में बोलो। मुमताज जी ने बोला कि जो ब्रीफ मुझे मिला था उसी ब्रीफ में मैं बात करूंगी। काश वो कांग्रेस के बब्बर शेरों को ब्रीफ मिलता कि ये भारत का समिट था, ये मोदी का समिट नहीं था। अगर नंगा होना ही था तो भाजपा के कार्यालय के सामने हो जाते, जंतर मंतर पर हो जाते। ये इंडिया विरोधी नंगी कांग्रेस को अपना सही स्थान चुनना था। ये टॉपलेस हो गए और यहाँ पर लीडरलेस और आईलेस भी हो रहे हैं। अखिलेश जी ने भी बोला पर 10 सेकंड इस्लामोफोबिया
में क्या आपको लगता है सुमैया जी, मुसलमान वोटों के कई ठेकेदार हैं, जैसे सपा को कहा जाता है MY मुस्लिम यादव, ओवैसी को कहा जाता है वो आते हैं वो खेल बिगाड़ देते हैं कई लोगों का, आप इस पर क्या कहना चाहती है? एम फैक्टर
नहीं, देखिए
big M factor.
ठेकेदार लफ्ज से मैं सहमत नहीं हूँ। पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं, उनकी नजर में उनका अपना एक वोट बैंक होता है, उनको ये उम्मीद होती है कि हम इनकी बात करेंगे तो ये हमें वोट करेंगे, बड़ी पार्टीज हैं वो सत्ता में आएंगी, तो ठेकेदारी की बात नहीं है। लेकिन हाँ, ये जरूर है कि जब ऐसा वक्त आ गया हो देश में जहां पर किसी भी एक विपक्ष के, मुझे ले सकते हैं आप, कि मेरे किसी बयान के ऊपर, मेरे किसी काम के ऊपर जिसमें मुकदमा नहीं बनता हो मुकदमा होता है, लेकिन अनुराग ठाकुर और कपिल मिश्रा को मंत्रालय मिल जाता है, उनके कद बढ़ जाते हैं।
अब आपकी सरकार आएगी तो मंत्रालय मिलेगा ना आपको।
सुनिए, बात तो सुनिए। देखिए, हमारी सरकार जब आएगी, हमने जो 2012 से 17 के बीच में किया था जितना विकास, उससे और ज्यादा करेंगे इंशाल्लाह। लेकिन मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि जब शहजाद भाई बताते, जब सबका साथ सबका विकास की बात हो रही है, अगर गलत सुमैया राणा कर रही है, उन पर मुकदमा होता है, तो कपिल मिश्रा, अनुराग ठाकुर, नुपुर शर्मा पर क्यों नहीं होता?
सवाल पॉलिटिकल है, मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, ऐसे लगेगा कि मैं जवाब नहीं
बिल्कुल आप देंगे,
मुझे 30 सेकंड, सिर्फ 30 सेकंड।
अरे मुझे
जी, ये जो इस्लामोफोबिया वाला जो डिसीजन, ये जो डेफिनेशन है, ये इस्लामोफोबिया का डेफिनेशन ही गलत है, क्योंकि देयर इज नो सच थिंग कॉल्ड इस्लामोफोबिया। मुस्लिम फोबिया हो सकता है, वो भी मुसलमानों की हरकतों की वजह से, जो हम हर जगह रहते हैं और हर जगह जो एक विरोधी एटीट्यूड लेके चलते हैं और एस्टेब्लिशमेंट के साथ एंटी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट वाला जो नेचर रखे हुए रहते हैं, कुछ पार्टियों के साथ मिलकर, कुछ उनके अल्टीरियर मोटिव्स होते हैं, इस चीज को लेकर जो हम आगे बढ़ते हैं,
एक्सेप्ट बीजेपी आपका कहने का मतलब है, बाकी दूसरी पार्टी
पर देखिए, मैं
पूरा कम्युनिटी सफर करता है ना इसकी वजह से।
यूके में कौन सी बीजेपी है? यूके में कौन सी बीजेपी है?
पूरी कम्युनिटी सफर करती है।
बिल्कुल पूरी कम्युनिटी सफर करती है।
अच्छा, दुनिया में जहां सामने वाली कम्युनिटी सेम है, वहाँ शिया सुन्नी में झगड़े हो रहे हैं कि नहीं हो रहे हैं?
इसीलिए सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती है
अमीश जी,
पूरी
आप हमको भी तो
कम्युनिटी
समझिए।
सफर नहीं करनी चाहिए, उनकी जिम्मेदारी
अमीश जी,
बनती है।
अच्छा,
कि
एक बताइए,
हमारी
72 के 72
हिफाजत
फिरके,
करें।
जो इस्लाम में 72 के 72 फिरके आते हैं, वो किस मुल्क में आते हैं? बताइए।
देखिए, हिंदुस्तान में
किसी वाजिब मुल्क में आते हैं
अमीश जी,
इस्लाम के
अमीश
72
जी,
के 72
इस्लाम-
फिरके, क्योंकि 72 के 72 फिरके एक छत के नीचे नहीं रह सकते। तबलीग की जमात और निजामुद्दीन औलिया की मजार एक मुल्क में नहीं हो सकती। ये भारत की शक्ति है, ये वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की शक्ति है। ओके, मैं रुक करता हूँ। आनंद रंगनाथन है, उनसे एक सवाल ले लेते हैं। ओके आनंद, क्या है आपका पॉइंट? बोलिए
भाई अमीश, ये तो हमें
अरे
अपनी बात
अरे,
तो
कोई
रखनी नहीं
इंसाफी
चाहिए,
नहीं हो रही।
इतना
ओके,
लंबा चौड़ा आरोप लगाया।
जी, मेरा बस एक छोटा सा सवाल है अपनी बहन मुमताज जी के लिए, कि आपके जो कांग्रेस के जो मुस्लिम एमपीज हैं, वो बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में, तो उनकी जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है उसमें एटलीस्ट 50% हिंदूज वोटर्स भी हैं, तो क्या वो उनकी देखभाल करते हैं, उनके अगेंस्ट काम करते हैं?
आई एम श्योर देखभाल करते होंगे,
Right.
हर इंडिविजुअल।
तो आप ये कैसे मान सकते हैं कि जब तक कोई मुस्लिम एमपी ना हो, वो हिंदू एमपी मुस्लिम्स की देखभाल नहीं करेगा?
मैंने ये नहीं कहा, मैंने ये एक बार भी नहीं कहा, बट अगर अगर इतनी आबादी है तो रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिलना चाहिए। मैंने सिर्फ इतना कहा। और रही बात जो अभी कही कि कुछ मुसलमानों की वजह से अगर कुछ गलत होता है तो पूरी कम्युनिटी, ये हर के ऊपर वाजिब है कि पूरी कम्युनिटी प्रोसिक्यूट नहीं होनी चाहिए। आज अगर एक कोई टेरर एक्ट करता है तो उससे पूरा कम्युनिटी प्रोसिक्यूट नहीं होना चाहिए। मैं ये पॉइंट रखने की
ठीक है,
कोशिश कर रही हूं।
पवन वर्मा इज विद अस। ही इज अ वेरी लर्नेड एम्बेसडर वर्मा।
मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं है, पर मैं एक टिप्पणी जरूर देना चाहता हूं। एक पैनलिस्ट हमारे शहजाद ने कहा कि इस सरकार में सिर्फ मेरिटोरियस लोगों को कैबिनेट में और पार्लियामेंट में जगह मिलती है, और फिर इसको माना कि एक भी मुसलमान नहीं। तो क्या हम समझे कि मुसलमानों में कोई भी मेरिटोरियस नहीं इस देश में? ये किस तरह की बातें हो रही हैं आज? तो समझ नहीं आता मुझे कि टू कैरी एन आर्गुमेंट फॉरवर्ड टू एन इलॉजिकल एक्सट्रीम और समझ लेना कि जो कह दिया उस पर ताली बज जाएगी, कैसे बजेगी? सबका साथ सबका विकास आपका जब ये नारा है और आप स्टेज पे बैठ के कहते हैं कि हम सिर्फ मेरिटोरियस लोग को लेते हैं, और इस कमेंट को आपने उस संदर्भ में कहा कि एक भी मुसलमान आज न कैबिनेट में है, न आपकी पार्टी से एमपी है। How can you make such a statement?
Amish, can I answer? अभी right to respond मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा?
या obviously right to respond, सबसे ज्यादा मौका मिला आपको, बोलिए।
पवन जी हमारी फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री में स्पोक्सपर्सन भी थे, सेक्रेटरी भी थे, बड़े ओहदे पे रहे, पर उनकी कॉम्प्रिहेंशन स्किल्स इतनी खराब है। मैंने कहा कि हम लोग कास्ट या रिलीजन देखकर तय नहीं करते। मैं सुनिए, अभी आपको सुनना पड़ेगा सर, ये वन वे नहीं हो सकता, परंतु आपको मेरिट देखना पड़ेगा। पर पवन जी की डिक्शनरी में अगर आपकी पर्टिकुलर रिलीजन और कास्ट हो तभी आप मेरिटोरियस हो सकते हैं। तो मेरिट को तो आपने रिलीजन से जोड़ा, हमने तो बोला कि जो भी रिलीजन हो मेरिट होगा तो मंत्री बनेगा।
ये विश्लेषण, you know, he is giving me the mic, so it's not yours. The panel is not yours. The panel is not yours. The moderator is giving me. तो एक थोड़ी सी दादागिरी कम कर दीजिए। दूसरी बात, आपने कहा था मेरिटोरियस, ना उस समय आपने कास्ट जोड़ा था ना जाति जोड़ी थी, और इस तरह का गैर जिम्मेदाराना सेंटेंस आपके लिए बीजेपी प्रवक्ता होते हुए बहुत शर्मनाक बात है।
अमीश जी एक आप रिस्पॉन्ड करने दीजिए पूरा।
20 सेकंड, शार्प 20 सेकंड एंड हार्ड स्टॉप। ओके
अमीश जी, पवन वर्मा जी का लास्ट जो असाइंड टास्क था वो जन सुराज के ऑफिशियल चीफ नेशनल स्पोक्सपर्सन थे, और हर रोज टीवी में आकर बताते थे कि प्रशांत किशोर और मेरी पार्टी से ज्यादा मेरिटोरियस बिहार में कोई नहीं है। उनकी मेरिट की परिभाषा पर बिहार की जनता ने जो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है, आज शायद उसी का बदला निकालने के लिए वो मुझे बोले, पर अभी पूरी बात करने दीजिए। इस्लामोफोबिया पर जो यहाँ पर लंबा लेक्चर दिया गया ना, मोदी जी को जो 28 राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार मिले हैं दुनिया भर से, उसमें से 8 राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार मुस्लिम देशों ने दिया, जिसमें सऊदी अरेबिया, इजिप्ट, बहरीन, यूएई, पैलेस्टाइन देश है। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि क्या सुमैया राणा से बड़े मुसलमान है वो या कम मुसलमान?
ओके, नहीं, अब
सुमैया राणा बोलती है।
देखिए, डिबेट और चलती रहेगी। आप तमाम लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ आने के लिए। जोरदार तालियां आप तमाम पैनलिस्ट के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग सच अ वंडरफुल ऑडियंस। थैंक यू सो मच, प्लेजर हैविंग यू ऑल। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, वंदे मातरम।
Thank you so much for such a powerful and impactful session, Amish, and thank you so much for our esteemed guests. And strongly and proudly underlining that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas reflects on inclusive growth that reaches every section of our society. Thank you so much. With that note, let's move forward. हमारा अगला सेशन आस्था और कानून, परंपरा और सुधार का एक अनूठा संगम है। ये सेशन स्टेट इंटरवेंशन की सीमाओं और हमारे जैसे आधुनिक गणराज्य में श्रद्धालुओं की बदलती उम्मीदों को टटोलने की एक छोटी सी कोशिश है, क्योंकि इबादत की जगह सिर्फ ईंट पत्थरों का ढांचा नहीं होती, वो विश्वास, पहचान, यादों और समुदाय के लिविंग सिंबल्स होती हैं। फिर ऐसा क्यों है कि मंदिर और अन्य धार्मिक स्थल तेजी से कानूनी लड़ाइयों के घेरे में आ रहे हैं, और इसका नतीजा क्या होगा? हम इसी पर आगे चर्चा करेंगे सत्र में गेट्स ऑफ फेथ, हु डिसाइड्स। और इस बातचीत को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी CNN News 18 के राहुल शिवशंकर को। आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट Rahul Shivshankar on stage, and also welcome our esteemed guests, Anand Ranganathan, scientist, lekhak और political commentator, Anas Tanvi, Supreme Court के वकील, Rahul Ishwar, commentator, और Pawan K. Verma, राजनयिक, राजनेता और लेखक. Rahul Shivshankar will take the conversation forward. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening. We will match the previous panel with ideas, not with decibels. पिछला पैनल बहुत noisy था. काफी गरमेश पैदा कर दी कमरे में, but अच्छा था, जबरदस्त था. अमीश आप बैठो, थोड़ा हमारे से भी सवाल लेना. Okay, please, everyone settle down. We're going to start in about a minute. Our theme today is a simple one. There are many contestations, as you know, Sabrimala issue, where the Supreme Court, in all its wisdom, the Milords decided that women should be allowed entry into one specific temple, the Sabrimala temple, to ensure gender equality. There were other instances where you know that certain places of worship are contested between Hindus and Muslims. And now there is another demand from the Hindu community. Clearly they're upset because they see on many occasions their places of worship being defiled, being encroached upon. So there is this demand. जैसे आपने देखा होगा हरिद्वार में और एक दो अदर जगहों में कि भाई ये सारे इलाके जो हैं, they should only be, the entry should be only restricted to Hindu people and other people should not be allowed to enter. Therefore, we have termed our discussion Gates of Faith. Who decides? Who enters? Who should stay? And so on and so forth. And that's the way we're going to now begin this debate, now that there's some calm in the room. And I want to begin by asking Pawan Verma ji, I understand that there is a need to ensure gender equality and that can't be compromised at all in society. But there are certain places where, for example, the deity, and I think Rahul Ishwar is an authority on that subject because he has been part of Devasam board in the past, continues to be. And he was one of the people who agitated when the Supreme Court decided to open Sabrimala's doors to women between the age of 10 and 50. So, Mr. Verma, do you think this was a progressive move that will actually further the cause of gender equality, or were at some points the sensitivities of the Hindu community ignored?
Thank you, Rahul. I'll answer your question briefly at two levels. I've been a long life researcher, writer on Hindu Dharma, Sanatan Dharma, and I have many books. So first let me answer your question at the level of spirituality. The most powerful philosophical movement in the Hindu Dharma is the Advait movement, according to me, the Vedantic system of thought, which postulates briefly that there is one undifferentiated, indivisible, absolute, attributeless, cosmic, pulsating consciousness in every human being, animate or inanimate objects. And because it is in us as our Atma, which is the same as Brahm, we are that consciousness once we realize who we really are. And therefore, in such a system, if we are all one of the same consciousness, there can be no hierarchy of men or women or caste or religion. The second touchstone I will take is that all religious practice is ultimately subject to change and modification over a period of time. And there, I think the constitution that we have adopted should be taken as a touchstone to see whether any reform or change is valid or not. The constitution gives in under Article 14 equality. And it is true that there was a religious custom in the past which prohibited women between a certain age, menstruating women, from entering the temple because it is that of Lord Ayappa, who is a lifelong celibate. Now, I ask you a question. There was at one point, sanctified by religious usage and custom, sati. There was the bar on so-called untouchables entering temples. There was a bar on widow remarriage for which Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar launched reform movements. These changed, even though they claim to have sanctity of religion with time in order to be able to conflate themselves with the constitutional guarantee that came later of equality between all people. And may I add a last point from the spiritual context. Lord Ayappa is the symbol of the divine. Who are we as humans to circumscribe the benevolence and grace of that divinity by saying that his in any way diminished by our norms of who should enter and who should not? Religious practice itself often needs to
So
be
you're
elevated
saying-
to spirituality.
So what you're saying is basically that God, in the form of Ayappa, would not have liked the fact that we were discriminating.
And nor would his lifelong vow of celibacy be compromised. Because if he's celibate, the fact that you are within a certain age or outside, if it had to be compromised, it could be by any woman. So therefore, these are customs which reflect a male patriarchy. They go against gender equality. And I believe that under the constitution and its provisions, we need to change with time rather than fossilize custom.
Okay, Dr. Ranganath.
Thanks very much, first of all, Rahul, and to the entire CNN family for having me here. It's a real pleasure and honor to be sharing the panel with such luminaries, especially Pavanji, who knows so much more than I ever would about Hindu faith and way of life. But I'll just start with what Pavanji said, pick up the thread from there. I speak as a Darwinian atheist. Pavanji is a believer. And when he says that Lord Ayappa's wish of being a celibate would not be diminished, that means he actually believes that Lord Ayappa said that he is celibate of Shabrimala. Then he also surely must believe that Lord Ayappa said that it is my wish that women who are menstruating in a certain age bracket should not come and visit this temple. If you believe Lord Ayappa said this, then you must also believe Lord Ayappa said that. And by not agreeing to one of the wishes that he said, I'm afraid you're contradicting. In my case, being an atheist, I don't have a skin in the game, but I like to say one thing. I think the entire thing has been, I think, written with a confused pen and by the Supreme Court, if I may say so. And I hope there are some lawyers out here who would represent me if there is a criminal contempt of court. It's the season of criminal contempt that's going around. And the reason why I say this is it discrimination or is it perceived discrimination? For example, there are around 450 Lord Ayappa temples. Shabrimala is one of them. In all the other Lord Ayappa temples, women are free to enter. In this temple, women are free to enter, except in that age bracket that, according to Lord Ayappa himself, and by the way, Hindu temples the state considers deities as a living being. That is the reason why Hindu temples pay income tax, right? So this is one of the things of the state, that the wish of Lord Ayappa is that women of this age bracket should not come here. Now, you can say it is discrimination, but then I ask another question. There are a dozen Hindu temples where men are not allowed entry. There is one temple where women of a certain age bracket are not allowed entry. So why is it discrimination? Is the state, are the activists fighting for men to be allowed in Brahmaji temple or in other 11 temples where they are not allowed entry? So this is a case of perceived discrimination. This is not discrimination. On the second aspect of double standards, you have Catholic women who till today cannot be ordained as priests. Is that not discrimination? Is that not misogyny or patriarchy, whatever you may call it? You have many mosques where women are not allowed inside the sanctum sanctorum. So, all very well if you're trying to remove the discriminatory practices from just one faith. I am for it. But then don't be a coward. Say that you are scared to death of being decapitated if you even so much as try and propose a reform in other religions. That's point number one. The other things we haven't discussed yet on which the topic is based, I think as
you could initiate. I mean, you could go ahead and we can move on. Or
I'd rather
break
wait,
it down. Okay, let's break it down. Anas Saab, let me ask you, why should this matter even go before the courts? Why shouldn't the courts just say, look, these are matters of faith? And I've heard some arguments also coming from the Muslim side. For example, I don't want to make this communal, but fundamentally, Muslim people, some of them say that, look, these are matters intrinsic to our religion. Why is the state getting into it?
So before I begin, I must point out, we are talking about gender equality and we're talking about that, and this is a manel. This must be pointed out that we don't even have a single woman representing their voice here. First. Second, there is no sanctum sanctorum in a mosque. Okay, there is no concept of sanctum sanctorum in the mosque. And now coming to your point, I completely agree that Supreme Court should not become the Supreme Mutt or the Supreme Mosque. It should not go into theology because the judges may or may not be an expert in that. And we have seen that. We have seen that. So, for example, when we were fighting the hijab case in Supreme Court, not from, the appeal from the Karnataka High Court, the arguments we took were of the constitution, of delegated legislative actions, not of essential religious practice. It was the court that went into essential religious practice. And when Supreme Court developed this practice of going into essential religious practice in Shirur Mutt, it probably did not envisage that in future it will have to go into specifics of every religion and determine what is essential religious practice. Why I'm coming to essential religious practice? Because Constitution protects in Article 26 and 25, it protects the core practice. It does not protect the secular aspects of the temple. So the moment a temple opens its door to public, it is also entering into the secular aspect. So that's where the courts can come in. Courts can come in where there is a prejudice, where there is where there is ban on, say, a certain Dalits from entering, and court has Article 17 itself prohibits that, and the courts have. But as far as Sabrimala is concerned, deity also has some rights. You have to balance the right of individuals with the right of the deity, and the deity has a right to give darshan or not. And if the deity has a rule saying that I will not appear before, I will not give darshan to someone from the age of 10 to 50, then that right also has to be respected. We respected that
and
right.
if the deity says that I don't want to get darshan from an untouchable inside, we should agree to that also.
No,
because it is human beings who are interpreting the deity.
See, if I think Rahul will be in a better position to answer that. But if I understand it correctly, there are certain rituals that are to be performed before visiting Sabrimala, and given the nature of those rituals, among the fasting of the 41 days and all, perhaps it is not. And I will defer to you, sir, also, and defer to Rahul also on this, because it is not my subject matter.
Okay.
But my understanding is that there should be a right of deity also.
Okay, right.
Just a couple of things, I think, on the first topic, when my good friend said we are talking about women's rights and this is a manual. with due respect, I think it's embarrassing, but one need not be a dog to be a dog rights activist. You know, you can be a man and at the same time care more about women than some women do. So I think one
Anand,
must
we
take
would have
umbrage.
benefited.
Again, we will get on
Anand,
the
we would have benefited.
last panel.
We would
There
have
has to be
benefited by a
representation.
No,
woman.
one second. No,
So I
it's
don't
like,
think we have the prerogative to speak for them.
no, I think that's a
Don't
wrong way of
compare
looking
women
at
to
it.
dogs,
If
please.
you believe in science, if you believe in the nobility of what scientific wisdom tells you, then I think it doesn't matter which sex or gender you are. You will have the same empathy, same benevolence for every human being, every life form. Who is a woman, who's a man, comes secondary, and that is where politics enters into this. That you have to be a Dalit to think of the welfare of Dalits. You have to be a Muslim to think of the welfare of Muslims. I think that's a wrong way of looking at it. You have to believe in science to think of the welfare of human beings. That's the way I look at it. Number two, I think it is wrong to say that the rights of the deity supersede every other right. And Rahul, as I've been saying, there is a fundamental contradiction between Article 21 and 25 of our Constitution.
I did
If
not
you
say
follow
supersede,
one,
but just,
sir, please
just
don't
I'm
interrupt.
sorry,
didn't
but I did not
interrupt you.
say supersede. I said there has to be balance. I did not say supersede.
No, for
Don't
example,
put words in my mouth.
Pawanji kind of trapped you into the thing where when you say, well, some of the rights we have to, no, you can't be subjective. Otherwise, tomorrow somebody will say, my religion says that you shackle women with iron balls. Now, should the Constitution ignore that? No. There are religions that say women should be beaten, wives should be beaten. Now, do you think the Constitution has no right, the state has no right to get into that? That's wrong. So that's what I'm saying, Article 21 and 25, there is a contradiction and there are enough judgments. Pawanji mentioned one. For example, there is a 1954 ruling as well. There is constitutional amendments as well and articles where untouchables not being allowed in temples has been removed. It's a criminal offense. Now, why would that be? That is because some rights have been superseded by constitution and moral and ethical rights, and that we have to follow that. So it is incorrect to say that religion or whatever Allah or some deity or Jesus or anybody wants will supersede every other right. That's wrong.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Yes.
Swami Sharanam, Jai Sri Ram. I will speak as a Hindu activist who was arrested 3 times and jailed for 20 days during Shabarimala protest. First of all, let me point out with all humility that lakhs of women visit Shabarimala every year. Not even thousands. Lakhs of women visit Shabarimala every year. For especially a North Indian audience, I have taken some pictures too. This was the picture of my grandmother, who was the first person to be arrested during the Shabarimala protest. This is the picture of our Draupadi Murmu, our Honorable President of India, paying respect to Ayyappa. So there is only an age regulation. You can agree with it, you can disagree with it. There is no issue. From the age of 10 to 50, the young ladies have an age regulation. You are absolutely free to believe it or not to believe it. But Shabarimala is a place where those who believe can be practiced that form of Naishtika Brahmacharya. That's only your humble submission. And like earlier panelists point out, there is Lady Shabarimala too, Attigal. It is in the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest congregation for women. So there is no discrimination, but there is an intelligent cultural differentiation which you can agree or which you can disagree. There is no compulsion to believe. But the core question here is, every temple, the second submission is, every temple has its own uniqueness. You know, Pawanji rightly pointed out regarding casteism, which was a curse among Hindus. But Shabarimala 1991 Kerala High Court verdict points out that Shabarimala had no caste or religious barriers for centuries, because every caste, every community, even before Temple Emperor proclamation was accepted by Shabarimala. And many of you will be surprised to know that Shabarimala has a mini mosque inside it, respecting the Ayyappas too. Ayyappa had 2 best friends. One was a Muslim called Vavar and one was a Christian called Velitta. And there is a mini shrine for Vavar inside the Shabarimala temple in which Draupadi Murmu was offering the prayers. So it's a very pluralistic, secular, sabka saath, sabka vikas, whichever name you want to call it. It's a religious, ritualistic, spiritual base that is there. But the uniqueness is, the men who go there have to observe Naishtika Brahmacharya. The only submission we have is, there needs to be a balance between, when you interpret Article 25 and 26, there needs to be a balance. The right of the deity, the right of the temple should be there. And the core legal question, and answering Pawanji, just one humble submission is, temples don't follow Advaita. Temples follow something called agamas. It's the Agama philosophy or the Tantric philosophy that temples are following. Shankaracharya also says there are two levels. To be precise, Shankara says about three levels, but broadly Paramarthika Satya and Vyavaharika Satya. I have read his great book on Shankaracharya, an absolutely marvelous book. So this is a Vyavaharika level deity which has its own regulations, and we are only asking, every temple, church and mosque is not a public place. It's a special place for the devotee and the deity, or the devotee and that particular faith, and please grant us freedom to practice our faith.
I noticed that the mic hand has Gandhiji's. Now, he tested his celibacy in a very unique way.
That's true. But we
Maybe
remember
the
Mahatma
Supreme Court was
Gandhi.
influenced by him.
No, we remember
there any-
Mahatma Gandhi.
Are there any Gandhi files?
We must test the
No,
deities.
I remember Gandhiji for his Pune Pact stand where Gandhiji said, I will die, but I will not let Hindus be divided. So I think
You
that's
see,
a better part of Gandhi vision.
Rahul, I greatly respect your activism on a matter of what you believe. Having said that, you mentioned the Paramarthik, the transcendent, and the Vyavaharik, which is at the level, practical level, and you may even say at the level of ritual. I posit to you that there is a link between the Paramarthik and the Vyavaharik. The Vyavaharik has to be influenced by, imbibe, in a way, internalize what the Paramarthik or the ultimate vision is. I give you the example of Adi Shankaracharya's time. At his time, there was obviously great caste hierarchy, and certainly what were then called untouchables were not allowed within even a certain degree of distance from a high ranking or a Brahmin or the upper caste themselves. And there is the famous story of Adi Shankaracharya in Varanasi in a narrow alleyway. A Chandal, as it is called, is coming towards him, and his disciples move the Chandal away. I'm saying why we must learn from the Paramarthik. And the Chandal still comes before Adi Shankaracharya and says, you say that same Brahm is in me and in you. And I am being removed from you because I defile you. And it is said that Adi Shankaracharya was so taken up by this question that he composed the 5 verses, right then, of which each line ends by the line, Chandals sat Dujostu. You may be a Chandal or a twice born. Guru Reshya, Manisha Mama. You are like my Guru. That is not what I want. That is my firm resolve. So that was the level of which Hinduism itself provides us inspiration. That overriding sometimes custom, we allow for that equality which at the spiritual level Hinduism recognizes. That's the only point I was making.
I mean, if I can quickly, nobody is against that. Shankaracharya says this about Manisha Panchagam, we respect that. But here there is a particular practice called Naishtika Brahmacharya, in which the men are supposed to move away from people of opposite gender because they are practicing a certain system. See, one person is free to believe in this and not believe in this. But there are people, millions of people who believe in this, who go to that particular space. So we are only asking, let there not be an invasion. And with due respect, people who try to invade Shabarimala were, with due respect, urban Naxals, ultra left liberals, extreme, communists who wanted to defile the entire thing. So they were not coming out of devotion. They were coming to defile, to make a political statement. So our humble submission is, let there be an intellectual debate. We are happy for it. But at the same point of time,
Mine is
on a
at the
practical
intellectual level. I have no political agenda
At
on
a
this.
practical level, the people who wanted to defile and destroy were strong anti-Hindus who were against Sanatana Dharma, who wanted to desecrate the entire temple.
So here is a bit of a contrast. First of all, let me just say there are two about Hindus on the stage. I'm another one. There is an atheist,
Darwinian atheist who is a Hindu.
And people say that, oh, we are going to become a Hindu Rajya, not a Rashtra, a Hindu Rajya. We will become one Semitized nation where every Hindu will look at one scripture, one book, and will obey one set of rituals. Can that ever happen in this country when there are 4 Hindus sitting on the stage? Oh, sorry, 3 Hindus and I don't know, sitting on the stage.
There are 5 people on the stage,
Yeah.
all of whose ancestors were Hindus.
Okay,
Not
you can
necessarily.
put it this way. You can put it this way. I don't think
And
you-
Rahul is even afraid of mentioning a Muslim. I mean, I'm very surprised in his own summit.
I'm only talking about, well, because I might lose my head, not in the metaphoric sense, but real sense. But that's a different matter. The point is, friends, it just gives me a little bit of optimism that we can have a conversation. It's such an open faith, and let's hope that we can preserve it. That we
Even
can
as we say
discuss.
this, sorry to interrupt, Rahul, there is a man who's battling for his life.
That's true.
Who renounced Islam, and you know the apostasy for punishment for apostasy in Islam is death, Mr. Salim Wasik. So I hope he recovers. Our prayers are with him.
So here is something that we must look at, because as we move forward, there is a demand, and that demand is raised from time to time, and various people have sort of said that maybe we shouldn't be looking under every masjid to look if there is a temple and if it was built over, because there are many who say that Hindus should be allowed in their own land, so to speak, to worship in certain places where they think their faith and custom, specifically their religious beliefs, lie. So who should be arbitrating this, Dr. Ranganathan? Should it be the courts? Should it be a matter of the two communities getting together and evaluating perhaps the evidence and deferring? Or are you happy with the courts stepping in?
Well,
because this is also a matter of faith at the end of the day.
Firstly, I'm proud of the fact that this is a country where the most sacred and sacrosanct soil, where 1 billion Hindus believe that their Lord, overarching Lord Bhagwan Ram was born, was decided by 5 people, not by wars, not by civil war. So I'm proud of this fact that 1 billion Hindus left that decision to 5 people. Let's appreciate that. This is that country, you know. So this is the greatness of this country. And it must remain so. The courts have to decide, but I'll tell you the problem out here is it's a circuitous argument, because the courts have decided that India will no longer remain a proper democracy. Because what is the hallmark of democracy, Rahul? The hallmark of democracy is that anybody who lives in a state has the right to knock at the doors of the judiciary to seek justice. Now, it might be that the decision may go against him, may go for him, but at least he should be allowed to knock at the doors of judiciary. Out here, 1 billion Hindus have been prevented to do so by the POW Act, the Places of Worship Act. Now, this is a dictatorship. This has not only been passed by the parliament, ratified by it, but ratified also by the Supreme Court. This is unacceptable. So some of the most sacred of places of Hindus that they believe that were demolished, latest being Bhojshala, and something built on it, like Ayodhya, like Gyan Vyapi, you can see the temple, the remnants of the temple on which Aurangzeb built the mosque. Like, for example, in Mathura, you can see Hindus cannot approach. Either there is a clause called the Amara Act or to the Place of Worship Act to even seek justice. My lord, we would respect your judgment, but at least can we submit our case to you? Can we plead our case to you? You know, give this back to us. And for all those people who believe, including the RSS, and I publicly disagreed with Dr. Mohan Bhagwat, and he said, ki ab teen hame chahiye aur nahi chahiye. This is, I'm sorry, this is not dhania mirchi. This is not the way how justice works. Can you imagine if there were 30,000 instances of crimes against Kashmiri Pandits and somebody came along and said, well, let's just solve 3 of those. Girija Tikus and Mr. Ganjus and someone else. Let's leave the 29,997 out of it. That's not justice. Justice is universal. You mete out justice universally. Now, who is to say that for me, the most sacred is Ayodhya? It could be my deity, my Kuldevi, my Kuldevta. That is more precious to me than the abode of Lord Ram or Lord Krishna. Who is anybody to decide? And tomorrow, for example, what happened, you saw Yusuf, just 30 seconds, you know, you saw Yusuf Pathan maybe out of ignorance, or I don't know, I just want to say, be benevolent and say it was out of ignorance that he's posing in front of Adina Mosque. I didn't say Adani Mosque. I don't know so much of Adani going on. And he's saying, what a beautiful mosque. You can see the gods and goddesses on the walls. You can see how mercilessly it was destroyed and a mosque built over it. You can see the shivling lying on the ground.
Sure.
And for somebody to say Hindus should not be even allowed to reclaim that, I think that is sacrilege.
And just before I bring in Pavanji, I just want to say one thing. When I was researching my own book, came across some debates in Parliament, and Uma Bharti ji, on the day this bill was being adopted, the Place of Worship Act under the UPA, she made an intervention pretty much like what Dr. Ranganathan is saying, that at least we should be allowed to exercise our fundamental right and approach a court for redress. To which Mani Shankar Iyer Sahab got up, and he was in the Congress then, and he said, what is the need?
He's not in the Congress now?
No, well, I don't know. They say, well, what is the need? After all, what greater ode to secularism, to our Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, than to see the arrangement at Gyanvapi? This is what he said, that this is an exemplar of secularism, syncretism, coming together. So I find that rather strange, that the courts have decided in their wisdom that Hindus can't even knock the door of justice. So what is the recourse then?
No, I think that there should be recourse for religions to claim their religious sites. The problem arises when the process of reclaiming your site becomes an arena of political contestation, where genuine people like Anand ultimately become puppets, and he can never become one, but people who help to further communal divide for short-term electoral dividends. It's happened in our country over places of worship. Now, the acrimonies of the past, and there is no doubt that I've written this myself in my book, The Great Hindu Civilization. There is no point glossing over history. When the Turkic invasion took place, there was tremendous destruction, pillage, plunder, and the destruction of what were centers of learning of the Hindu faith. However, if we were to rectify all those excesses and take the acrimonies of the past today to resolve them, then I think Mohan Bhagwat, although Anand disagrees with him, is absolutely right. How many temples are you going to dig up over this vast land to discover, a mosque, sorry, dig up, to discover if there was a temple below it? I mean, all societies work in some kind of balance and proportionality. Otherwise, we can forget development, we can forget the growth of India, social harmony, social stability, and continue to do this and have riots and instability all around. So I am not saying that this right should be denied, Anand. I'm saying that there has to be, I'm saying that there has to be a balance between what you have the right to claim and what is feasible to complain
but why
claim.
should this? Why should this?
I'll tell you why I'm
should
giving
this
the
fall
reason.
Only,
I'm giving
one
the
second.
reason.
No, 1 second, sir. I don't want to speak over you. I'm only saying, why should it be for the Hindus to constantly police themselves? There are many places where, and let me just tell you, sir, not every agitation was born out of a political logic. The Ayodhya matter preceded independence. So there was no RSS trying to polarize this, that, the other. It preceded, the case was 130 years long in our courts. And the other agitations also, for example, Kashi, preceded independence, where the British were called upon to use their vernier calipers and their underdeveloped sciences at that time to determine the religious character of that place. So this has got nothing to do with extant politics that we see now, polarizing politics, trying to prop one vote bank or the other. So let's first of all, acknowledge that there is a desire amongst Hindus to reclaim their place of
That
worship.
is also a premise I question. At the time of the movement led by Lal Krishna Advani ji, a survey was held across India among Hindus as to how many people want this process to continue. If I'm not inaccurate, Anand, you are a great researcher, you can check it. The majority of Hindus said that this is a rightful claim, and I'm equally proud that it was decided by a judicial verdict.
No, let's
in a
not
country.
gloss over the fact
No,
that the
but-
building was demolished.
Yeah.
So there was a
So there
problem,
was a
and we
problem.
did apologize. I'm
And-
saying Mr. Advani did apologize for it.
Yeah. Therefore,
There
therefore-
has been no recompense.
So I'm just coming
as far
to
as justice is concerned.
my main point. My main point was that at that time, a majority of Hindus themselves said that we want to now get on with our lives, reap the dividends of a secular India, reap the dividends of an India where people live in harmony and stability, see that our children get a good education and not be continuously mired in the acrimonies of the past. Now, this is what the survey
Why
showed.
wasn't a survey conducted?
Yes.
Which was universal in character, where Muslims were also asked their opinion. Because I wouldn't have seen, and I'm sorry, because there is evidence now, whenever talks have begun with the Muslim community to come to the table and have a negotiated settlement, they have ended nowhere.
Well, they should not have.
I'll first of all, the judgment that the 5-judge bench judgment जो कहा गया कि हमने हिंदुओं ने 5 लोगों को पे छोड़ दिया इसका फैसला लेने का, आपको इतिहास अगर थोड़ा सा भी याद हो, सरकार आने से पहले तक बार बार ये स्टेटमेंट आरएसएस और बाकी जगह से भी आया था कि कोर्ट फैसला नहीं करेगी हमारी आस्था का, तो आपने छोड़ा नहीं था। जब सरकार आ गई, जब आपको लगा कि फैसला इधर है, तो शायद छोड़ दिया। दूसरी बात, एक सेकंड मैं आ रहा हूं,
तो जज के रवैये
नहीं, ये बात तो भाजपा की सरकार के मंत्रियों ने कहा है, आपके लोगों ने कहा है। एक सेकंड, अभी एक बात और मेरी होने दी। ये जो फैसला आया है,
कंस्पिरेसी थ्योरी का तो कोई
एक
रिस्पांस
सेकंड,
नहीं हो
ये
सकता,
फैसला
अनाज
सुन
साहब।
लीजिए। ये फैसला से पहले एक मीडिएशन हुआ था जिसमें श्री राम पंचू जी मेन मीडिएटर थे, श्री रविशंकर थे और एक वो जस्टिस खलीफुल्ला थे, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन। और ये जो फैसला आया है, इस पे सारी पार्टीज ने अग्री किया था, इस पे साइन हो जाता, आखिरी मोमेंट पे रह गया।
आपसे एक सवाल पूछ लेता
जी।
हूं। देखिए, अगर आप मथुरा जाएं तो आपको क्या दिखेगा? काफी प्लेनली लिखता है। राम टेम्पल की बात छोड़ दीजिए, क्योंकि वहां पर एएसआई को इन्वेस्टिगेट करना पड़ा। आज की डेट तक लोग कहते हैं कि एएसआई ने ठीक किया, नहीं किया, जो भी है। आप मथुरा देखें, ढांचा देखें, आपको क्या दिखेगा? You will see the remains of a Hindu temple. Why is the Muslim community? Why isn't the Muslim community saying? And hang on, Hindus were allowed to practice there. By the way, Kashi Vishwanath the same. Hindus were allowed to worship there. Specifically, when it came to both these temples, suddenly the Samajwadi Party comes in and they issue governmental orders saying that Hindus can't go in there, and the area, the sanctum where the Hindus were allowed, was shut. Now you know. That,
Am I responding for Samajwadi Party or what?
No, I'm only asking you a basic question. आप सत्ता की बात करते हैं, बदल जाते हैं।
नहीं, मैं एक चीज मैं आपको एक चीज बता दूं, प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप पे भी
चाहता हूं कि मुसलमान समाज जानती है कि इस पर्टिकुलर संस्था पर आपके हिंदू भाई कहते हैं कि भाई ये हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट संस्था, हमारे को आप वापस दे दीजिए, क्योंकि ये लगता सरेआम किसी को देखने पे ही लग जाता है कि दिस इज ए हिंदू टेम्पल। Why don't you do it?
दो चीजें बोलना चाहूंगा। जो दिख रहा है, आनंद भाई ने बहुत अभी अच्छी बात कही कि ये मोहन भागवत से डिसएग्री करते हैं कि सिर्फ 3 लेंगे, हम तो 300 से 1700-1800 की लिस्ट है तो वो ले लेंगे, तो हम देते रहते हैं, ठीक है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ आप खोदेंगे। आपने जो वो बना है कॉरिडोर बनारस का, उसको खोदिए, 1500 शिवलिंग मिलेंगे उसके नीचे। आप उस पे दिल क्यों नहीं रो रहा है? मणिकर्णिका के टूटने पे क्यों नहीं रो रहा है? आप हमसे मांग रहे हैं, ठीक है सर। जो काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर है, उसके लिए सिगरा थाने में शिवलिंग पड़े हुए थे सालों तक। अभी मैं इस पे लेकिन एटलीस्ट कंप्लीट आप बोल तो रहे हैं।
ये पॉलिटिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, मैं अभी लॉ की बात करना चाह रहा था, आप लोग पॉलिटिक्स पे लेके आए।
भाई साहब, प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट जो है वो कौन लाए? पॉलिटिकल क्लास ही तो
प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट ये नहीं कहता है
आप
कि
उसके
हिंदूज
पीछे
नहीं आ
छुप के,
सकते हैं।
आप
प्लेसेस ऑफ
उसके
वर्शिप
पीछे
एक्ट
छुप
कहता है
के
कोई
आज-
भी रिलीजन का
आप-
कोई भी वो जो 1940 1947 में फ्रीज होता है वो फ्रीज हो जाता है। वो हिंदुओं को रिस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं करता है, वो सबको रिस्ट्रिक्ट करता है। और जब मैं कह रहा हूँ सबको, तो सुनिए,
मॉस्क है
तो
जो
सुनिए।
हिंदूज ने डिमोलिश करी,
नहीं
जो आप
नहीं,
मांग रहे हैं।
मैं उसका जवाब
ऐसी
दे
कोई
रहा हूँ।
मॉस्क
बुद्धिस्ट हैव क्लेम्स,
मुस्लिम्स की मॉस्क है कोई ऐसी?
क्लेम्स। आप
और
तैयार
मैं
हैं?
बुद्धिस्ट के साथ जाऊंगा
क्या
कोर्ट
आप तैयार
लड़ने
हैं?
के लिए कि उनका स्तूपा उनको मिलना चाहिए, मैं जाऊंगा। आप चलेंगे हिंदूज के साथ?
नहीं, अगर वो सोमनाथ पे
This
क्लेम
is the
करते,
problem.
नहीं मैं चल
And
दूंगा,
that is why, please,
मैं भी
one
चलूंगा
second.
अगर आप प्रूफ
One
लेके
second.
आते हैं।
आप
अगर
चलेंगे
बुद्धिस्ट
हमारे
क्लेम
साथ?
करते हैं सोमनाथ पे, तो आप चलेंगे?
काशी के लिए चलेंगे मेरे साथ?
मैं
कि
चलूंगा,
मिलना
बिल्कुल
चाहिए
चलूंगा,
वापस?
लेकिन आप
अभी
सोमनाथ
तक
के लिए
शांत
बुद्धिस्ट के साथ चलेंगे?
Let's not.
कहीं तो कट ऑफ
one
होगी,
second.
कहीं तो
we
फ्रीज
can't
होगा।
speak over.
आप
We can't
पीछे
speak
कहाँ
over.
तक चले जाएंगे?
Rahul ji,
आप कब तक इतिहास का मुआवजा मांगेंगे?
Every nation history, there are points of confrontation. Just one
second, please.
Confrontation
Go
and
ahead.
conciliation.
In this matter, he is in the minority. Let him just finish his point, sir. Make your just
in the minority.
No, that's sir, please. Now let's not, play victim. I'm giving you the space.
Atheists are the biggest minorities. There
One
is a death
second.
sentence in 13 Islamic countries on atheists, भैया.
Okay.
Actually, Anand, let me correct you. We have 6 systems of philosophy in Sanatan Dharma. Technically, all 6 are atheists because they don't mention God. They don't mention any deity. They speak about what the ultimate truth can
Okay,
be,
on these
not a
ecumenical-
God.
on
So
these
you're in good
ecumenical-
company, Anand.
Okay, on this
Rahul ji,
ecumenical.
point,
One
on this,
second.
on this humble point, see, there are in every nation's history, there are points of confrontation and conciliation. No, I don't belong to RSS, but I think it was greatness of Mohan Bhagavat ji who rightly said, let us not go and dig, search for Shivling under every mosque. I think it's a true stand of what a Gandhian
So,
Hindu should be.
अगर
And I think that's a very
भागवत साहब
positive
अगर
step.
भागवत साहब कह रहे हैं,
That's
and
a
I'm not
positive
saying he represents all the Hindus, but at least empower the political class for saying कि ठीक है, हम आपके लिए 3 ले आए, अब खत्म कीजिए. Maybe you deprive the community from constantly asking for mosques. I'm only asking you. There are these 2 mosques.
देखिए, आपको एक चीज समझ में आएगी, एक सिविलाइजेशन है हिंदुस्तान, बहुत पुराना, कोई शक नहीं है इसमें। इससे पुराना शायद कोई सिविलाइजेशन हो भी ना चलता हुआ। मैं बनारस से आता हूँ, मैं कहता हूँ इतिहास से पुराना शहर है वो, मैं ये बात मानता हूँ। लेकिन हिंदुस्तान एक रिपब्लिक भी है, यहाँ एक संविधान से भी चलेगा, और वो संविधान के अंतर्गत वो कानून है जो कहता है कि चलो 1947 पे फ्रीज करते हैं, एक नया हिंदुस्तान देखते हैं, क्योंकि हम चोटिल घायल अवस्था में ही आजाद हुए थे। तो अगर आप आज थोड़े बेहतर हालात हो के आप कहते हैं कि चलो फिर से उन चोटों को किया जाए,
ये कानून
फिर से
कब
वही
आया?
ब्रिटिशर्स का इन्होंने कहा कि पहले से चल रहे केसेस, वो क्यों चल रहे थे? क्योंकि ब्रिटिशर्स ने क्या किया था? ब्रिटिशर्स ने डिवाइड एंड रूल के सीड डाले थे, जिसके पेड़ से ये फल खाना चाहते हैं। तो अगर आप ये चाहते हैं तो फिर घाव लगते रहेंगे, घाव कहीं रोकना पड़ेगा
ठीक है,
आपको।
अना साहब, मैंने एक सवाल पूछा आपसे, सिंपल सवाल था कि ये दोनों जगहों पर संस्थाओं पे कंप्रोमाइज क्यों नहीं हो सकता, और आपने मुझे पूरी इंडियन इंडिपेंडेंस हिस्ट्री की बता दी। मैं आप तो नो 1 सेकंड, इन 1991 ये प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप आया एक्ट, उससे पहले तो समय थे जब आप कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर सकते थे। 2 संस्था पे, अयोध्या पर हो सकता था ना?
देखिए, शायद लीडरशिप की कमी मैं मानता हूँ इस पे, मैं कोई पॉलिटिकल उससे नहीं हूँ।
इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ, see, this is I want to say 2 things. This is not about the present, this is not about the future. You have to understand what the Hindus are up against, and I'm saying this as a completely detached, disinterested party. I don't have a skin in the game, but you have to realize not an inch will be given by the Muslim side, because it has never been. The only way out is justice. And just to talk about when Pavanji was saying that we have to forget the acrimonies of the past. I'm sorry. Acrimonies do not just end in the past. Acrimonies continue. And I want to finish by saying this. Acrimonies continue every day, 5 times a day, but the essence of Azan is do not worship any other deity except Allah. Is that not acrimonious?
Okay.
No.
So
30
why are
seconds.
we not honest to realize that there is only one God? There is othering by one religion. If
Final
science
word,
had
okay.
this discrimination, wouldn't we discuss it? Just because it is religion, we are scared. But as Rahul said, you are scared because your head might be chopped off.
Okay.
I just want to say, Rahul,
Yeah.
that the tone and tenor with which you began this discussion was not to run down any other religion, and I at least cannot be a party to it. You may believe, you may not believe, but everybody has a right under the Constitution, and by personal instinct, we must respect all faiths in this country. Secondly, secondly, I think that ideally, if there is a dispute, we should have a means through dialogue to resolve it. Dialogue, as you said, between Hindus and Muslims to sit down and say, this is what we can give, this is what you should take. Communities as part of one nation, one civilization. One of the reasons it is not happening is that so much of the atmosphere today is vitiated. And I'm sorry to say, I am in politics, but by politicians. They are use both communities for short-term electoral dividends to win elections rather than look at the larger good of India in the long run. This is unfortunate,
This
but
can
true.
be said about any issue, Pavanji. Let's be honest. It can be said about any issue. It's one of those sentences and statements that you can't dispute. That's not the fact. At the end of the day, the two communities must not have a dialogue of the deaf. At the end of the day, it comes down to communities. The communities are reasonable.
It comes down to consensus. Just why I would just add one line.
So I've
April
got to
13, 1921, when our flag was decided, Mahatma Gandhi categorically said, our father of the nation, that I want a Hindu color to be represented, a Muslim color to be represented. That's our tricolor came. We have to find that consensus and balance. Whichever way is, because we understand the Muslim community's insecurity that it will open a Pandora's box.
But wahan se
So I
kuch
think
baat hui nahi.
consensus
I've
is
got
what
to
we
wrap
have.
up.
I completely agree with you
No,
on this.
That's it. Please, silence. We've got to wrap up. Got to go for another.
Can I
panel
just have
discussion.
one last thing, just one small point. It won't take more than 10 seconds,
बंद नहीं
Rahul.
होगा, please. देखिए,
Rahul
आप-
won't take
आपका-
more than
देखिए,
10 seconds. It is
time-
not attacking anyone.
Okay,
Please,
okay,
won't
we
take
leave
more
it
than
at
10
this.
seconds.
We leave it at this. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's an energized debate. We don't want to reduce the nice atmosphere in which we spoke. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that very, very engaging, enriching conversation. I believe the jury is still out on the gates of faith, but thank you so much for that conversation also, Rahul. In fact, for that gentleman there. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all of them. Now, the little session from here that it's heading to something similar, taking on from this last session. It is to do with judiciary and the fact that it forms the fourth pillar of our democracy. Now, in India particularly, a country that's marked by diversity, also rapid social change and complex legal frameworks, rights, liberties, and the rule of law are continually tested, debated, and also redefined. So our next session, which is de jure, rights, liberty, and law in India's context, invites us to explore the dynamic interplay between constitutional guarantees, statutory law, judicial interpretation, and societal realities. How do citizens exercise their fundamental rights in practice? Where do individual freedom intersects or conflicts with collective interest? All of that is going to be discussed today. We'd require everyone to kindly settle down as soon as possible so that we can begin our next conversation. As we talk about how do courts, legislatures, and civil society navigate these tensions to uphold justice. It is my absolute honor, ladies and gentlemen, to also moderate this session with our special guest, Satyapal Jain, Additional Solicitor General. Welcome, sir. Also joining him will be Ashish Dikshit, lawyer of the Supreme Court. Please come up on stage. Sumit Chandar also joins them on the stage. He's also lawyer at the Supreme Court. We'll very, very soon also be having, please, sir, please. So we'll just begin with that session. I'd request everyone to kindly settle down so that we can begin this next conversation. I am assuring you and hoping that it's an equally interesting one. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down. So, we're talking about the new Bharat, We're talking about how judicial interpretation seems to be changing to specific needs and also specific activism that comes into play. Everybody is so self-aware. They are consuming not just content, but also news at a regular basis, and everybody seems to be having an opinion. So let me begin by asking you, this entire basic framework doctrine from 1973, the Kesavananda Bharati judgment that continues to come here, much spoken about, how relevant is that today?
Oh, very, very relevant, I would say. In fact, I'll go further back when the constitution was being introduced. And in the parliament debate, there was a speech by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in which he had mentioned that no matter how good a constitution, if the people governing it are not good, the constitution will turn out to be bad. And no matter how badly the constitution is drafted, no matter if the people governing it are good, the constitution will become good. And that is why the entire relevance of the provisions for amendments were made, including the amendments to the constitution itself. The Keshavanand Bharati, in fact, what it did was they said, yes, you can amend the constitution, but you cannot change the very basic structure of the constitution. So yes, that relevance still remains, and amendments are equally important as long as they do not change the basic structure of the constitution.
Ms. Jain, since we're talking about basic structure, obviously we talk about right to protest, religious freedom, everything needs to come into play here. So let me begin by, in fact, referring to something that happened at this very venue, at the AI Impact Summit, protest by the Youth Congress members, and there was a significant rap that came in from the judiciary, talking about how that was undermining India at a global stage, and that was a very, very significant observation that was made. But then comes in the question of whether or not the court should go ahead and maybe come up with that kind of a scathing observation, because the question of exercising one's fundamental rights also come into play.
See, just now you talked about the basic structure of the Constitution of India. As a matter of fact, everybody knows in the entire Constitution from A to Z, this word basic structure has not been defined. So this basic structure theory has come from the courts itself. The honorable judges have held in number of cases, even in the, while striking the NJC Act, Supreme Court Constitution Bench said that the basic structure of the Constitution, you can't change that. Now, what is that basic structure? The basic structure is 3-4 major factors. Number one, distribution of powers between parliament, executive, and the judiciary, your fundamental rights, your right to enjoy those fundamental rights being enforceable. Fortunately, the word was not defined, but it is the spirit of the Constitution which ultimately we can say is called as the basic structure of the Constitution of India. You have to reconcile between the rights as well as your duties. Now, Article 51 was introduced in the Constitution of India during 1975 when certain amendments were made. And this is the only amendment which has not been nullified by the parliament. Other certain amendments were nullified by the parliament after Janata Party came back to power. So I think the basic thing which has to be reconciled, wherever there is a duty, wherever there is a right, there is a duty also. You have a right to speak, but you don't have the right to abuse others. You have a right to travel on the road, but you can't obstruct the way for others. So the balance has to be struck. Secondly, even under the fundamental duties, if you read all the 11 duties under the Constitution of India, Article 51A, it's your fundamental duty to respect your nation, to respect your freedom struggle, to respect the national anthem and all national things. So therefore, when such a type of situation comes, I think that those who are doing it should use restraint. Let's not do anything which may make joke of the whole thing, even may make your protest laughable to the public at large. I feel that in such situations, even those who are doing it should also use restraint to and avoid inviting many other things which are avoidable.
And Vikas Gupta is also now joining us. Thank you so much for joining us. I was running slightly late, but continuing with our conversation about not just fundamental rights, but how far can you really go exercising those, and where do we draw that thin line? So in fact, continuing from where Mr. Jain left all, Mr. Diksha, I want to understand from you, should it not have been done? And we're talking about this protest that happened at the AI Impact Summit, or the way that it was done should have been possibly rethought, and that was where the question of How much can you do when it is about this overreach really, can come into play here? Maybe the choice of words, compromise prime minister, that was wrong, or the act was wrong.
I think there can be no two ways about it. Right to protest is a fundamental right. Unless we decide that it is no longer a democracy, we cannot do away with the fact that yes, people will protest, no matter you may like or you may not like. There can be a dispute with regard to the manner in which that protest was done. Venue which is reserved for an international event, the entire world is watching a unique event which is undertaking, and you decide to protest even in a manner which was not a subtle manner, but a protest which was vulgar, to say at least. And this showed that there was complete non-application of mind by those people. And I think it was a maybe over liberalization of your right to protest. No one,
Over liberalization.
over liberalization would be that yes, we have a right to protest, but we will go to any extent without thinking about the consequences. When you stop thinking about the consequences and what would be the outcome, and your only motive is to create headlines, that is when you enter into a gray area, and you also demean the idea behind giving this such a valuable right to all the citizens, that you protest against the high and mighty who are sitting in the government. So it's a very thin line, and in this case I think it was squarely violated.
What about Mr. Gupta? And let me actually bring in international examples as well, since we are talking about the right to protest. Prime Minister is just back from Israel. While he was speaking at the Knesset, there was an opposition walkout that had happened, and they clearly mentioned that it is because of the overreach, the judiciary, and the controversy associated that the opposition members do not agree with as far as the Israeli Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu, is concerned. There are protests that happened before this war breakout in Iran that was being done by the people of Iran against the Khamenei regime. That too happened. And the protests worldwide, and very many of these, let's say even film festivals, we've seen protests of different varieties that continue to happen, which was also quoted, by the way, by the Grand Old Party. How do we draw those parallels?
Before I come to this protest, let me start by saying that there's been a double blow to the government in last 2 days, One, the NCRT fiasco, and then the discharge of all the 23 accused framed by the government.
We'll come to that.
I'm just coming to that. Yeah. When we had a protest in Sweden, when we have it in Denmark, these kind of protests, if you would recollect, a couple of years back, and all of us have been visible on television that they've protested without clothes. And we've always praised those kind of democracies, So when it comes to our own country, where you feel that the institutions are being taken for a ride, the government is exercising its authority over institutions, unless and until the people, and if the opposition protests, and where very little protest has been offered to them by way of communication or by way of dialogue in the parliament, I think this is a parliamentary democracy, and where if not inside parliament, it could be, these protests could be outside parliament.
They were
As
doing
the
it
manner,
outside
as far as the
Parliament.
manner in which it is concerned, that can be debated. But when you accept those manner in the European countries and you don't speak against them, I think that is acknowledgement that that kind of expression of freedom of speech and other things can happen in this country also.
Okay, Mr. Chandar, Mr. Gupta mentioned about the NCERT textbooks, particularly the 8th Standard Social Science textbook that now has been withdrawn, that particular chapter that speaks about graft in the judiciary. Do you think should have been done, considering it? The CJI took that suo moto cognizance. We will go to the suo moto part of it, but I want to understand about this complete ban. There's so much talk about whether this is judicial overreach, whether just about talking about this criticism against the judiciary has got the judiciary acting up. Those conversations have also come to fore now.
Please keep in mind when we are talking about these NCERT books, these were class 8 students, if I'm not wrong. These are very impressionable minds. These are the future of a country. At such impressionable minds, there are various things you could have taught them. But the least, I think, what you can teach them is to lose their faith in the rule of law. If that happens, and that happens at a very young age, and if they lose faith in the rule of law, They'll start taking law in their own hands when they grow up. They'll not trust what ways to take to get justice in the manner which is already prescribed. There's a judiciary, there's an entire system to it. It is because you're trying to give this kind of image to an impressionable mind rather than talking about overall situation. You're talking about a certain community, you're talking about a certain institution. And you're trying to create a system in which you are making these young minds lose their faith in the rule of law. I think that should not be allowed at all. And the sooner it stops, the better it is.
Mr. Chen, what do you think? Why did it happen? Whose poor judgment, if we put it in that perspective, was it? Eventually, there's a rollback that has been announced, that's been ordered by the courts. But why do you think something has happened to that regard, where we're talking about school children textbook and a chapter which deals with judiciary and criticism in the judiciary really came up? Do you think cases like the impending impeachment of Justice Yashwant Verma that has come up, this entire cash for, scam that came up, and how those entire wads of cash, the burnt wad of cash was found at his residence, all of those things are so discussed that somehow the school curriculum so decided that we should, in fact, let our students also know about it.
देखिए, मैं आपको ये बात का जवाब देने से पहले थोड़ा सा पीछे ले जाना चाहूंगा। हिंदुस्तान की जुडिशरी ने, चाहे वो ए गवर्नमेंट रही है, बी गवर्नमेंट रही है, सी गवर्नमेंट रही है, अपनी इंडिपेंडेंस को बार बार स्टेब्लिश किया है, प्रूव किया है। दुनिया के इतिहास में, सारी दुनिया के इतिहास में सिर्फ एक एग्जाम्पल है जहां एक सिंगल हाईकोर्ट के जज ने, जो 2-2.5 साल के लिए हाईकोर्ट में आया था, उस समय के देश की प्रधानमंत्री का चुनाव रद्द किया। सारी दुनिया में आपको कहीं उसकी उदाहरण नहीं मिलती। और उसके बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उस जजमेंट को रिवर्स किया। उसके बाद नेशनल जुडिशियल अपॉइंटमेंट कमीशन एक्ट आया, यूनानिमसली हिंदुस्तान की पार्लियामेंट ने पास किया। मेरे ख्याल में हिंदुस्तान में, मैं 2 बार लोकसभा में रहा हूं चंडीगढ़ से, कभी शायद लोकसभा ने, कभी भी पार्लियामेंट ने कभी यूनानिमसली कोई एक्ट पास किया ही नहीं है। 5 जजों के बेंच ने, जिसमें 4 एक तरफ थे और एक दूसरी तरफ था, उसको निरस्त किया, सारे देश ने उसको स्वीकार किया। ऐसे ही बहुत सारी जजमेंट्स आई हैं जो कभी सरकार के पक्ष में होती थी, सरकार के पक्ष में नहीं भी होती थी, चाहे कोई भी सरकार रही है। जो मैं पॉइंट कहना चाहता हूं, हिंदुस्तान की जुडिशरी ने अपनी इंडिपेंडेंस को एस्टेब्लिश किया है, प्रूव किया है, सस्टेन किया है। ऐसे इंसिडेंट कहीं आ जाते हैं। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि सब वो नहीं। जस्टिस मुखर्जी वाला केस आया, जस्टिस वर्मा का मामला आया, उससे पहले एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज होते हैं, उनका मामला आया। ऐसी उदाहरणें कहीं ना कहीं आ जाती हैं। मैं अगर ये कहने के भी एक जज के आने से आप कहें कि सारी जुडिशरी करप्ट है, वो भी कोई सही बात नहीं है। और उस केस के अंदर भी वर्मा जी का जो मामला आया, अभी वो मामला कोर्ट में पेंडिंग है। ऐसे केस आए हैं। एक केस में ये देश का बहुत बड़ा दुर्भाग्य था, मैं किसी पर रिफ्लेक्शन नहीं कर रहा, मैं राजनीति की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं बिल्कुल। एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज पे सारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद इंपीचमेंट पार्लियामेंट में आई, और वो इंपीचमेंट इसलिए फॉल कर गई क्योंकि कुछ पार्टी को, किसी को लग रहा था कि ये साउथ इंडिया से है, मेरा साउथ इंडिया का वोट ना खराब हो जाए, या मैं उसके ना लूज कर रहा हूं। क्या ये रिफ्लेक्शन जुडिशरी पे है और उसके साथ साथ उन लोगों पे नहीं है?
सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर का सवाल तो हमेशा से आया है।
मेरा जस्ट 1 मिनट, मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि ऐसे इंसिडेंट जहां से आते हैं, जब ये इंसिडेंट आए, उसको लॉजिकल एंड तक लेकर जाएं, कहीं किसी को बीच में छोड़िए मत। मैं और उदाहरण देता हूं एक आपको। झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा के एमएलए एमपी जिन पर प्रूव हो गया कि आपने पैसे लिए हैं, प्रूव हो गया 40-40 लाख रुपए उनके अकाउंट में जमा किया है, इसी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपना निर्णय दिया कि क्योंकि आपने वोट पार्लियामेंट के हाउस में डाली है, ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस डाली है, और उसमें आपको इम्यूनिटी मिलती है, तो भ्रष्टाचार होने के बावजूद भी आप पे कोई केस नहीं चल सकता क्योंकि वोट आपने ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस डाली है। मैं जो आपसे बात कहना चाहता हूं, ऐसे यदा कदा इंसिडेंट आ जा सकते हैं। जैसे ये इंसिडेंट आया, किसी आदमी ने, जिसने वो चैप्टर लिखा, अब वो किताब वापस हो गई है, मैं जस्टिस सूर्यकांत को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। मुख्य न्यायाधीश के ध्यान में आई, उन्होंने इस पर एक्शन लिया, लेना भी चाहिए, बहुत अच्छा उन्होंने किया। लेकिन जो इंसिडेंट हो गया, माफी मांगी, और आपने देखा स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कैबिनेट मीटिंग में पूछा कि किसने लिखा है, क्यों किया ऐसा। मैं पंजाब से हूं, कई बार आपस में समुदायों को लेकर कहीं कोई आदमी कमेंट दे जाता है जो किसी के इंटरेस्ट में, कम्युनिटी के नहीं होता, सबका नहीं होता। ऐसे विषयों को मेरा निवेदन यह है, जितनी जल्दी समाप्त किया जाए उतनी जल्दी अच्छा रहता है, क्योंकि ये कड़वाहट ना बढ़े तो ज्यादा अच्छा।
But the grave oversight that has been, mentioned by the Prime Minister also, Mr. Gupta, and the fact that this entire, and you began with talking about the NCART issue, I wanted to understand from you, there's one aspect where there is a section of society that's also talking about how the judiciary is kind of, insulating itself against any kind of criticism, even if it is constructive. Are you, in fact, looking at this in that perspective or otherwise?
So let me say, start by saying that it's an accepted fact that there is corruption in judiciary. There's no doubt about it. And a large sum of stacked cash was found in the residence of a sitting High Court judge is also a matter of fact. Is there no corruption in the government? Is there no corruption in the local municipal bodies in the country? Is there no corruption in the RTOs? Is there no corruption in the PMOs? There have been. As far as the index of corruption, if I compare it in India, the institution-wise, I think judiciary lies somewhere at number 8 or number 9. If there was a larger chapter that there is corruption in India wholesale, and there are various heads, various institutions which are ripped with corruption, would have been accepted fact. Why single out judiciary and put it there? Do you think we are fools
So
that
basically,
we
it was
will
nothing
understand
historic
that
to have been mentioned in an NCERT book, and that too for 8th standards.
No,
what
no,
you say?
no, it's not a question of 8th standard. Absolutely not. It would be very fool of me to think that the higher ups would not know that what has been introduced in those chapters. It is not something that somebody will come, one clerk will come and write it. NCRT text is a very sacrosanct text. It's been vetted by many at various levels. So all of us, we understand that where is the national education policy moving towards. So it was a direct attempt to subvert the authority of the Supreme Court, to discredit the judiciary, to discredit the Supreme Court of India. And it is not that somebody brought it to the notice. It's only when it appeared. Otherwise, it would have been just passed. We would not even have known. The way we would not have known so many other things, this would have also happened the same way. So I am sure that this was a deliberate attempt on part of the government, in part of the institutions, to discredit the judiciary of this country.
Okay, that's a huge claim that you're making. But if we go further and talk about overlapping historical claims, particularly in matters of faith, Mr. Dikshit would want to understand vis-a-vis this verdict that came in for Tiruparukundaram Hindle, that was really contested when it is about Sikandar Dargah. How much of an intervention should the judiciary have in such cases when there are in a multi-faith society like India? And where does the line get drawn for a status quo requirement, particularly from the courts?
See, I must tell you, perhaps it is because of judicial intervention, there is some solution to these problems. How the Ayodhya issue got settled? It is only because of intervention of the judiciary. Do you think that just because two communities wanted to compromise it, it would have happened? The court initially tried to refer the matter to the mediation, but nothing happened. Similarly, the way out which was given by the court in this matter was the solution. And we have seen in last 15-20 years that the role of judiciary, and particularly higher judiciary, has become of a institution which is solving dispute which are political in nature. If there is a problem in one state government, in another state government, it is the Supreme Court which will decide the issue. If the ED is not being permitted to investigate in Bengal, the matter has to be decided by Supreme Court. It is perhaps the lack of failure or lack of will of the political parties to solve the issues and to decide things amongst themselves. The judiciary has to step in, and this role has given more power to judiciary. There is a big complaint which political parties and leaders make that judiciary has become very powerful. They are totally unquestionable. It is because when you are giving the opportunity to Supreme Court to decide which CM will hold the post and how the session will be conducted, how voting will be conducted, you are not keeping your house in order. And this is why Supreme Court is getting into this domain which was not essentially prescribed. Supreme Court's role was to determine the interpretation of the Constitution, to be the final arbiter with regard to the issues arising out of the Constitution. Now you see all these political matters are the biggest, I should say, on the docket of the Supreme Court. So that has created a situation where obviously Supreme Court, once a petition is filed, Supreme Court cannot say that, okay, this is a political matter, we cannot interfere. Even last week also, when this petition was filed with regard to hate speeches being made, the CJI had to be very clear about it, that you are bringing your political battles against one particular party to the Supreme Court. It has to be fought out politically.
not in a judicial manner.
And in fact, taking cue from that very argument, there is also the Bodhshala Kamal Mola Mosque complex case. Although it's not very similar to what has happened at the Tirupurakundaram Hill, but I wanted to understand, Mr. Chandar, where should the court finally bring in archaeological surveys? Which part of the surveillance really is where the court should really think that, okay, fine, these are the documented proofs that in fact speak about a contestation that we feel is finally documented, and that's when we want the surveyors to come in and talk about the history of a certain site.
See, all of this depends as to what is the issue at hand. And in issues where the involvement of archaeological survey is required to prove a certain fact or to bring a certain fact to the notice of the court in such matters would appoint the Archaeological Survey of India to do that. Now, where all these things are required, I think there cannot be, it's all case to case basis. There cannot be a general rule that in every case which involves a monument, the Archaeological Survey should be required or not required. Sometimes the documents itself are sufficient enough to prove, but where it is not, where certain statements are made which needs to be proved in depth, where the court requires a certain information on ground, the court may appoint a local commissioner who will go along with the officers of the Archaeological Survey, see the documents and create or decide its mind as to what direction it is to take. So it all depends on case to case. It cannot be a generalized statement, and that's about it. I think the court needs to take it.
Where is the evidentiary threshold? I mean, we've seen what happened in Sambal. Now we are seeing something similar in this Bodhshala case. But where is that threshold is what I wanted to understand that should get the judiciary to get the ASI, for example, involved, sir.
See, try to understand one thing. With the passage of time, now the awareness among the people have increased. You are talking about these 2-3 issues which are widely reported by the media. If you go to the courts, especially the district courts, now the dispute between the father and son, the family, the brothers, they are increasing. Between husband and wife, they are increasing. I'm giving this example that with the increase of awareness, the litigation in all fields have gone high, high and high. I joined the profession in 1980 as a lawyer. And at that time, about 4,000 or 5,000 petitions used to be filed every year. Now they are crossing 30,000, 35,000. This includes these disputes also. Secondly, in Indian parliamentary working system, we have given the powers of deciding all these disputes, maybe among the family members, maybe among the different states, maybe among different communities, different faiths, finally to the Supreme Court of India. These cases come, they have to decide. And let's not forget, these are the courts of law and evidence. A judge will decide a case on the basis of the evidence which is before him. I sometimes give an example even to the judges. Suppose somebody commits a murder in your presence. Some session judge is sitting here, somebody commits a murder in his court. Will he take him straightway and hang him? Okay, no, you have committed in my presence. No, you will give him the trial. Somebody else will be there. So these are the courts of evidence, law. They decide according to that. As my friend rightly pointed out, there cannot be any hard and fast rule whether Archaeological Survey of India should be involved or not, whether their report should be believed or not. It all depends upon the circumstances, facts and evidence on file. We should have faith in Indian judiciary. You see the judgments over the years. When judgment comes in favor of a political person, he says, no, now judiciary is free, we are proud of it. When it goes against you, say, no, it's state-sponsored and state-controlled and all that. And I may say you one thing, you talked about the bail and acquittal of Mr. Kejriwal and all that. In Indian criminal jurisprudence, there is one thing very strange. If there is a doubt that whether you have committed the crime or not, you will be booked. You will be booked. Trial will be there. And towards the fag end, if there is a doubt whether you have committed that offense or not, you will be acquitted. So this doubt is sufficient for booking you. Doubt is sufficient ultimately for your acquittal. But that is the law of the land. What can we do? Therefore, we have faith in the judiciary. Once again, I will say, even during emergency, I was 23 years of age when I was put behind the bars during emergency. I remained for about 1 year. I remember Justice Khanna gave the dissenting judgment about the suspension of the fundamental right when the Attorney General of that government says you don't have the right even to life because of the suspension of fundamental rights. That time also one judge stood up and said, no, I don't agree with this case. Therefore, as I said in the beginning, we should be proud of our Indian judiciary. which has always stood the test of time. Justice Suryakant. See, ordinarily somebody can say, why should you bother about this NCRT? The moment it came to his notice, he immediately issued notice. And he is looking after this case. It has not, the chapter has not been closed. This matter is pending, and I am very confident we should have faith in him. He will take it to the logical end. When it comes to the Honorable Prime Minister, he also says, who has done it? Sometimes mistakes do happen. But I think we should move towards correcting such type of things so that they are not repeated in future. Let's have faith in all the three institutions. The parliament also stood sometimes. Ultimately, what is parliament? Parliament is controlled by the executive. Whosoever is in majority, he will get the bills passed. That is the parliamentary system. Judiciary, over the years, once again, I am repeating it. You see, I can give 101 examples where the judiciary has proved we should have faith in judiciary, strengthen our judiciary. Just one line more. Question came whether there should be a collegium system or there should be the earlier system, judges appointed by the government. I can give many examples. Justice Krishna Iyer, one of the best judges of the Supreme Court, was appointed through the earlier system. And the judge from whose residence burnt notes have been found was appointed by the new system. So it's not the system. As he rightly said in the very beginning, Dr. Ambedkar said, it all depends upon the persons who are operating the system. And let's hope, let's believe with the awareness, media awareness, those people, all who are ruling it, governing it, maybe in parliament, executive and judiciary, will come up to the expectation of the people and the constitution makers.
Okay, Mr. Gupta, Kejriwal ka do baar zikr ho chuka hai, so let's in fact talk about his acquittal. The entire definition of liberty, particularly today when there are so many accusations of compromised institutions that come up or state excesses that keep coming up, how do you see this verdict?
Before I answer your question on a very lighter note, let me just reply to what Mr. Jain said. Arrest is made on the basis of apprehension, not doubt. And moreover, the acquittal is on the basis of because you're not able to prove beyond reasonable doubt. So that's a little distinction. Not on doubt. No one arrests on doubt. It's only on apprehension that you are arrested. So just on a very lighter note. Yeah, as far as liberty is concerned, in last couple of years there have been many judgments, where Supreme Court has gone in one direction, and then there's been when you look at Umar Khalid's judgment, it's a complete U-turn by the apex court. There have been bails, detentions have been termed as illegal detentions if ground of arrest have not been intimated to the accused. And Supreme Court has gone an extra mile in that, because Supreme Court has said that not only you have to inform him, but it has to be informed in writing, not only to the accused, but to his friends and relatives. So those have been really great judgments as far as dignity and liberty is concerned. Mr. Jain mentioned the name of 1977, where it was propounded the theory of that bail is a rule and jail is an exception. So that is what has been flowing. And moreover, a delay in conducting trial has been a major ground in the last couple of years. We have seen bails in those statutes where it had a twin condition, not in what has been prescribed in CRTC and now BNSS. It's been overriding effect on those bail conditions. And these statutes, whether you call UAPA or NDPAs, SFIO, PMLA, that you have, notwithstanding what is contained in CRTC or BNSS. So very path-breaking judgments, I may say so, from Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia. But the only thing that comes through the mind of a common man is whether that decision that came, was it a little late? Was it a little late in the day? After spending 17 months, when you talk about that you can't have a pre-trial incarceration, that's accepted form. But then you find instances where Supreme Court takes a complete U-turn, and in spite of the accused being there for 5 years in jail, yet that doesn't become a ground, and you ask him to complete the material witnesses and come next year. So what difference next year is going to make to the liberty of that person?
May I just give 1 minute reply? Just 1 minute reply.
Let me just complete.
Just 1 minute reply.
Yeah, sure.
See, Justice Sandhyawalia went as the Chief Justice of Patna High Court. He said, when I went there, murder appeals came to me. The person was in jail for about 20 years. And when the file came, we found it's a case for acquittal. How could he be convicted for life imprisonment? He says, when I talked to my colleague judge who was sitting with me, उन्होंने कहा सर अब अगर 20 साल के बाद बरी करोगे तो लोग क्या कहेंगे, ऑलरेडी अंडर
So
काउंट करके
this is
छोड़
what
देते
I
हैं।
want
जो मैं
to
बात कहना
understand.
चाह रहा हूँ कि क्योंकि केजरीवाल प्रोमिनेंट है इसलिए उनका तो आपने कह दिया लेट आया, पर आप जाकर जेलों में देखिए हजारों लोग ऐसे बैठे हैं
So sir,
जिनकी therefore the system
the
should be
question that
streamlined.
all Indians would
System
ask
should be
now.
streamlined for everybody.
All
For
Indians
all
would
persons.
ask now, what has been so traditionally said, justice delayed is eventually justice denied. In this last 1 decade, has that concept also seen a change?
See, in the last 10 years, the number of cases have increased to that extent. I think there are many things which are required to be done, irrespective of whether you are this side or that side. Appointment of more judges, trial time more.
So who will do it? Who will do it? Not the
Therefore,
common man
ultimately,
will do it.
I am saying that it has to be done by the coordination of all. The moment one field takes a step further, you can
So,
you can accuse
closing
them.
comments.
You are interfering in that.
Okay, all right. Let's
should be
let's
done.
put it on.
Judicial reform should be the top priority,
Okay.
irrespective of politics.
So while we're also talking about reforms, I want to end it on a slightly lighter note, not exactly lighter because it obviously concerns people who have been impacted, which is to do with how many film cases are coming into the courts now. The latest example is, of course, this film Kerala Story 2. And the complaint against the film, despite getting a Central Board of Film certification, a UA certification, now the courts have gone on to stop the release of the film. How do you see this really coming in? Also, with that rider, that this is a concern by the larger section of the society, cannot be taken lightly, and that's why we'd go ahead and probably curtail the release of the film.
I feel that once you have given the power to the judiciary, they have the all evidence, facts, law on their table, in their file. We should have faith in them. Sometimes the judgments, orders come which are not to our liking. And if we start criticizing every judgment which we don't like, then I think there will be no judicial finality. Supreme Court, we have given the constitution makers final power. Let's have faith in them, abide by that order.
Mr. Chandan.
See, just concluding what Sir has said, as lawyers also we have a role, and there's a very famous quote which says that as a lawyer, I may lose a case, but I should not lose my client. The client should feel that I have argued his case well. I may lose my case and my client, but I should not lose the court. The court should feel that I've argued towards fair and just. I may lose my client, my case, and the court, but I should never, most importantly, lose my conscience. And if we all go by that system, I think our judicial system is wonderfully made. It is the integrity of the lawyers and the judges, which include the entire judicial system. If they work consciously, if they work fairly, justice will prevail. And that's the rule of law. It was always meant to be. It will remain and continue to remain always.
And finally, I would want to take this one from Mr. Dikshit. Considering there are elections in various states, particularly in the West Bengal, state of West Bengal, we've seen the sitting chief minister of West Bengal go ahead and plead her case. And this is to do with the SIR. So much has been said about it. Since we are talking about things historic, setting precedents, we cannot miss this one.
This exactly shows what is the relevance of Supreme Court in today's Indian democracy. And now coming back to one very important aspect which I wanted to highlight, that what is the role of a judge? See, we must appreciate, we have to examine how judges are functioning. We all can sit in public and criticize a judge that he should have done this particular thing in a particular manner. But he's the one who has to decide a particular case. If the case is in your favor, he becomes the best judge. If it is not in your favor, he is the one who's corrupt. Mr. Kejriwal got released on bail. Justice Judge Jitendra Singh is one of the finest judge. Previous judge was sending him into for judicial custody. He was worst judge in this country. Supreme Court rejected his bail. Supreme Court was bad. Supreme Court is under political influence. But now when a district level judge is giving him relief, so the judiciary is under the finest system. So we have to kind of distinguish and understand, and our general public must understand that judges have no way to defend themselves. They are deciding things in accordance with law, what is before them in file. I may not like it, he may not like it, some parties may not like it, but we can't cast aspersion on the judges that because
There is pressure from the government. There is pressure from some other sector. We have judges after judges saying, in fact, CGI had said it in public that in 24 years of his career, Justice Chanchud, I'm quoting, he has never faced a single instance where there was some pressure from judges on judges by any political party. This was both BJP and Congress. We have to give some leeway and hope to judges that they continue to function. You go on social media, look at the criticism which is done against judges when they give judgment which is not in your favor. You cast aspersions on their personal life also. This is a trend which has recently grown.
Well, blame the social media for it. But thank you so much, gentlemen, for having this conversation. We're talking about judgment on the judiciary. The jury is still out. But thank you so much for, in fact, enriching our audience with that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And as we draw curtains on this edition of Rising Bharat, it's clear that what we witnessed here was more than a series of sessions. It was a convergence of ideas. What stood out today was depth, it was passion, and an amalgamation of diverse ideas. So on behalf of News18 Network, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, our partners, and to each one of you for being such an engaged audience. Please do join us for dinner. And I'd also want to thank all our sponsors for making this session happen. We would like to express our heartfelt appreciation for their unwavering support, which has enabled us to bring together the brightest minds and the most innovative ideas. So a big thank you to our presenting partners, Geo Financial Services, also co-presenting partner, PhonePe and DS Group, and powered by partner Pernod Ricard India, and also our growth partner ITC. Your support has been invaluable. We also appreciate the contribution of our driven by partner Kia Seltos and our state partners Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Uttarakhand governments, and also our workplace partner WeWork India, logistics partner DTDC, energy partner Vikram Solar, our transformation partners SR, and our associate partner NSC, M3M Foundation and Reliance Industries Limited for being an integral part of the News18 Network's Rising Bharat Summit. Also, we regret our audience. We are in fact requesting all of you to join us in our multi-purpose hall that is on level 3 now, as there are more sessions that are happening there. So that's the main hall where you can go ahead and enjoy more such insightful sessions this evening. Thank you all for joining me. Thanks a lot.